Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. The show will begin shortly. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, we have a wonderful crowd this morning. Everyone got cappuccinos, I hope, and some breakfast. Welcome. Welcome to the stunningly beautiful mountains of Aspen for the 14th annual Aspen Security Forum. We are so happy to have you all here. Thank you. We are immersing ourselves in this beautiful place for the next 3 days to get out of our ordinary routine and to think and to look a little bit beyond the challenges right in front of us and think bigger, to exercise our imaginations. But we're meeting here at a perilous moment when great powers are acting badly. War seems closer than it has in decades, and any misstep in our foreign policy could be catastrophic. I recently reread a beautiful book by the French resistance fighter named Marc Bloch. he blames the failure of France's Maginot Line, those famous defenses, on, that the Germans, of course, just circumvented and went around, on a lack of imagination by French leaders. And he says they were incapable of thinking in terms of a new war. In the next few days, our goal is to ensure that our children don't accuse us of a similar lack of imagination. Our mission for this Aspen Security Forum is to look further out, not at the next summit or at the next headline, but what's looming over the horizon. What are the technical, political, economic challenges that we may not be paying enough attention to? We have already heard from senior distinguished leaders last night, and we are hearing from so many more. We feel very proud of this program and all the people who've chosen to join us. Distinguished senior US officials, Secretaries Blinken and Mayorkas, UN Envoy Linda Thomas-Greenfield, who we heard from last night, the Director of the Office of Science and Technology, Prabhakar, CIA Director Bill Burns, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and previous senior officials who served in distinguished Republican administrations, Secretaries Pompeo and Esper, Condoleezza Rice, Steve Hadley is with us. So we are continuing the great tradition of Aspen of being bipartisan and thoughtful and calm in our deliberations. We are particularly proud to have with us a big and distinguished international contingent of leaders this time. Senior leaders from the UK, from Canada, from France, China, NATO, Afghanistan, and many other countries, as well as defense, civil society, and business leaders. Jointly, we're going to explore how we can prevail in new theaters of competition, from the Arctic to the South Pacific, from undersea cables and to outer space. How we can use the enormous existing US defense budget more effectively and to get us the technologies that we need. How attempts to secure critical minerals and other resources will affect the geopolitical landscape. We will hear from Afghanistan's opposition leader, Ahmed Massoud, and explore whether we're ignoring a resurgence of extremism. And we're shaking up dated assumptions about the Middle East and Africa. We heard from Kenyan National Security Advisor Monica Juma, and we'll hear from Israeli former Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni. An important through line for all of our conversations this week will be the impact of technology. We're living at a really critical point in history where technology is advancing so much faster than the ability of our government to make sense of it, to use it effectively, and to regulate it appropriately. But this is essential. We're not just exploring the downside scenario, the Maginot Line disaster that we may not be imagining. That's not why we're here. We're here to refocus, to reimagine, and to ultimately create a more positive world. For example, how to help Ukraine build a more prosperous democratic future, whether the US and China can de-escalate tensions enough to actually cooperate on the important transnational issues that affect all of us, and how the world can responsibly develop artificial intelligence and other technologies to harness them for the greater good. This is a mission for all of us in this room, not just those who will be appearing on stage. So I want to leave you with an optimistic note. The great American poet Walt Whitman, an optimist if there ever was one, captured the spirit we're trying to emulate here in his homage to the American West, the Song of the Open Road. He said, "From this hour, I ordain myself loosened of imaginary lines, listening to others, considering well what they say, pausing, searching, contemplating, gently but with undeniable will, divesting myself of the holds that would hold me." Isn't that a nice sentiment? So for all of us here, in the sessions, outside when you're chatting with people, in the Google tent, at meals, I encourage us all to use the backdrop of these beautiful mountains to divest ourselves of our lack of imagination, to envision and create an optimistic, brave, and better world. Thank you all so much for being here. Let me now do some very important thank yous, and I'd love to turn it over to the innovator who actually created the Aspen Strategy Group almost 39 years ago, amazingly, Joe Nye, to tell us a little bit about the history. So the very important thank you goes, first of all, to all of our Aspen colleagues, from the leadership to across all of our programs to the people who are making it possible to be here today. None of this would happen without our sponsors. Google, thank you. Thank you also for the cappuccino, which I really needed this morning. I appreciate it. MasterCard, McKinsey, Microsoft, MITRE, PayPal, the Rockefeller Foundation, the United Launch Alliance, USA Rare Earths, USIT, the Walton Family Foundation, with additional support from Beacon Global Strategies, Intel, Govini, and American Airlines. Our media partners, NBC and Financial Times, you are invaluable to the work we do here. And most importantly, none of this would happen without our really unbelievable, small but amazing team, and I hope you'll all stand. Our director, Neve King, our deputy director, Leah Batunis, Deb Cunningham, Emily Lawrence, Chris Herman, Anna Kliggensmith, who are working these issues all year long. Thank you. And this summer, we also have help from our Scowcroft Fellows, Karina Martinez, Brent Katz, Barry Youssef is helping us. And for this week, Dulcie, Morgan, many of our Aspen colleagues here on the ground, especially John Purvis and the Aspen Comms team, and my colleague, Janet Ohm. Thank you very much, and let me turn it over to Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya, and for those who were not in the tent last night, I'll repeat my greetings to you all. It's great to have you here. Anya asked me to say a word or two about the origins of the Aspen Strategy Group as a way of helping to set the scene that she set on the current issues we're dealing with. In 1984, Brent Scowcroft and Bill Perry and I got together and decided that if we could try to bring people out of Washington, we might diminish the degree of partisan politics, and we might be able to have a case where instead of just telling our preferred policy to each other, we might actually listen to each other. Speaking is common, listening is rare. And it turned out that that was a success. We were able to develop a tradition of having people present their policy views, and these were often fraught policies, but present them in a way where people could respond and listen, and equally important to listening is changing your mind. We hope to maintain that tradition of keeping people in a mode where we downplay our partisan differences and try to hear what the others are saying to be able to change our minds when appropriate. It's interesting to go back to the early origins and to realize that there were deep partisan differences on national security, and there was a great fear of another Cold War getting out of control. It was sometimes called the Little Cold War, or resumed Cold War, that followed détente. Indeed, we had a nuclear freeze movement in this country, and people were on the streets to prevent the deployment of short-range missiles in Europe. That was the atmosphere in which we created the Aspen Strategy Group. As Anya just said, today's atmosphere is equally fraught, but with a different set of issues. But what we'd like to do is, despite the change in the issues, to keep that tradition of downplaying our partisan differences and listening to each other, and occasionally changing our minds. So again, let me repeat our welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me now welcome to the stage General James Dickinson, the commander of U.S. Space Command. This is a really important new theater of war where he and his team are keeping us safe, and David Ignatius of the Washington Post. Thank you both.
Thank you, Anya, it's a pleasure to welcome General James Dickinson as combatant commander for SpaceCom. He is to space, as Admiral Aquilino is to the Indo-Pacific, which is quite a challenge. So, a fun fact about General Dickinson. He went to elementary school here in Aspen, which leads me to wonder why he ever left. But I'm gonna pass on to the heart of why we're all here and talk about space. And I want to begin, General Dickinson, by asking you about the heart of your mission. Space is now, as we often repeat, a contested domain. And we read reports in publications that cover space in the CSIS annual space threat assessment about some of the things that the Chinese and Russians are doing with satellites in space that could attack our space infrastructure. You and I talked a little bit before the session about the Chinese SH-21, what it can do, the Russian Matryoshka, nested satellites, what they can do in terms of attack. Just give our audience a sense of what's up there and what, on the part of our potential adversaries, it could do.
Well, certainly. First of all, thank you for having me today for the Aspen Security Forum. It's an honor to be here. Yes, I did go to second grade here in Aspen. I did leave, but I returned. So I'm back. First of all, it's an honor to be here today representing the 18,000 service members that make up U.S. Space Command. And certainly, anytime I can talk about space is a good day. And so it's great to be here. But to your question, David, I think as we look across the landscape, if you will, in the space domain, it's important to understand that we've got some competitors up there that are developing and demonstrating capabilities that should cause us a bit of a concern. And one in particular that you mentioned was the SJ-21, which was a capability that the PRC has put into space, and with the capability of providing what we would consider dual purpose. So this particular event happened back in 2021. We observed it and characterized it at U.S. Space Command, which is a message or a mission that we do each and every day, and I can expand on that a bit. But when you look at the technologies that they're developing and demonstrating, you can really look across from the ground to space that they're developing capabilities that we need to be concerned with, whether it's directed energy, whether it's direct ascent ASAT type weapons or SJ-21s that you just mentioned. Those kinds of capabilities provide or can provide a layer of capabilities that we need to be concerned about.
So just tell the audience a little bit about what SJ-21 actually did. I find this mind-blowing. Take us through the maneuvers and then into the graveyard zone. And if you don't know what that is, you're going to find out.
So it's a capability that they launched, as I mentioned, back in 2021, went out to the geo belt, went up beside one of its defunct Beidou satellites, which is their equivalent. That's
their navigation
That's
system.
Their equivalent to a GPS satellite that we have. And they went up and they grappled it, and they grabbed a hold of it. They took it out past to the graveyard belt, and then released it, and then returned back to its original, in the vicinity of where it originally moved from, all in about a span of 4 to 5 days. And so that's a tech demonstration that's fairly technical to do, technology as well as operator complexities as well.
So just to give a sense of why this is so interesting to people who follow it, the graveyard zone is where satellites supposedly go to die, right? You kick exhausted geosatellites up into this zone, and they're presumed to be dead, but they can be zombie satellites and can come back to life and perform missions. Am I right in saying that, General Dickinson?
I think the thing I would say, just for a minute on that, is, taking it to a graveyard. I mean, we do a similar thing, and this kind of comes back to responsible behavior in my mind. So we look at things like that, where how do you dispose of satellites in an appropriate way, developing norms of behavior, responsible behavior that's so important to these types of activities. So, when I see that, I think they characterized it as they were properly disposing of their capability, but then I go back to, but it could have a dual purpose as well.
We all know Matryoshka dolls, those cute little bulbous Russian dolls. You take one apart, and there's another one inside, another one inside that. Explain the Russian Matryoshka nesting satellite system that, again, is an extraordinary, appears to be an extraordinary potential attack weapon.
Well, so on-orbit capability that they have demonstrated, demonstrating a technique of a Russian nesting doll, if you will, that shows how you can have a capability that can potentially hold satellites at risk, and that capability is just as you mentioned, David, you satellite in a satellite in a satellite, and then with a potential weapon system at the very center of that. So we have seen that being demonstrated as well.
Describing the Chinese goal in space, one of the documents that was leaked by this Air Force Reserve airman in Massachusetts, who's now under prosecution, that document, and I'm not asking you to confirm this, said that the Chinese are seeking to seize control of a satellite, rendering it ineffective, and I should stress, using cyber capabilities, rendering it ineffective to support communications, weapons, or intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems. In other words, pretty much everything that your satellites, our satellites might do, according to this document, the Chinese are prepared to render ineffective. So I want to ask you the obvious question: how concerned are you, should we be, about that threat, and what are you doing to mitigate it?
So I would tell you that the heart of that is cybersecurity in my mind. And so when we look at our space systems that we operate every day, we kind of break them down into what is comprised of a satellite system. Many people will say, hey, well, it's of course the satellite, but it's also the link from the satellite to the ground, and then the ground station communications for command and control. So when you look at those three, David, those three segments, if you will, of a space system, at U.S. Space Command, we clearly understand that we have to protect them from cyber type of activities and protect it so that we make sure that we're recognizing a vulnerability and taking care of that. And within the command itself, the way we have organized ourselves, and I haven't mentioned that, we'll be 4 years old next month, so we will celebrate our 4th birthday, if you will, next month in August. And over the course of the time since we reestablished ourselves back in 2019, we have made very good progress in terms of making sure that we are providing cyber-hardened cyber defenses to our critical space systems. And just by the organizational design of the command, I've got service components within the command that are actually dual-hatted. Dual-hatted as a space for me, working, my missionaries, as well as working, for example, for Paul Nakasone as his service component for U.S. Cyber Command. So actually, just built by organization, we've got great synergies in terms of cyber defense and cyber operations in support of U.S. Space Command.
So General Nakasone likes to say that there's a persistent level of low-level cyber attack going on constantly. That's one of his basic elements of doctrine. So I want to ask you, is there a persistent low level of attack in cyber going on in space, where you're getting buzzed, flashed, jammed, up in space on a regular basis?
Well, I don't think I'll talk specifically about what activity we might be seeing right now, but as I mentioned, I think the important point is the fact that we recognize that as a potential, and we're working very diligently to make sure that we are protecting our terrain, if you will, from a space systems component perspective.
I want to talk about the Ukraine war, which in some ways that people don't often recognize is, I would say, our first space war in which space assets are absolutely critical and are under attack. And maybe, General Dickinson, you could describe one amazing part of this, which is the commercial side. I think many of us know that Elon Musk's Starlink satellites provide the broadband connectivity that allow Ukrainian forces to download information of every kind, identification of enemy forces, potential targeting information, etc. That Starlink beam keeps the Ukrainians in the field, but there are also commercial satellites, Maxar and others, that provide optical imaging. There are synthetic aperture radar commercial satellites that provide that coverage. There are thermal imaging satellites that provide launch warnings. So you've got all this stuff happening, but from what we read, the Russians have tried from the beginning to attack it. Initially with some success, but not so much now. Talk about that, about the Ukraine war from your perspective as the COCOM for space.
Yeah, so I think we've seen several things over there. I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't say, at least up front, two things is the power of NATO, quite frankly, when we look back at that in terms of how solid that is, how important that is with allies and partners. One, the true aggressiveness of the Ukrainians in defending their sovereignty. But then again, also in the space piece, as you mentioned, is we are seeing for the first time what a mega constellation means to the world, quite frankly. So you're talking thousands of satellites that are in low Earth orbit, and how that provides such resilience important to us. So I think that's what I take away from it. I take away from having a mega constellation that, quite frankly, frustrates our adversaries because you don't know how many satellites it would take to have any kind of a degradation to that architecture, or which one, if you had to pick one, you would have to have an effect against. So I think it's very powerful that we look at that very closely. The Department of Defense has, as well as myself, and as this command is maturing over the last 4 years, we are doing the things that other combatant commands do, which is developing requirements that we will need in the future to make sure that we're able to have the capability and the capacity in several different mission areas that we will need.
Russian diplomat Ambassador Vorontsov last October issued a direct warning at the United Nations that the commercial satellites like Elon Musk's Starlink that were crucial in this war were potential targets for the Russians. The Russians had, as I mentioned earlier, tried to jam Starlink initially. General Dickinson, the obvious question is, if these assets crucial to our allies' fight against the Russians come under attack, does Space Command have a responsibility and role in protecting them, and how do you do that? How do you operate that responsibility?
Well, so I do have a mission area of protecting and defending, and that's widely known, assets on orbit. But to be frank with you, to be honest with you, that those have to be directed to me by my bosses and my boss's boss, eventually if that were to happen. But like I said, we work with them each and every day at those 133 commercial companies on as simple as sharing information that would help them understand maybe what's happening on orbit and how they can properly defend themselves if they so choose. But no direction by us, but the opportunity is that we share information.
So if I understand you, you're sharing space situational awareness with these commercial providers that are part of the 133 partners that you work with. Is that right?
So that's true. We enter into an agreement with them. We call it an SSA sharing agreement, which is where we share information with them. And depending on that agreement, varying levels of information we will share with them, all in the vein of having good space domain awareness. And not only to your point about maybe a potential adversary, but just for the safe operations of spacecraft on orbit. And so one of the main mission areas within U.S. Space Command today is doing space domain awareness. And we do that through various means, but it essentially means we are looking into the domain, we're tracking objects, something to consider. When we stood up 4 years ago, we tracked about 25,000 objects in space. That's anything from an active satellite to a defunct satellite to debris to a paint chip. That number has grown. So as I come in here this morning, I think it's close to 50,000. And so some of that you can tie to some great progress by our commercial partners, which is, SpaceX putting thousands of satellites up. There's other companies that are doing that as well. And then some of it you can attribute to some of the activities we've seen in space, which I go back to the Noodle event that we had back in November of 21, where the Russians destroyed one of their own satellites and created a debris field that we continue to track today. So those types of activities, but understanding the domain is one of the priorities within this command to be able to properly characterize, catalog, report on what we see in the space domain. And through those SSA sharing agreements, we provide some of that information so these companies are aware of the environment in which they're operating.
You said to me when we talked last week that you didn't want Space Command to be the FAA, that we need an FAA, a civilian administration that takes up some of this situational awareness, that can be the traffic cop so satellites don't bump into each other. Explain how the Commerce Department and other international organizations are going to fill that role.
So that's a great point, is that we in U.S. Space Command, as I just mentioned, do space domain awareness. Really, as we look to normalizing the domain, so space is an operational domain now, we need to look at how do you normalize it like we've seen in other domains. So I normally, as you mentioned, use the FAA as an example, that they do what? They make sure that the skies are safe, planes are flying where they're supposed to be, deconfliction, those types of activities that I believe are squarely within the U.S. government, but not necessarily in the Department of Defense. And so as we look to the future, and this is a process that's ongoing right now, we're working with the Department of Commerce right now in terms of how can they establish their space traffic management capabilities. And as you would expect, we already have a very close relationship with them, and we'll continue into the future. But that will allow U.S. Space Command to do things that we need to be doing in terms of better characterization of certain assets on orbit, and then allow them to do that deconfliction management piece to it that I just discussed. So we're moving in that direction with them right now, and I think in a couple of years we'll be at a point where we'll be able to work with them in that capacity.
So new space, as people call it, this array of commercial vendors, is obviously an enormous advantage for the U.S. You've got hundreds of orbits by all these different commercial satellites over Ukraine every 24 hours, for example, and presumably you can dial into the particular capabilities that are needed if you're the Ukrainian military or the U.S. But as I think about it, new space is also a vulnerability. I, of course, being a modern moderator, went to ChatGPT-4 to think about asking my questions of you, and I said, what should General Dickinson worry about as vulnerabilities for Space Command? And ChatGPT-4 said, dependence on...
It didn't say I was from Aspen, did it?
I have a secret source for that who's sitting in the front row. I won't reveal. But ChatGPT-4, I won't say wisely, said dependence on commercial enterprises. So Elon Musk, in this phase of the war in Ukraine, is a hero. He's providing the essential downlink capabilities that the Ukrainian military needs. Take his name out of it. Suppose some future CEO running a key commercial provider on which the U.S. government or an ally is depending decides, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to risk my production of Teslas or refrigerators in Japan. I want to get out of this business. And aren't you potentially in a situation where you're going to be suddenly without assets that have become crucial, that have made themselves indispensable, but they're at the whim of CEOs and their boards? The board could just say, this is too dangerous for us. We're going to stop this. What do you do about that?
So my answer to that would be, it's a balance. So in other words, we're not going to be all commercial, we may not be all military, but as we look at our mission areas within U.S. Space Command and the Department of Defense, there is a balance between what is purely military and what might be relied upon as a service, for example, from the commercial sector. And so that's not new. I mean, it might be a little bit new because we're talking about space, but back to we got to normalize that domain. We do that in other domains. In other words, you know, in the maritime domain, how we rely on cargo ships, for example, or other services like that for a maritime domain. Same in the air. You know, if you look at the craft model, for example, if you're familiar with that, you know, how, you know, when I would go to the Middle East, for example, I would normally ride a commercial aircraft somewhere from wherever I was deploying to until a intermediate staging area, for example, and then hop on a military aircraft to get to my final destination. I think that's a good analogy, I think, for how we look at space. There'll be times and places where we need to have that type of capability that's organic, military to the Department of Defense, U.S. Space Command, and we have others that we can leverage, like I said, this wildly expanding commercial space market that'll have those types of capabilities available. And again, it can't just be one company, it might be several. But I think that's very important that we remember it's a balance and it's an integration of those capabilities into what we do in U.S. Space Command.
So we have just 8 minutes remaining. I want to save the last 5 for questions from the audience, so please be thinking about them. But before I turn to the audience, I want to ask you about the most sensitive question that comes up for Space Command and DoD thinking about space, and that's offensive capabilities. It's something that people don't like to talk about. The only disclosed offensive capability that I'm aware of is a ground-based jamming system that was disclosed several years ago and has been described. But there's a lot of speculation that we are doing, as the Chinese and Russians are, activities to have space-based offensive capabilities. I'll just read you what Air Force Secretary Kendall, who oversees this area, said in March when he was asked about the 2024 budget. He said, after the phrase offensive capabilities had been disclosed by one of his aides in briefing the budget, Secretary Kendall said, "There are hard kill and soft kill capabilities, if you will, that we're funding in this forthcoming budget. But I'm not sure I can go very far beyond that." So I'm not expecting to go very far beyond that, but I'd like you just to underline what Secretary Kendall has said and put on the public record.
You just let me off the hook. No, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't publicly speak about offensive capabilities. What I do talk about, though, is how we approach in terms of activities that happen in space, and the fact that an activity that might happen in space may not receive a response in space. So when we think at U.S. Space Command, we think about all domains, and we think about in terms of how do we leverage capabilities, U.S., allied and partner, that might not necessarily be in the space domain, but could be in another domain, land, air, sea, maybe cyber. And so I really believe talking about offensive capabilities would not be appropriate, but what I would offer to you is that U.S. Space Command is ready. So we've been working for 4 years to be ready, and we have conducted countless exercises, tabletop exercises, if you will, with the other combatant commands, and we have really worked in terms of how do we approach that problem and in those situations, and we have done that, I think, very well to the point where I can say today that we're ready.
And I understand that to mean that Special Operations Command, Cyber Command would be ready to launch operations probably largely on the ground if you encounter the kind of interference we've talked about.
So like I said, we leverage those capabilities and those combatant commands. One of the success stories I think of U.S. Space Command and the greater DoD is the fact that space is part of all the conversations now. Cyber is part of the conversations, and how we develop operations plans and policy, for example, that incorporate those and get the fact that we are all thinking about that at the beginning of our processes rather than the end is very important. And so it could be, as you described, it could be cyber, soft, it could be a maritime, land, or air asset that we might leverage in order to provide an effect that we would need.
So before we go to the audience, I have to ask a question. Are you looking for real estate in Huntsville, Alabama? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there is a big question about where to base Space Command. The initial decision was to base it in Huntsville. The White House has been looking at that and worrying about delays, moving. Most of our space work is done here in Colorado. So what can you tell us about where you and your colleagues in Space Command are going to be headquartered?
I'm shocked you asked me that. I am shocked. What I would tell you is I really, this morning, as I sit up here, I have really no new information on that particular decision. But I think I've been pretty consistent in my messaging that I look forward to a decision. And we do. Sincerely, we look forward to a decision, and that's my story.
Message to the White House and to Secretary Kendall. So let's go to the audience. I see a hand here and a hand all the way back. Let's take the two questions, and then we'll come back to the general. Yes, sir.
General, can you hear me? Thank you. General, thanks for your service and for being here, and I know that there's things you can't answer, and so I'm not going to ask you those, but I would just say that our military strategy since the age of nuclear weapons has been an element of deterrence. Do our adversaries know, and are they deterred by our capabilities?
Let me answer it this way, because I haven't had a chance to talk about the most important thing to U.S. Space Command right now, which is the people. And so the deterrence part of that piece is the understanding of the competency and the professionalism of the service members that work within U.S. Space Command. 18,000 of them, as I said earlier. The joint, what is not unique to all the other combatant commands, to include Admiral Aquilina last night, he leads a joint team in Indo-PACOM. I lead a joint team in space. And what gives us that, my word, secret sauce is the fact that we've got combat experience from all the services represented in U.S. Space Command. So in other words, 20 years of combat in Afghanistan and Iraq, I've got veterans like that from all the services in the command. So our ability to go quickly in terms of developing operations or conducting operations and developing plans and training people and training the Joint Force, for example, revolves around the workforce that we have within the command. We just welcomed our first captain in the Coast Guard to U.S. Space Command. So now I have just this week, now I have all the services represented within the command. I have the reserve component, National Guard reserves represented in the command. And with all that different experience in combat, and you put space on top of it, we have been able to go very quickly in terms of being able to. So in my mind, that's a deterrent signal there.
Got a question right here on the side. Yes, ma'am. If you can get a microphone to, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Esther Brimmer, Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you for the conversation about space this morning. One of the important things we've done every time we've been in a new domain, whether it's aviation or maritime, is to set civilian rules to actually create frameworks so that on the national defense side, we know what's going on. In aviation, we have not only the FAA, but we have the International Civil Aviation Organization. Maritime, we also have the International Maritime Organization that sets standards for shipping. Given that we have only over 60 countries in space with some sort of assets or more than that, do you think it would be useful to have some international mechanism to work on dialogue on setting some rules in space on the civilian side so that you can do your work on the security side, sir? Thank you.
So thank you for that question. That's a great question. I would start out by saying that within the Department of Defense, we have done that. We have looked very closely at that. My boss, Secretary Austin, put out norms of responsible behavior for the Department of Defense, and then asked me to provide some more specifics on those norms of behavior, and I have done so. In February, I think it was approved. So within the Department of Defense, clear recognition of that. I would tell you, I think in the international community, there's clear recognition of that as well. You know, when I told you that we got 50,000, close to 50,000 objects that we track each and every day, and the preponderance of that is in low Earth orbit, you know, I think we would all agree here, we want to make sure that the space domain is secure and safe. Because our way of life, not only in the United States, but globally, depends upon space. And certainly we need to make sure that we preserve that domain so that we can operate in a safe and responsible manner. And so outside of the Department of Defense, I know there's a lot of work that's going on with the Department of State. I know there's a lot of work that's going on in the UN right now. We just saw, I think, the 27th member sign on to the Artemis Accords. I think there's been a lot of UN work that's been going on as well. So I think there is clear recognition of that, and really the growth in the space domain, I think requires us to do it rather quickly here, or as soon as we can.
So my apologies to people I wasn't able to call on. I want to thank General Dickinson for really opening up this fascinating subject. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With General Dirksen and learn about all the things we have to be ready for in space. And I just want to say that I'm really honored to have an opportunity to interview the Foreign Secretary of the UK, James Cleverly, who's joining us today. So we want to get right to it. We don't have that much time, so I want to let him jump in and say good morning to everyone. And you had something you wanted to say right off the top, sir.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you all for joining. Thank you all for joining us this morning. It's a genuine pleasure to be here as the UK's Foreign Secretary. As you've heard, I've got a rather long and sprawling job title, but I am the equivalent of your Secretary of State, Foreign Minister. And I also, when it comes to the full spectrum of the work that you're discussing here at this gathering, I'm also responsible for our intelligence services, both HUMINT and SIGINT intelligence services as well. And so my remit covers foreign policy, it covers intelligence, and obviously there are a number of issues which are at the forefront of my mind. As you've just heard, I've recently come back from the NATO summit in Vilnius. I went from there to the ASEAN summit in Jakarta. So I've been spending the last week thinking about the situation in Ukraine, Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. I'd like to put on record the UK's huge gratitude for the role that the United States of America has played supporting the Ukrainians in their self-defense. And the point I've made over and over again is it's not just about Ukraine. This is about all of us. And the reason this is so very, very important is because what is at stake is not just the geography and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, but the UN Charter, the message that we send to the world about the West's resolve and our willingness to defend our principles and those things that underpin freedom and democracy and the rule of law. And then, of course, over in ASEAN, I was thinking very much about the nature of the relationship between the UK and South Asian countries, and China and our friends and partners in the region. And of course, I'm reminded, having come this far west, I know I've not quite hit the West Coast yet, but I'm reminded that the United States of America is, of course, a Pacific country as well as an Atlantic country. So a lot of these things we've been working on. I very much value the relationship that I have with my US counterparts. We work very, very closely. And I like to make sure that I'm bringing value to the relationship, and that's maybe one of the things that we can discuss whilst we're talking. Thank you.
Great. I'd love to start with Ukraine, as you mentioned. An interesting piece this morning that quoted your head of MI6, Richard Moore. He says that there are, quote, deep fractures in the elite circle around Putin, and that the Prigozhin coup attempt was deeply humiliating to Putin. And yet Putin lets him roam free right now. So what's your assessment of that situation?
So Richard is the head of MI6, our intelligence agency, and I speak with him very regularly on these issues. And of course, if we cast our minds back to the start of this conflict and the messaging that Putin was trying to put out, that the Russians were uniquely resilient, that they had the real grit and the determination, and the decadent, fickle West would ultimately lose interest and lose resolve. And yet what we're seeing is the first cracks are appearing on the Russian side rather than on our side. And it doesn't matter how Putin tries to spin it, an attempted coup is never a good look. And so, yeah, what we are seeing is it's the Russian people that are increasingly frustrated with Putin. We are seeing this exodus of bright, talented, thoughtful young Russians, entrepreneurs, technologists, business people. They are leaving Russia in their droves. I think Richard also made the point that that will have intelligence implications. There are Russians who now realize that Putin is doing more damage to Russia than he is to anywhere else, notwithstanding the terrible headlines that we're seeing about missile strikes overnight. Now, our view is that the leadership of the Russian Federation is exclusively an issue for the Russian people, but the bottom line is the Russian people are showing the world that they're increasingly frustrated with Putin.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. He was almost calling for a Russian resistance and saying the door is always open, and we would love to talk to you if you'd like to bring information our way. You made a strong speech at the UN and said to Putin that the war must end now and that his troops must leave. But many who observe what's going on the front lines in Ukraine say that really the lines have not moved much at all since November, that he took about 17% of the country in the initial push and the weeks that followed, and that he still has 17% of the country. So in your assessment, is the war at a stalemate right now?
Be under no illusion, Russia is losing. Ukraine is winning. And I've said this a number of times, and I absolutely stand by this. We have got to remember that this is not a film. This is not an action movie. In films, it's really, really simple. In the first act, the aggressor swarms across the border and the plucky Ukrainians defend themselves against the odds. In the second act of the film, there's this diplomatic effort, an international coalition of support. We give arms, equipment, and training to the Ukrainians. And in the third act, they get this decisive breakthrough. They get to the Azov coast or the Black Sea coast, and the credits roll. And the leading actors kiss, and we wait for Oscar night. It doesn't work like that in the real world. In the real world, the Russian forces have spent the winter digging in. They've riddled the south and the southeast of Ukraine with minefields, with trench systems, with physical barricades. And the Ukrainians are regaining territory over the course of weeks that Russia took months to acquire. Russia is losing on the battlefield, and we mustn't allow ourselves to be seduced by the Russian propaganda that somehow this is a stalemate. It is not. We have a choice, therefore. Do we stick with it and give the Ukrainians what they need to continue to make gains, or do we drop the ball? Do we, prove Putin right? And the choice is entirely in our hands. And I think what we should do is we should demonstrate to Putin and anyone else that is watching that we have the grit, that we have the determination, that we have the strategic endurance, and that the things that we are defending, we don't defend for only 18 months, maybe 24 months at a push. We defend them until they are secured. And I think that's the message that we need to get across. And what we have seen is, with the Prigozhin situation, it's fragile. Russia is fragile. The Ukrainians took a lot of punches over the last 18 months, and now they're dishing some back out again, and the Russian military weren't expecting it, they don't like it, and those cracks are appearing.
So given that, it's been interesting to watch because in many of the moves that have been made in this war, the UK has been in the lead in terms of tanks, in terms of long-range missiles, in terms of training pilots. And then the US sort of comes along over time. So if you're characterizing a very critical moment right now, is there anything that you believe we need to push for right now in terms of air cover? Because some of the soldiers on the ground in Ukraine say they feel like they're riding a bike without pedals because they don't have appropriate air cover.
Well, thank you for the comments you made about the UK's contribution to this. And in terms of our proportion of GDP, the UK, the US, and a number of other countries are very much in the lead in our support to Ukraine. But I think we should, we got to recognize the fact that the United States of America has been the key military supporter of the Ukrainians, and I'm incredibly grateful. I speak to the Ukrainian government, both President Zelensky himself, but more regularly Dmytro Kuleba, my Ukrainian opposite number, and there is a huge amount of gratitude for the amount of support that the US has been given. The UK is very proud of the fact that we act quickly, we act decisively. We gave those NLAWs, the light anti-tank weapons that were so decisive at the beginning part of the conflict. We made the decision first to donate main battle tanks. We made the commitment to train fast jet pilots. And I know the Ukrainians are after F-16s. We don't hold F-16s. It's not a platform that we utilize. But we've donated huge numbers of 155 artillery systems. I'm a gunner officer, and I'm very proud of the fact that guns, 155 artillery, is making a decisive effect on the battlefield. And we do what we do because we believe it to be the right thing to do. Other countries work with us, work with the Ukrainians. As I say, the US has done an incredible amount. And my observation is that we ultimately, I think, have to stick with the Ukrainians until they are victorious. I think there is a real incentive to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can, because my good friend, I think he's going to be coming here later on today or maybe tomorrow, Tom Tugendhat, who's the security minister, a very close friend of mine. He made an incredibly important point. A fair fight is the worst fight. You don't want it to be evenly matched because that means it takes longer and more people suffer. What you want is a decisive level of overmatch. And that's what we should try and achieve with Ukraine. We have more material than Russia has. Our military production capability is greater than Russia's. We have an international coalition that is supporting Ukraine. Russia is finding itself increasingly isolated on the world stage, having to rely on Iran for military equipment. And therefore, it is in our gift to overmatch or help the Ukrainians overmatch the Russians. And I think we should look very seriously at how we do that.
So does that mean that you would be urging the U.S. to pick up the pace, recognizing that the United States is obviously, in terms of dollars, the dominant supporter of Ukraine? Do you think that, would you like to see faster decision-making and faster material getting to the battlefield on our part?
So I'm not singling anybody out. Now, the US's contribution is decisive, no doubt about it. But as I say, the US has moved quickly. Funnily enough, last year I was having conversations with members of the administration, and I said, you are doing a huge amount. You are being incredibly impactful in Ukraine's self-defense, but there seems to be a resistance to talking about it. The American people didn't know how much the American people were giving and how much positive influence America was having. I think now America is more comfortable with talking about what it's doing, and it should be rightly proud of what it has done and what it currently is doing. And I'm saying that we all of us, have got to stick with it and have got to keep supporting the Ukrainians in their self-defense. If I single the USA out at all, I single it out because it has done so much. I single it out for praise rather than criticism. The point is we have all got to continue. We've all got to stick with it. And we've all got to demonstrate that grit and determination.
One last question on Ukraine, because I want to talk to you quickly about AI in China as well. But with regard to the different barriers that we have seen fall in terms of, well, we would never commit tanks, we would never commit long-range missiles, we would never commit something that would take out, where the missiles are coming from on the Russian side. We have now the president sent 3,000 troops to Europe, U.S. troops to Europe as sort of, a backstop. Do you think we will ever see a day when U.S. or U.K. troops are on the ground in Ukraine?
Well, I hope not. I don't expect so. I genuinely don't expect so. But I do think we need to make it absolutely clear. And this was a conversation that my good friend Tobias Billström, who is the Swedish Foreign Minister, something he said when I was over in Sweden not so long ago, which really struck me. He said one of the reasons why Sweden was so determined to join NATO after decades of neutrality, as he said, at the start of this conflict, the Swedish people recognized something, that NATO supports its friends, but NATO defends its allies. And that subtle but significant difference was really, really key. That is why Sweden so determined to become an ally. And what the US have done with regard to that forward positioning of troops, what the UK has done in Estonia, where we have troops only a few miles from the Russian border, helping to support the Baltic flank, is that we make it very clear that we are supporting Ukraine in Ukraine's self-defense, but we are absolutely ready to defend our NATO allies. That's a different relationship, a significant and important difference. NATO is the cornerstone of the Euro-Atlantic defense structure. We defend our allies, and we do so robustly, but we continue to support our friends.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about sort of conventional warfare, but one of the things that you brought up at the UN this week was AI and the role that it could play. You said its speed and scale and spread of disinformation is potentially hugely harmful for democracies all around the globe, and that it can aid in the reckless quest for weapons of mass destruction by state actors and non-state actors. Tell us your thoughts on what we need to know about this.
Well, AI is evolving at such a huge pace, and I know it was touched on. I heard some conversations about it in the previous session. And what we learn from technological advances is that they amplify and they accelerate. It's not that AI creates fundamentally new challenges or presents fundamentally new opportunities, but it accelerates and amplifies. Now that can be turned, and I have no doubt that it will be turned to good. I think AI's ability to assist research, whether that be in disease alleviation, whether that be in health more broadly, whether that be in environmental protections or climate change or whatever. There's a load of areas where just the volume and speed with which AI can help us think and decide and research, I think is absolutely key. But we also have to realize that research is a completely neutral activity, and research can be utilized for good, but research can also be utilized for malign activity as well. What we need to do is we need to recognize that. That's why I chaired the first ever UN Security Council discussion and debate on AI. We had speakers from all over the world, and my Prime Minister recognised that if we are going to successfully harness the benefits, we have to successfully mitigate and limit the disbenefits, and we are going to have to do that internationally and collaboratively. That's why we've initiated the conversation at the UN Security Council. That's why we're hosting the AI Security Summit in the UK in the autumn. That's the fall for you lot. I just want to make sure we're not on crossed wires on that. So we'll be hosting that, but we recognise. So the UK, we've always been at the forefront of technology. Alan Turing was a Brit. Obviously, the internet, the World Wide Web was a British invention.
Not Al Gore.
No. So look, we have a part to play, but none of us in the UK pretend that we're going to do this on our own. We're not attempting to do this on our own. We're going to use our convening power, the clustering of really, really clever, bright thinkers in the UK, and that we can bring to the UK to help thrash out how we, as I say, how we make the most of the positives and protect ourselves from the potential negatives.
One question I want to go back to on NATO, because in the U.S. there's a lot of criticism actually of who's putting in their 2%. And I think as we look towards the election, we see growing sentiment about questions about how much money is being spent on the war. I think the numbers say that the majority of Americans still support the war, but the numbers have come down a little bit. And I think it will be a major discussion in the presidential election cycle. So do you think there needs to be a firmer message to Germany, to Italy, to the other countries in Europe that are right on the border of this whole thing, that they must do their 2% commitment that they made?
The UK feels very strongly on this. We've been a 2% contributing NATO ally for, I lose track, for as long as I can remember, and the commitments that were made at the Wales summit are ones that we are very, very comfortable sticking to. Our position is clear, that all NATO allies should contribute at least 2%, and 2% should be a floor, not a ceiling. We are reminded that NATO matters. As I say, that conversation with the Swedish Foreign Minister really, really stuck with me, that NATO is the ultimate form of defense, because it's the ultimate form of deterrent. For a deterrent to be credible, it needs to be modern, it needs to be well funded, it needs to be effective. That's why the 2% matters. It's not an arbitrary figure, it is an important figure. The US, once again, I'm going to single the US out for praise, has consistently been way above 2%. We're all very grateful for that, and I think all of us have to step up to the plate. And I'm reminded, when I was in London government, I ran the fire authority. So, and there's a thing in old London buildings. If you go around some of the older buildings that are a couple of hundred years old, there are things called fire marks. There are these metal plates on the walls of old buildings, and those were the buildings that were insured. And insured buildings, the firefighters would come to those buildings if a building caught fire and would put the fire out. And they would also put out the fire if the building next to an insured building was on fire. And the reason they did that is because if your building's insured, if you're paying to protect your building and the house next door is on fire, it is in your interest to deal with the fire there rather than wait for the fire to come to your house. And this whole situation that we're discussing is like those fire marks. At the moment, the US, the UK, our friends around the world, we are watching a fire in our neighbour's house. We can do one of two things. We can put it out there, or we can sit and watch until that fire engulfs our house. And if we do that, it will be more expensive, it will be more painful, it will be more difficult. So we should deal with the problem that exists now before it becomes a bigger problem closer to home. And that's why those people, and I understand, we got bills to pay. The bills are getting bigger, and we recognize here in the US, just as in the UK and many other parts of the world, wages are not catching up with the increase in bills. That hurts. We totally get that, and we are working, I know in the UK and other governments around the world, we are working to address that. But the answer is not to drop the ball on this issue, because if we do, whatever comes next will be more expensive and more painful and more damaging to our economies. That's why it's not just the right move, but the smart move.
So the former President Trump, who obviously is running again, was very outspoken on this issue of getting people to 2%, and it did increase the funding for NATO in those years. He is the front runner right now. Do you think, what is your thought on what would happen if he were reelected, and would it change the dynamic that we're talking about here, and if so, in what way?
Well, I saw, for the life of me, I can't remember who was interviewing him, and he was asked about that, bring the war to a conclusion in 24 hours. He did a very, President Trump kind of, it was a punchy, kind of bombastic, passionate statement. But he also made the point that if Putin didn't, I don't want to misquote him, so it's probably best that you look at the footage. But he said, he would call upon Zelensky to do a deal, he would call upon Putin to do a deal, and if Putin didn't do a deal, I think the line he said was, then I would give more to the Ukrainians than they have ever had. So, he is, I think and I haven't had the chance to discuss this with him, we're not that close, but he's it strikes me that he understands the importance of this. And the point is, in terms of, whoever the American people choose to be the next president, in the UK, we have a strong track record of working very, very closely and very, very effectively with the person the United States put into the White House, and that doesn't track, party to party. Basically, the relationship between the UK and the US is long-standing, and it's robust, and it's resilient, and it will be an effective partnership, irrespective of which individual or which party happens to be in the White House or in number 10 at any given point in time. That's what history shows us, at least.
I have a couple minutes left, but a friend of mine here wanted me to ask you about Iran, because obviously we're so focused on China and Russia right now, but their ballistic missile system is growing in strength. There are signs that it could reach all of Europe. What are and they're arming Russia, obviously. What can Europe do, and what can the UK do in the neighborhood to be more forceful to keep Iran in check? And why isn't it happening?
Well, so I can really only legitimately speak on behalf of the UK. In the UK, we have remained absolutely robust in our decision to work with our friends in the region to ensure that we never see nuclear-armed Iran. We have been subject to a very, very high level of aggression directly into the UK from Iran. Our security services have interrupted at least 15 attempts on the UK mainland to murder or kidnap individuals. So we've recently put, again, Tom, who will be here later on today, took through a piece of legislation massively toughening up our national security architecture. 2 weeks ago, put forward another round of sanctions against individuals in Iran because of the brutality that they're meting out to their own people, particularly women and girls, their support for Russia through armed drones, and the other actions that they're taking. The IRGC is sanctioned by the UK in its entirety, as are certain leadership figures within the IRGC, and some of those people in the Iranian judiciary who've been bringing these fake charges and brutalizing their own women and girls are also under sanction from the UK. So we maintain a tough and robust position towards Iran, and that's and that will remain our position. I said this when I put forward the statement in the House of Commons. And if Iran does not like UK's response, then Iran needs to change its behaviour. Our actions are in response to their behaviour, and if they don't like it, they can and should change their behaviour. But we will maintain a very firm and robust position, and we will of course continue working with our allies both here in the US and across Europe and in the region. So often when we have this conversation, people forget about their neighbours in the region, whether they be Israeli or their Arab and Muslim neighbours. They are as uncomfortable with Iran's position as anyone else, and we will continue working closely with them as well.
So just last question, I know they're wrapping me up, but a lot of reports lately about your future. Ben Wallace is stepping down as the Defense Secretary, and many reports that perhaps you might take that position. Do you care to respond to those reports?
Well, look, all appointments are in the hands of the Prime Minister. Well, actually, all the appointments are in the hands of His Majesty the King, on the advice of the Prime Minister. That's the way our system works. Look, I adore being Foreign Secretary. I think that my observation is that you become better at the job the more you do it, the more relationships you're able to build. If anyone in the UK is watching, listening, particularly you, Prime Minister, I very much want to stay put. I don't know if His Majesty watches the Aspen conference, but But I very much want to stay put as Foreign Secretary. It's a job that I love. I think it's an important job. I've been in our Foreign Service. I've been a minister in our Foreign Department now since February of 2020. So this is the job that I know, the job that I like to think I'm good at, and the job that I absolutely adore. So my plan is to stay put. I'm going to be dragged at some point in the future. You'll see the nail marks down the parquet flooring in my office if anyone tries to drag me out. I absolutely want to stay put.
Well, I believe you're on your 4th prime minister, if I'm right. So it's, good luck. Good luck to you. I really want to thank you, Foreign Secretary Mr. Cleverly. It's been a pleasure to meet you here in Aspen, and wonderful to talk to you.
Next panel, where we'll talk about the CHIPS challenge. We have a great panel today, no better people to talk about it. The CEO of Intel, Mr. Pat Gelsinger, the 38th Secretary of Commerce and the founder and chairman of PSP, Penny Pritzker, also an Aspen Strategy Group member, and the omnipresent Steve Clements, who's going to be even more omnipresent today because he has a few sessions. I'll turn it over to them. Thank you for your silence and respect during the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you. I'm Steve Clements with Semaphore, and we're going to start this session. So join us, leave the room if you're talking, sit down and listen and participate if you're here with us. Let me just start out, and I want to thank the Financial Times because they've really done all the work that I needed done. If you see it, Dimitri Sevastopoulos has a headline article in this morning's FT. It says, "Tech Remains Core Battle with Beijing." That basically echoes a similar theme a week ago in the New York Times, an act of war inside America's Silicon blockade against China. China has come up in nearly every session at Semaphore and is out there. And the theme, if you haven't heard it enough, of this year's Aspen Security Forum is to think over the horizon, to think around the corner. And I want to start this with just a tiny bit of history, not too much, so short form, Secretary Pritzker, of a dozen years ago or so, you began to say, guess what? We may have a problem with American competitiveness. We may have a concern in this. And so I just want to kind of lay out 10, 12 years ago, what were you seeing over the horizon and how worried were you?
Well, in 2015, we started to really appreciate the fact that semiconductor manufacturing was basically not in the United States. We were developing chips. We were way ahead.
Where was Intel?
Well, unfortunately for Intel, Pat was not their CEO at the time. He and I had an incredible conversation this morning about his journey. And frankly, I will say this. I mean, for those of you in the room who don't know Pat, Pat is basically the person who brought you Wi-Fi, the USB port, and the core processor of Intel. So he's the true technologist here on the stage. But he was not at Intel at the time, and Intel was frankly falling behind. And so it became obvious, Bruce Andrews, who's here, who was my deputy, he and I really saw this as a huge problem and began to sound the alarm.
So, Pat, the alarm got sounded, It's taken a long time. So when alarms sound, it's sort of not usually a decade before you get moving, but there was a decade. And I just want to start out, we passed the CHIPS Act about a year ago, a little over a year ago. Where are we right now in that? Give our audience a quick primer. But at the same time, I just want to get a sense of, is it enough given the scale of what I think was seen over the horizon, which was that America was becoming a fading star in the chips world?
Yeah, and you know, I'd like to go back even more than a decade, right, and say, you know, this began 30 years ago, right, where 30 years ago, the US and EU were about 80% of worldwide manufacturing, right, and Asia 20%, and all the leadership stuff happened here. Now we're 20% and 80% in Asia and continuing to decline. And, you know, so this is just, you know, in what aspect of your life is not becoming more digital? Everything, right? You know, your healthcare, your social, your financial, everything, you know, like that, right? And, right, now this is, right, centered largely in Asia, you know, a bit in Japan, Korea, heavily in Taiwan, you know, 100 kilometers from Chinese soil. This is a precarious situation. And, you know, every aspect of advanced AI, et cetera, this is critical to our not only economic future, but our national security as well. So with that in mind, and, you know, the CHIPS Act, and this was underway before I came into it, but let's say I burned more shoe leather to get this done than any CEO ever should, right? But we passed the most important piece of industrial policy since World War II. This is seminal, right? The U.S. stepping forward in this way. It led to, you know, $52 billion and also investment tax credit, you know, which, you know, probably is 25 to 30 billion more, so about 80 billion for it. And I'm very happy to announce that we just submitted to the CPO, the CHIPS Program Office under the Department of Commerce, our first proposal for funding. Went in on Monday night, right? You know, push the button.
To beat this meeting here.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. I knew I was going to see you. I want to have some accountability. So, right, so we're here. We got the first one in, and that'll be the first of 4 submissions that we'll make. That was for our Arizona campus. We have one for New Mexico, for Ohio, the big project in Ohio, and Oregon. And then, you know, so it's just getting underway, and it was both subsidizing of manufacturing to make us competitive with Asia, 30 to 40% more expensive to do that in the US. So the CHIPS Act sort of levels the playing field to make our investments in this space competitive in the worldwide sense, but also, you know, medium-term investments in industry formation, supply chain rebuilding in the US, and also long-term research. We want to stay ahead for the long term. So I'll say the benefits of this, I think, are just getting underway, but since the act was underway, you know, 5 major projects have been announced. My Arizona project, my Ohio project, TSMC in Arizona, Samsung in Texas, and Micron in New York, plus multiple small projects as well. So I'll say, so far looking promising, and hopefully, and I just saw Gina Raimondo on Monday, you know, this money is built into my business plan for this year, so I'm anxious to see it.
So am I hearing you, Pat, be a selfless American saying we want the CHIPS Act to subsidize a lot of foreign competition coming into the U.S. market, and you don't care who makes it, including Intel, or does Intel have an edge in this?
Well, as I very happily will say, you know, I believe if Samsung and TSMC and others are building in the U.S., we should be happy about that. I just want more, right? And because you know, I do all of my central R&D is done here. Most of their R&D is done overseas. So I believe we should benefit more. You know, but I do believe that, hey, if I migrate their manufacturing here as well, that's good for the U.S. It's good if the R&D and the manufacturing are done here. And I believe the CHIPS Act is designed to encourage that whole range of capabilities here.
Penny, you've been working for many years on helping folks think through what the pillars of competitiveness are. And it's really beyond just chips. It's the science ecosystem. It's workforce development. I remember when I worked for Jeff Bingaman in New Mexico, and we were looking, you know, that was an Intel fab, came into Rio Rancho, New Mexico. It became the brain drain opportunity and problem for the state. It sucked up everybody with talent. And so it created an interesting thing. It really created a lot of workforce issues. But there's another dimension that I want to ask you to talk about. because Pat Gelsinger has said it, is that a lot of the errors that we made in this country were made in the case of Intel by his predecessors, by predecessors and CEOs who were not engineers, that did not understand the stakes. So I won't ask him that, like how bad his CEO predecessors were. But when you get to this issue of the ecosystem of here and competitiveness, what are we missing? And what do we still have yet to do?
Well, let's start and put in perspective as to what's been accomplished, which is the passing of the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS Act, and then the Inflation Reduction Act, all of which have forms of industrial policy. I mean, everybody...
Are we any good at industrial policy?
So this becomes what's really important going forward, which is execution, execution, execution. And that's high on the minds of Gina Raimondo, of Jeff Zients in the White House. They recognize that the country's been given an enormous opportunity, and now we have to take advantage of it. I think the second point that you made is we need to really focus on training at our workforce, and we need to do so at scale. Our workforce needs to be ready to embrace not just chip fabs, but AI, and the skill sets that we're going to need going forward are really an evolution from where we are today. And I don't think our schooling and our training is up to snuff at scale. I think the other thing that needs to be addressed in terms of our ecosystem is our broken immigration system. I mean, this is crazy. You know, there was a slowdown in the economy. The large tech companies do layoffs. And there's an enormous number of H-1B visa recipients who lose their jobs. They had 60 days to get a job in the United States, otherwise they lose their visa to the United States. These are talented people we do not have otherwise in the country. What does Canada do? Their attitude is, hey, come here, set up shop here, we'd love to have you. What happens is, as rehiring is continuing to go on, these folks are all getting good jobs. And so our immigration system is a big part of our competitiveness. And then I would say regional economic development. We need to get it right. There's good money in the bills that we just talked about, but you need extraordinary planning in order to actually get it right. And I'll talk about Chicago. Chicago is going after, really what's the next generation of material science that we're going to need as silicon runs its course, if you will. Chicago is going after not just the manufacturing of that, not just the R&D of that, but also the skills training that's required. We have an authentic right to win in that area because we have Fermilab, because we have Argonne, but also because we have the University of Chicago, the University of Illinois, which have particular strengths in this area. My point is, the strength in Chicago. There are different strengths in other parts of our country that need to be built upon, and we need to be smart, and we need to incent that kind of collaboration, that requires both local government, state government, federal government, but also the private sector very much involved. We need to do all of these things in order to remain competitive.
Thank you. Pat, I've talked to some of the major Korean semiconductor players that are going to come in, and they tell me that their challenge is a human one, not a machines. That if you look at a fab plant in Korea, and you look at the processes involved with a chip, which you know well, it's about 650 steps for a tiny itty bitty little step, little chip, some extraordinary number of steps, and everything is measured in these fab plants, distances, and they said the only way they can do it and survive in the US is to completely mimic and exactly copy and exactly train the same people to do the same tasks. And what Penny just said about H-1Bs and immigration makes it nearly impossible to get that flow of people that can work in one place over here. Is that a problem for Intel, and is that a problem for the industry?
It's certainly less of a problem for us because we've been doing it here. Right. We know how to operate in a globally distributed. I operate in Israel. I operate in Ireland. Our multiple locations in the U.S., Malaysia, assembly test in China. So we operate in the distributed way. Both TSMC and Samsung essentially have one hub. They've never operated in a distributed way. They don't know how to move people around. That said, I do believe strongly that every time we graduate anybody with a advanced degree in the U.S., it should come stapled with a green card. We want the best and brightest of the planet to immigrate and be part of this great, promise of the American system as well. And, immigration policy, I think, is so backward. We view it as, somebody swimming across the Rio Grande as opposed to the best and brightest, right? This to me is horrific.
So let me ask you about TSMC for a minute. And as I understand it, they make most of the highest performance chips in the world. They are the golden goose. They live in a complicated neighborhood. We are trying through the CHIPS Act to bring a lot of that kind of capacity to the United States for national security reasons, but future innovation reasons. But it's still there, and they're dominant. And I asked former Trump National Security Advisor Robert O'Neill, what would happen if China invaded Taiwan? Wouldn't they get all the chips? And O'Neill responded, and he says, without going into some of the stuff I know, it's kind of like Churchill shedding tears in the Parliament, telling people he was so sorry he had to bomb the French fleet, not to fall in Nazi hands. And what he was intimating is that TSMC would not be left intact if China were to do this. So do we...
To create more balance in it. Europe needs to do so as well. We just announced our position in Germany and Magdeburg. We need to partner with our allies in Europe. The Belgian, the Dutch recently, most critically, Japan as well, for export policy of the key technologies here. And we literally do not have time to waste in this regard.
Penny, I know that you and Bruce Andrews, who's now at Intel, your former deputy secretary, sort of hatched so much of what we're seeing today on industrial policy. But I can't find a CEO out there in the tech area that isn't really impressed with Gina Raimondo and how she's taking what you built and executing. And it raises this interesting question. I have never thought or seen the Department of Commerce, the Hoover Building, matter so much in America's economic equation. It's always been, I think before you, sort of the joke job in the administration. What are the implications of the Department of Commerce becoming essentially part of the military and national security decision-making in key economic issues? And I guess, are the other agencies ready to cede their power to the rise of Raimondo?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, I think Secretary Raimondo is doing a terrific job. So you and I are both in her fan club. And one of the things I think she does extremely well is reaching out and engaging with the private sector, which is extremely important. I don't see this as a zero-sum game. One of the things that Bruce and I tried to do during our time in government was to really help the national security team and the national economic team in the White House appreciate that there's another arrow in our quiver as a country, and that's our commercial presence globally. And while our government presence is absolutely essential, and we see what happens when we're off the playing field, which we were for a period of 3 or 4 years, it's extremely dangerous to the world's stability. But in addition to our government presence, we have good American companies that are doing business all over the world. And I submit the leaders of those companies, for the most part, are patriots. And they are part of the American presence around the world. And I had leaders of countries, I worked with 37, 38 different countries, say, we want American companies here because you help set a standard of behavior. So to me, I think that, seeing the role of the Department of Commerce as being in addition to, not as a replacement or having sharp elbows opposed to the Department of State or the Department of Defense or the Department of Treasury, is a positive for the federal government, is a positive for America, is a positive for the world.
Thank you. We're in the last 10 minutes, and I want to hopefully get time for the audience, but I also want to get back to China. You said it's not a zero-sum game in a lot of these issues. Ed Luce of the Financial Times, I read his piece, said it is a zero-sum game with China on a lot of these fronts. I'm going to be interviewing the Chinese ambassador here on this stage in about an hour, and I'm interested in the side of how do you get China right. And Representative Mike Gallagher, who chairs the Select Committee on competition with the China and the Central, the China CCP, was a little frustrated in his meeting with you and the CEO of Qualcomm and the CEO of NVIDIA, saying, hey, we just did all this stuff to help the industry compete with China and beat up on China, and now you're coming back and saying don't beat up too much. So how do you get, is it a Goldilocks thing with China?
Well, first, any reporting that the three of us met with Gallagher is false. We didn't.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so, we had meetings with Raimondo, Blinken, with Jake Sullivan when we were together in D.C. on Monday.
So you were not trying to get the committee to go lighter on
We did communicate a very important message, I think, on China, though. Right? Right now, China represents 25 to 30% of semiconductor exports. Right? If I have 25 or 30% less market, I need to build less factories. Right? We believe we want to maximize our exports to the world. We want to maximize selling fish, not fishing rods, right? Across the world, including China. You can't walk away from 25 to 30% and the fastest growing market in the world and expect that you remain funding the R&D and the manufacturing cycle that we've released. We want to maximize. And right now, semiconductors are the #2 export to China behind that strategic category of soybeans. Right? And there's not even a close #3. This is strategic to our future. We have to keep funding the R&D, right, the manufacturing, et cetera, that goes in place. We also say, hey, we agree on the priority of national security, but as Jake Sullivan said, high walls, small garden. Today we have over 1,000 companies on the entity list, many of which have nothing to do with national security, right, and nothing to do with security concerns in China. And if I may, I did bring one little tidbit along here I have to show off a little bit, right? And these are some of our next generation chips here. This one is called Meteor Lake, right?
Do I get one after the...
Oh, sure, I'll give this one to you, right? But
How much is that worth?
This will be a few $100 when we start shipping it. But this is 45 billion transistors on this and 3 different pieces of silicon that are part of this now. Advanced packaging technologies. We'll be shipping this in volume later this year. This is really cool. And it takes a lot of R&D and manufacturing. The new facility that I build in Ohio, I'll have $30 billion invested before I get a penny of revenue associated with it. These are extraordinary. We have the largest construction projects on the planet to build the smallest things that have ever been built. I put 100 transistors in the width of one of your hairs. But even better than that is those technologies then give us the opportunity to do things like this.
Right.
I'm holding a 12-qubit quantum computer. So, do you think we should lead in quantum computing? Of course you do, right? Quantum computing will likely render all traditional security algorithms meaningless. Do you think that's important for us to lead in? The only reason I get to do this is because I have a $4 billion investment stream of R&D that I've been doing for 30 years to build the core technologies that allowed me to build qubits and silicon, right, for this. Right. And if this works, and by the way, here, I'll let you hold it, Steve. The only problem is to actually make it operational, I have to...
Is there anything I can screw up?
No.
Okay.
But the only problem is to make it operational, I have to take it to below 1 Kelvin. So we have this little cooler here to get it close to absolute 0, and then the control circuit operates at a balmy, 2 degrees Kelvin.
Penny, do you want to touch it?
Yeah. But, if this works, right, I know how to manufacture silicon at scale.
Right.
Right, and 12 qubits, and estimates are we probably need 1 million qubits to create the world's first quantum supremum computer. These things are critical to our future. We need to keep this long-term research, manufacturing, and economic cycle working. That's why the access to the China market is so important. And any policies that diminish that access simply weaken our position to invest in manufacturing and R&D in the U.S.
Penny, have we gone too far in our China rhetoric?
Well, I think the good news is that you've seen over the last month or 4 or 5 weeks, you've seen Secretary Blinken spend time in China, you've seen Secretary Yellen there, and you've just seen Secretary Kerry there for a climate engagement. I think that I'll just step back for a minute. When I went into government, I didn't really understand what all these dialogues were about and why so many dialogues, and it doesn't seem like it come out with a deal that makes any sense at the end. But what you come to appreciate is how important engagement is. And while, yes, we're in a competition with China, and there's also areas for us to cooperate, and we need to, if you're not talking, chances are your chance of war is going up. And so I'm for engagement. I think it's extremely important.
I'm going to slip one more in here for you, Pat. You're an Andy Grove acolyte. I knew Andy Grove. I interviewed him in the Pour. He was a brilliant, crazy guy. He picked you. He said, "Don't finish college. Don't, go to." I mean, you didn't have a traditional path, and then you became Andy Grove's guy. And I'm just interested, and then you were forced out of Intel. I mean, so one thing I'm interested in is, are you shifting the culture of Intel back to an Andy Grove culture? And how do we manufacture more Andy Groves in America?
Well, Andy Grove, I mentored with him for 35 years, and in fact, almost till he passed away 6 years ago. He did see Hitler as a Hungarian refugee. And if there's ever a question of our commitment to America, freedom and our values, right? Andy Grove is one of the people who saw, truly, right, that type of approach to the world firsthand. So this is deep in our culture and who we are. He complimented me 4 times in 35 years. I have every one of those 4 in my files at home. And tough, aggressive, paranoid, data-driven, and we are rebuilding the Grovian culture at Intel. And I think some of the things, and like the Aspen Institute, the Leaders Program that you do, I think that is specifically minted to help find future Andy Grove and Pat Gelsingers. I came through a community college environment. I'm a farm kid. I believe deeply, whether it's, the underprivileged, those who are passionate, the immigrants who have nothing, those are the people. Why are so many tech companies run today by Indian immigrants? They are hungry for the future, some of the brightest talent in the world. And hey, I think there's a few farm kids out there that are going to lead Fortune 100 companies in the future. We just got to find them and grow them.
Does China have a lot of Andy Groves?
China is now producing far more engineers than the U.S. is. What I will say, though, is there was a book written by Kai-Fu Lee about 6 years ago that declared that the U.S. already lost the AI race. Not a single one of the great breakthroughs in AI today has emerged from China. And I will say, why is that? Right? I believe that the American chaotic, open, innovative cycle has destroyed any structured approaches to AI innovation in the world. Our system is superior, right, because it fosters open, innovative research and collaboration across the world. Our system won this race. We already won it. Let's keep winning it in AI, in cloud, in quantum computing as well, right? You can have really good, engineers, but it doesn't replicate the American system of innovation.
So I'm going to go with the JFK strategy of going with the memo from Khrushchev I wanted. And I got 0 minutes over there and 2 minutes and 12 seconds here. So I'm going to go to this one question right here in the back. This gentleman here. We'll take the one there. Do we have a microphone for him? So make it really, really good and really, really short.
No pressure, Steve. Thanks. Toby Harshaw from Bloomberg Opinion. We call it the CHIPS Act, but its full name is the Chips and Science Act.
Yeah, right.
And as Anya pointed out in an op-ed the other day, the science portion of this is underfunded by $8 billion over the next 2 years.
Right.
And that is the looking forward part of it. What can be done to get Congress and the administration to fully fund that part?
Absolutely great question. Penny, I'm going to go to you first on the science ecosystem. And should we feel, and does Congress think it checked off the box, or do we have to do a lot more?
I think we have to keep lobbying Congress because, frankly, this is
that's always true, but when do they get smart?
I leave that to you who live in Washington every day. But no, I think that we're not done. And of course, we've got to keep investing. And it's absolutely essential. I think one of the things that they did do right was that part of the funding that did get appropriated is about $11 billion. And frankly, PCAST, which is the president's advisors on science and technology, put together a plan for how that money should be spent. So I think there's a real effort to try and spend the money wisely. Now we'll see if it does happen, but we do need more, for sure.
I'm going to, Pat, I'm going to give you the last word. I'm going to say, if you get a chance to hear Arthi Prabhakar, who I just saw in the hall out here, she's here at Aspen. She's one of the real great science heroines in America's science story. So ask her that same question. What do we not have? And make her really, lay it out, because I don't think anybody knows that world more. But in my view, when you look at the huge investments that India is making, every other nation that wants to climb the ladder, this is my editorial comment, is doing more on proportion than the United States is doing, even though we may have ramped up recently. So that's my editorial comment. But Pat?
And the CHIPS Act itself was $52 billion. About $9 billion of it was specifically for long-term research in semiconductors. So that's a start. But
Morris Chang laughed at that, by the way.
Well, hey,
the CEO or the founder of TSMC.
Yeah, he also believes that Americans are lazy, stupid, unions are the silliest thing, et cetera. So anyway, but he is a legendary figure and somebody who is not to be trifled with. I respect him deeply. But that said, our science investment in the U.S. has been declining over Republican and Democratic administrations for almost 50 years, right? If we wanted to invest in the future, this is the thing to do.
Right.
As soon as we get CHIPS Act well underway, this is at the top of my list of lobbying, and let's say the last time it worked out pretty good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, former Secretary of Commerce, and businesswoman Penny Pritzker, thank you both so much.
That was great.
Thanks to Steve, Pat, and Penny. Well, good morning again. We're looking forward to our next panel, Moving Swiftly. We're delighted to be hosting a panel this morning about how to accelerate the capabilities for the Department of Defense. We have a wonderful panel here. Gordon Lubold from the Wall Street Journal will moderate it, and I'll turn it over to him to introduce, and thank you very much.
Moderator needs a mic. Hey everybody, good morning, great Aspen morning. This is a quick turn, so we're going to try to keep it very, not short, but concise. We're here to talk about getting innovation into the field, into the hands of the warfighter faster. It's a perennial question, it's a perennial topic of discussion. I was tempted to ask, why are we still here talking about it, and ask everybody to kind of respond, but I think that we don't have enough time to kind of get too wordy. I think generally it's safe to say that the speed and the acceleration of innovation into the field is unacceptable to almost everybody except for maybe the Chinese or the Russians. And so with that, I want to, you guys know who the panel is. You have Heidi Hsu and Chris Brose and Doug Beck talking to us. You can look at their bios to kind of get a little bit more on where they're coming from. But I wanted to just introduce, I wanted to just kind of jump into it with you, Heidi. I was going to read you something that you testified about last year, real quick. This was you last year on the Hill. As seen in Ukraine, novel commercial technologies paired with conventional weapons can change the nature of conflict. The department's processes, ranging from programming to experimentation to collaboration, should be updated to reflect the dynamic landscape of today and anticipate the needs of tomorrow. Our nation's private sector is our competitive advantage, and we must focus on improving how the government and private sector work together. Ukraine offers a lot of lessons. We can talk about them quick. But I wondered if you could just kind of update us and tell us what you, from where you sit, and what you're doing to achieve that goal. Thanks.
Great question. So let me give you a broad picture.
Oh, and one more thing is, like, I'm going to kind of hold to very short answers because we want to get to questions hopefully in the audience later. So I'm just going to kind of...
Real quick.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, real quick. So what I'm primarily focused on is the joint mission. That means we're working very, very closely with the joint staff, which is focused on the joint warfighting concepts. They have laid out the joint warfighting concept, the way that we will fight in a highly contested conflict. We've taken the joint warfighting conflict and really decomposed into the capabilities we will need to fulfill. We've engaged with all the services, the combatant commanders, the entire technology ecosystem, namely starting from academia all the way to the traditional defense contractor, to the small companies, the non-traditionals, the national laboratory, the defense laboratory, all of them. We've engaged with all of them because innovation does not come from one place alone. Innovation comes across the US. And in addition, we're collaborating very closely with our closest allies and partners because they too have innovations on the area that we are going to leverage because we are in this joint fight together. And they are very well aligned to where we're going. So I can expand a little bit more when you give me more time.
You get an A for concision there. Chris, I pulled an excerpt out of your book. Chris, as you well probably know, 3 years ago, wrote a book of major acclaim to this audience for sure, The Kill Chain. In the book, there's like a sliver of an example, but you compare hardware and software updates within military systems, and ultimately to the slow rate of those updates, and how for all of us carrying iPhones and the like, imagine your iPhone not updating for 3 years, and that's what's happening inside the Pentagon. Can you give us a sense of how you see that issue now today and where it is and where it should be going?
Yeah, thank you, Gordon. And let me just say, it's such a pleasure at a panel where we're probably going to complain about the U.S. government a fair bit to be able to share the stage with two people that are genuinely doing as much as anyone to make a difference on this problem. And I do think it's worth taking a step back and kind of, in response to your question, saying what is the problem, right? Because a lot of times it does get framed as a failure to innovate or a lack of innovation. As Heidi mentioned, innovation's happening all over the place. The problem is that so little of that innovation actually moves into real disruption, large-scale change on a timeline that matters. And I think a lot of times the blame for that kind of gets directed at the acquisition system, and in reality, the problem is much bigger than that, right? It's this entire process by which the government sort of thinks about what it needs for the future and goes out to get it. No one thought that an iPhone was possible, right? It was a surprise to me. If you had asked me 15 years ago, what are your requirements for a mobile device? Today I would be sitting here with the most amazing flip phone that America could produce. And this is the problem in a microcosm that we have in government, which is, you have phenomenal, well-meaning people who are trying to predict the future on timelines that are almost impossible to see at a time where the threat is evolving and technology is changing at the rate that it is. And that process exists to build destroyers and long-range bombers and things that not many companies can build, that we're not going to build very many of, that the government has to really drive research and development for. The problem is how do you create an alternative process for all of the different kinds of capabilities like Heidi mentioned, that you mentioned, that are making such a difference in Ukraine, that have almost the inverse attributes of the military that we have. Large quantities of smaller, smarter, more autonomous systems, the software that brings all of that together. And how do you create an incentive where we can be surprised, where we aren't going to get our requirements right, where we can't predict the future? That is, I think, the main challenge here, is that we have a very statist, bureaucratic, centralized planning process to plan for the future. And we need to move to an alternative pathway that's built around capitalism and market creation for a different kind of class of capability that we're going to need a lot more of if we want to deter China on the kinds of timelines that Admiral Aquilino was talking about last night.
I'd like to dig deeper on that, but let me give Doug a chance here. So Doug's relatively new to DIU.
2 months.
2 months in to DIU. Friends of mine know that I always complain that they dropped the X because I think they should have stayed experimental, but that's just my little thing.
We could talk about that.
We can talk about that. Actually, Doug likes to talk about, we were talking about it in the bus last night. Quickly, your predecessor testified about how, this was last year, how DoD needs to ditch its requirements process for commercial technologies and replace it with what he called rapid validation of needs. His argument is that the DoD doesn't need to spend years developing existing technology. Do you want to talk quickly about how you got to where you are right now? Not your life story, but and then try to get at where we are on that issue now.
Sure. So first of all, thank you, Gordon, and thanks. It's great to be up here with my teammate and my teammate. First, I guess, maybe just to turn around the question that you didn't ask us a little bit about why we're still up here talking about this, because I think it's a little bit related to why I'm here talking about this, which is a combination of really the imperative and the opportunity. And the imperative is something we've been talking about already since last night and all through today. We simply must find a way to harness the capability of our commercial tech innovation, which is really one of the birthrights of us here as Americans, as well as our partners around the world, in order to meet the challenges represented by China, as well as the other critical challenges we have around the world. We're just not going to do it otherwise on the time frame that we need to. And frankly, one of the reasons we're still up here is because we haven't solved it yet. That kind of brings me to the opportunity, which is that the sense of shared purpose and trust that we have right now to get after this is fundamentally different. So although it's true that we're still up here talking about this, who we is actually pretty different. So when I first started coming to these meetings, I was kind of the only guy from Silicon Valley who was coming to these meetings where it felt like that. And now, I mean, look at who's here. Right? I mean, look who's on the last panel, look at all the people in the audience, look whose names are up on the board. It's fundamentally different, and also look at the same time, the conversation that we're having inside the department and the level of tech fluency that we've seen already from leaders. So we're in a fundamentally different place on that dimension where we have a commercial tech sector that gets it, at least in large part in important ways. We have a department starting with the secretary who gets it, and I'll come back to that in a second. We have partners across the interagency in the White House who get it, and we've got Congress who gets it. So that provides us, I believe, with a tipping point to make a difference, and that's kind of why I upset my apple cart, as I've spent 13 years at Apple working for Tim, and so to speak. But I spent 26 years simultaneously in part of it in uniform with the Navy, and bringing those things together is sort of a matter. So to your point, can I quickly answer sort of where we're headed? Okay, so really the simplest way to think about it is if you think about phase one of DIU, and I was part of helping stand that up first as a civilian advisor and then as a reservist in DIU-X.
They couldn't even get internet at the time.
There you go. Back then, really it was just about building a bridge kind of at all between the department and the tech sector. And the metric then was if we had a meeting, who would even come from either side, and did they see any value there? We are light years past that now. So step two then was about proving that you could take a real military problem of the kind that Mike Brown was talking about and a commercially available or tailorable technology, bring those things together to create a solution and rapidly use unique authorities, or not that unique authorities, to rapidly prototype that and get it available to the warfighter. And we've now done that many, many, many times. In fact, it's delivering value all over the place, including Ukraine. The challenge now is about taking that capability that we've built and applying it to our most strategic needs.
Scaling it.
Scaling it. So it's about focus, speed, and scale. And that's a lot harder because it's not about starting kind of nifty tech out. It's about as Heidi was saying, most critical operational capability gap back and then making sure we're solving those problems, and then we're doing the work with the rest of our partners across the board, COCOM, services, partners in OSD, to get that scale to happen. Making that happen is what this next phase of DIU is all about, and that's why the Secretary elevated it to be a direct report, and that's why I'm honored to come and try to be part of the team.
Great, thanks for all those answers. I want to go back to Ukraine quickly and try to get kind of a specific answers as best as possible. Is like, what have, from where each of you sit, what have you learned from Ukraine? You see these cheap technologies wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Seems like the Pentagon is still focused on big platforms that take years to build. I think the Army may have set out a solicitation recently for a certain kind of drone 2 years, a year and a half into this fight. What is Ukraine teaching you guys, and what's tangible things are producing out of it a year and a half after the war started?
Yeah, so,
go ahead.
Okay, so absolutely we're taking the lessons learned from Ukraine, and we are incorporating that into our strategy in the next highly contested fight. Okay, one of the things that we have been doing, which we don't talk too much publicly, is incorporating those lessons in terms of what we need to drive in terms of the technology and how we can leverage the commercial side. And one of the key things that we're doing is a rapid defense experimentation reserve. What we, we're acronym heavy, so we call it RADAR, okay? So RDER. What we've done there is we planned out a specific scenario that SecDef chose. So the scenario of interest, from that scenario of interest, we work very closely with Joint Staff and combatant commanders, say what are the capability that's needed to fight in that particular scenario. We then looked at what are the companies out there that designing, delivering capability already at the prototype stage we can experiment. So what we have done is contacted every single service, every single combatant commander, and we held an industry day in which 500 people attended and provided just white paper. This is what our product is. We selected those, and in May timeframe, we leverage the National Guard to literally conduct a week-long experimentation, and we provided feedback to the small companies. Hey, this is really great, but this is kind of fragile. Can you harden this so if somebody drops it, it doesn't break? Okay, so simple things to provide feedback to the small companies.
If I could interject, the process you described sounds like something I've heard, the kinds of things you hear when you hang around places like the Pentagon, which sounds like it could be a very iterative process taking years. What is the Pentagon doing, next week or next, month?
Let me finish.
Okay.
Okay. So the experiment, what we have learned here, literally is going to, all the equipment is going to a Northern Edge exercise, okay? From that exercise, this fall, we're teeing up. Here's our success story. Here's what has worked really well, okay, that we want to tee up. So the decision maker, every single service with Joint Staff and all the combatant commander will say, okay, here's a list of stuff that's worked really well. How do we rapidly accelerate fielding? That's the key part to get into procurement. I've already worked very closely with my counterpart, Dr. Bill LaPlante, who's acquisition sustainment. He has developed a number of rapid acceleration processes. So once we identify, here's a list of stuff that we want to accelerate into fielding, we have the mechanism in place, the processes in place. I can tell you, it's a very funny story. Give me 1 second, okay? There's one prototype in which one of the Marine tested it out. He said, this is fantastic. I absolutely need this. I'm going to deploy. I'm coming up with my deployment. So he wouldn't give us back the prototype. He literally took it. He deployed with it. So that tells me that's great. There's a demand signal for the product, right?
Good. Speaking of Bill LaPlante famously referred to the tech bros not doing enough for Ukraine. Chris, you're a tech bro.
Have I become that?
Yeah, we just certified you today.
Card in here somewhere.
Yeah. I know your company's doing a lot with Ukraine. Talk about that issue for you.
Yeah, so it's funny on Dr. LaPlante's comment. I saw him after he made that, and he immediately started apologizing. No, I didn't mean. I was like, just stop. You're right. It's all about production, right? If you're doing small-scale things, you're not making an impact at the level that we need to. So whether it's an old capability that we need a lot more of, or a brand new capability that we need a lot more of, to Heidi's point, it is all about how do you get into production. To your question about Ukraine, I think to me, tons of lessons, but 3 stand out right off the bat. One, we tend to talk about the future of war as this thing that is going to happen to us that we have time to get ready for, and I think Ukraine has just laid that bare. This technology is here. We're not talking about photon torpedoes and cloaking devices that need to be developed. We're talking about things that are literally on the battlefield now that need to get developed and fielded in other areas. I think secondly, with respect to that process, the things that you're going to field are not going to work initially. Drones are going to fall out of the sky, the loitering munitions are not going to go where you want them to. So it's less about the capability, it's more of the agile process that you have, excuse me, working directly with the end user to improve those capabilities in what is a very dynamic environment where you and the adversary are engaged in this move, counter move type of process, and you have to stay continually one step ahead, and the only way you do that is tightly coupled with the end user, and that's definitely been our experience in Ukraine. The third thing I'll say is I think the bad news coming out of the war of Ukraine is that power projection is really hard. In the teeth of a well-armed and ready defender, power projection is really tough. And I think that is a tough lesson for the United States military to hear, because we have largely built our force around power projection. The good news is that if we do the right things, power projection could be hard for everyone. So when you talk about a Taiwan Straits type of contingency, the only thing harder than having to defend against it is probably doing it. So if you actually make your partner ready and equipped with the right kinds of capabilities that are not necessarily going to be nuclear submarines and other things, are going to look more like the kinds of capabilities that are making a difference in Ukraine, smart weapons, large quantities of fires, networked together. You actually can create that deterrent effect in the mind of the adversary that this is just a problem that I do not want to pick off today. And we buy time and we push that future risk into the future rather than having it continue to creep left the way that it has been doing. And now we're looking at 2027 as the potential date that we need to be ready, which means like that. Tomorrow. Well, no, to be very clear, right? Getting ready for 2027 does not start in 2027, right? It basically means that anything that we do this year and next year is what we will be sending our men and women into harm's way with, God forbid, if they have to engage in that contingency. So there is a sense of urgency about getting to scale now, and the decisions that we have now have a transcendent importance.
I was going to throw something at you, but answer quick, whatever you want to say.
Okay, I'm just going to maybe try, although I guess I don't have time, so maybe I can't get back in the good books with being quick, but I want to be quick.
Sorry for all the talk of quick, but we're just quick.
So three quick things that I think we've learned that are great, and one not yet. One is the value is just absolutely clear from commercial technology. We're seeing that all over the place. Everything from commercial space, whether it's in collections or analysis in the cloud, to secure comms across different flavors of network where the networks have been destroyed, to crowdsourcing of targeting and everything else. So that's great, and it's demonstrating that impact, and it's demonstrating that it can have leverage to make a real difference. Second, the ability to move to share those things with partners and move very, very quickly. There are two things in there. One is move quickly, just straight off the bat, where places where, for example, DIU had helped to prototype some of these things that made it really easy to go move fast. That's great. And also the fact that, frankly, because these are commercial technologies, it's a lot easier to get them in the hands of partners than things that may have already become a program of record. In fact, Chris and team have had to deal with the fact that some stuff that they've done has become a program of record, and that has to do with little procedural things to get it shareable, whereas something that's more quickly tailored off the shelf can go even faster. So, that's great news. As well as the speed there is also just the UI UX of some of this stuff makes it so that training, instead of months, is weeks or days. The third thing that we've learned is about embedding our folks with in this case, UCOM, in order to solve those problems quickly and help to shape what the needs are and what the imagined problem is, not the requirement, because the requirement, as soon as you get there, you're in the wrong place. So those are all great. The thing that we haven't done, and Chris alluded to this, is we haven't figured out still how to scale that, and this is what Heidi was getting at as well, and do it quickly. That's what we're focused on now, and we need that scale both so we can get our strategic impact on the problem, but also, frankly, without that scale, the economics don't work for the people who are doing this. So at the same time that we're putting a lot toward foreign military sales of more traditional capability. Think of there are orders and orders and orders of magnitude more dollars going into that happening, what's happening in commercial. We need to start to crack that.
Good. And to your point about commercial, I think, Heidi, you had 14 critical technologies you identified, and 80% of them are commercial, or deemed commercial. Eric Kurilla at U.S. Central Command has done this kind of created these task forces, one for water, one for air, and soon one for land. I wonder, just briefly, if you could say if this is a model for commanders that works. What does, I don't want to overstate its effectiveness, but it's gotten a lot of like buzz because it's, you know, cool and off-the-shelf stuff, underwater drones, air drones. Does that model work? And then back to the scaling, how do you scale not only for his region, but for the much more massive region in the Pacific?
Can I jump on that one?
Sure.
Okay, so first of all, I think the answer is yes and, because Task Force 59, 99, these are great examples of being able to get stuff out there and start making it real. And you know, the Navy's now up to 100 unmanned vessels out doing real work, making real things happen, and that's great. You hit on exactly the point, which is taking this to scale, which is where we're going to go next. Now, the Navy, and I'll say this as a Navy guy, this is an area where the Navy is going to, from not always being the fastest to being one of the fastest and thinking about ways to do this. And so what was announced by CNO and Secretary Del Toro in April about now leveraging Fourth Fleet to do this at scale for maritime domain awareness, leveraging AI and those sensors in order to make that happen. That's a great example of beginning to scale these things. And we've got to go a lot faster and a lot bigger in terms of what that scale really means in order to get to solving the problem that we're talking about, and critically to starting the flywheel spinning of demonstration that makes it easier for the investment to start all the way from the beginning for these commercial technologies, which is something we haven't really talked about a lot today, but I know is important to a lot of the people who are from the world I just came from who are here today, in order to make that happen in a way that scales.
Does the acquisition bureaucracy, what is the extent of the acquisition bureaucracy's problem when it comes to this? Like, what's wrong with acquisition? Which is a huge rhetorical question, I suppose. But like, Chris, do you want to just like talk real quick about how they get in the way, because that's the criticism.
Yeah, I guess, I mean,
civilian.
Yeah. Again, the acquisition system and bureaucracy comes in for a ton of blame, and you know, they deserve their fair share. I guess the point that I would just want to really kind of impress upon you is the acquisition system is but one part of this broader system that the United States government and allied governments use to think about the future, plan for the future, and go buy things that they're going to need, like spend money today to get things tomorrow. That is a hard problem, right? Particularly in the world of defense, where like, I can't go out in a commercial market and like see what people like.
Mm-hmm.
How do I get market feedback when I'm not, hopefully, engaged in wars all over the place, right? So it is a genuinely hard problem. I think the process and system that we have in place to do it is a relic of the Cold War that frankly looks more like China at its worst than America at its best. And I think what we need is, you're never going to have capitalism for aircraft carriers, right? You're going to have one company that builds them, and you're going to do the best you can to get performance in the absence of competition. What you desperately need for the kinds of things we're talking about here, where you're not going to go buy loitering munitions off the shelf, but like, boy, you can field them by the thousands if you put your mind to it in a 3 to 5 year process. Those are the kinds of things, like a completely alternative pathway of how do I go buy capabilities that are going to make a difference now, knowing that I'm probably going to get my requirements wrong at the outset, and somewhere along the way, something better is going to come along, and I'm going to have to switch.
I think that's what Kurilla's example shows, is like, try it, fail, fail, fail again, and then tweak it.
But again, I think this is back to the sort of systemic problem of the DoD. General Kurilla, Admiral Aquilino, they own mission problems. but they do not own the ability to deliver solutions to solve their problems, right? That is the behest of the military services, other parts of the department that do the organized training and equipping. So you have a supply and demand problem. The question we're talking about is how do you adjudicate supply and demand? He is trying to generate demand, but if the rest of the institution doesn't ride to the rescue and say, this works, you have 3, we're going to get you 1,000, then it's all theater. And I think that's the problem that we've had recently, is that much of this innovation has been theater. It's been the appearance of reality without delivering real capability at the kind of scale that's going to matter. Ukraine has been sort of a pickup game. I think we've learned an enormous amount of lessons that Heidi and Doug are harvesting to try to solve this problem for the future. But like, to be very clear, we are not where we need to be, and we are running out of time to get this right.
Can
I comment?
Yes. I want to try to get one question in from you guys. You guys probably ask better questions than me, but let's get Heidi go, and I have one other question, and then we have apparently 2 minutes.
Okay. One of the things that we're doing, even though it's not that much money, last year I had $100 million procurement money, in which literally we could help small companies that has delivered prototype that the services want. But because it's a 2-year budgeting cycle, once, so the services want you to demonstrate capability first before they want to buy it. Once you demonstrate the capability, then they will basically put it in their budget request. But it's a 2-year budget cycle. So companies have to sit there and wait for twiddle their thumb for 2 years, okay? So what we did is literally go to all the services to understand what needs that they have. We look at the small company, what product have they produced? And literally we met with all the services to rack and stack. How would we put the $100 million? So 10 companies received just $10 million each, but I can tell you, some of the small companies got the $10 million and they were able to push forward integrating the underwater mine sensor to be able to detect underwater mine. That's incredibly important. And they're putting on to a underwater vehicle, unmanned underwater vehicle. So we helped to accelerate the delivery by 2 years. So that was that pot of money. And this year we had $150 million. I was able to give 11 companies. So it's hard to scale. If I had $1 billion, I can pull them through low rate initial production a lot quicker, right? But with a limited amount of money, that's all you can do.
And could I just say one thing very briefly? This is why I think it's so important if you see what the Congress is doing right now in terms of appropriating up to $1 billion for Doug to do exactly what we're talking about here in terms of pushing things from initial prototype to large-scale fielding, like getting over that valley of death.
Fair point. Just with deference to our beautiful audience here, can I just get one question, time for one question, which we're right at 0. So make it sing, very short, no speeches. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Major Rudy Novak. I teach at the U.S. Air Force Academy. So my question for all of you is, what are some specific policy or regulatory things that you would have right now through whatever means to actually get to scale and actually get to the end product of the warfighter? What would you change right now?
Real quick answers, shotgun here.
Go ahead.
So I would say, first of all, not every single prototype is going to make it into production because we depend upon the services to tell us what's your need. They have a finite budget and they have to allocate their needs. So they will go through the rack and stack to say, okay, these are really important. This is what I truly want to pull through quickly. Okay, so we have to go through this process right now, which is called the Defense Management Action Group, DMAG, on annual basis, in which every service go through their portfolio to talk about, here's what we want to put our budget against. Okay, so.
Very briefly, and I'm not being flip, I actually think we're wildly overthinking this problem. So I think for a lot of the types of capabilities we're talking about, the Defense Department, the US government, just needs to buy them. It needs to actually be a better buyer, bringing its sort of monopolistic power to bear to say loitering munitions or large autonomous undersea vehicles or drones. If that is what is important, I'm going to buy them in large quantities. And I'm not going to like buy one for forever and operate and maintain it for 20 years. I'm going to buy these capabilities in a more rapid way so that you can actually begin to create the incentive structure for companies to get to scale and for new companies to see a pathway to break into a market that is very impenetrable. That's what we don't do right now. That's to my point about market creation. Like, how do we get capitalism back into defense? You're only going to get it in certain places, but boy, can you, if the government is actually using its power as a buyer to buy the kinds of capabilities that we're saying are important. And tomorrow, that's probably going to be different. So these are not 20-year programs of record. They have to be large-scale lots that then get, kind of replaced over time.
Good answer, Doug.
So first, I would just say amen to everything that Chris just said. And I'm going to take the, I do think a lot of this is just about getting out of our own way, using the capabilities that we've got, and just doing it. Point one. Point two, I'm going to take what we would ask for one notch slightly different. I do think we need to make it easier for incredible dual capability, dual fluency talent to move in and out of the department. That's something I think would be great for us to figure out how to do. And I'll maybe just leave us with the thought that reiterating something I said before, which is I really do believe that we are at a tipping point now, both because the shared sense of purpose and trust around trying to solve this problem is in a place that I've at least never seen it, and second, because we have to. And so I'm excited about getting after it.
Thanks so much. I hear the notional orchestra music playing. Join me in thanking our panelists for talking. And I'm sure we'll be back next year to talk about more of it.
Baird, who is Senior Counsel to the Secretary of Commerce for Technology and Economic Growth, and Ely Bajrakti, who is the President and CEO of the Special Competitiveness, my glasses, Studies Project. Thanks very much. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you. All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. I think we're the last thing standing between you and lunch, maybe, so we'll try to be efficient in our discussion, but we've got a lot to talk about today. It's a very timely topic. U.S. competitiveness, challenges and opportunities. It comes out, we're having this topic at the same time that the Aspen Strategy Group has just issued this important report talking about how to improve American competitiveness, talking about education, R&D, STEM education, rethinking how we teach our young people and getting ourselves into a position where we can tackle the future challenges that we have here. Now, it's a really fascinating subject. My colleague, Alex Palmer, in the New York Times Magazine wrote this Sunday about the semiconductor war between the United States and China. And he quoted a semiconductor analyst as saying about some export controls that the Biden administration has just put on semiconductors. He said, if you had told me that these rules, about these rules 5 years ago, I would have told you that's an act of war. We would have been at war. So that's the first question, I guess, Ely, to you, I suppose, is are we at war, in effect, over semiconductors and U.S. competitive right now with China or other competitors across the world?
Thanks, Peter. And it's an honor to be here on the panel with Zoe. Thanks to Aspen for inviting me. So I think what we've seen couple of last years is really basically two trends happening at the same time. When you look at what has happened since 2015-16, it was a realization that the China we have hoped for is not the China we got. And I think when you look at the speeches from late Secretary Carter in DOD and everything in the late Obama administration, you see that shift in this realization that we are in geopolitical competition with China. So that is one trend that was happening since 15 and 16, obviously accelerated under the President Trump when national security strategy called China as a called China as a competitor, and now we're seeing the policies that the President Biden and the administration has really been taking on the economic space for the last couple of years. So that is one trend. The other trend, and I think the piece that you have today in Financial Times, is technology is the center of this competition. When you look at what China has been doing since 15, 16, and 17, they've been doubling down on critical technologies, investing in critical areas, coming up with a list of technologies they want to dominate, and really going after it from an organizational and resources perspective. So I think what we have been doing, I think we've been on one side trying to bring back some of these critical manufacturing capabilities, and I think CHIPS Act is one of those, I think, moves that our country has made in the last 3 years to really bring back some critical components that we need to be built in the United States. And I think on the other side, I think these export controls that the Department of Commerce released on October 7th really are part of the protect side, some of the things that we need to protect to really stay ahead in this technology space. So I think you got to look at it from a more broader perspective of how both things really how both trends have really evolved in the last couple of years to understand why are we in the position we are today.
So Zoe, talk a little bit about that. We are investing billions now from the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act, from the Infrastructure Bill, from the Inflation Reduction Act. What will that money be used for? Will it be enough, and is it doing the right kinds of things we need to do to get the country to where it ought to be?
Well, I think some of the panels earlier today helped make clear, if it wasn't clear to you before, that technology is really what's driving our economic growth, and it's going to be critical to our economic growth. So these investments reflect a new way of thinking about the government role with the private sector. I think there is some overemphasis just on the government spending. The government investments are really intended to trigger private sector investments at the same time, and they won't succeed and they wouldn't have passed if there wasn't very substantial private sector support and indications of commitment to invest. So I think what you're seeing is this administration, the Biden administration, has really taken a new approach that the passive, fully market-oriented approach to the growth of our economy and our competitiveness globally really needs to be supported by government investments. And these have been bipartisan laws with a lot of leadership from the president to get them passed. So we now have, if you take the CHIPS and Science Act, which you've been hearing about today, and the great panel Penny and was on earlier today, and I won't spend too much time on that, but we now have an awareness that we have dropped the ball. The pandemic really revealed that the central role of chips in absolutely everything has been left the U.S. shores, and we need to bring that back. And part of the reason you need to bring it back is if you look at where innovation takes place, it takes place where manufacturing happens. There's not enough emphasis on the fact that innovation doesn't happen if you're not connected into the supply chain. It doesn't happen if you're not part of where manufacturing is taking place. It can't just happen in a university lab. It's part of the process of production. And I think TSMC would tell you that their greatest innovations come from the people working on the factory floor. So we need to have that happening in the US, not just in the semiconductor industry, but these other investments that you reference will cause that to happen with public and private investment in green technology and biotech and AI, a whole range of technologies that are really going to be critical to our future.
Part of what's critical, of course, is the workforce. That's something you guys think about a lot, I think, at the Chamber. I've covered 100 events where presidents said, we're going to really make the workforce training better, and we're going to update it for the modern world. What do we really need to do to make that a reality now? What are like 2 or 3 specific things we ought to do to get this workforce in line for the competition we have ahead of us?
Well, we are doing it, and these laws include funding for workforce, and what we need is the STEM education we've talked about for a long time with younger people, including young girls, seeing themselves in these jobs, understanding they need to learn about technology. But we also need a system we have never had, and no country in the world has, which is a system of rapidly and affordably updating the skills of our workforce once they're in the labor market. And we're working very hard against that now. I'm happy to expand on that. But this is really going to be a critical component of competition. These investments won't succeed for us or really any other country if we can't develop the workforce we need. And something like 60% of those jobs don't require a 4-year college degree. They're technicians' jobs in a semiconductor facility. They're highly skilled plumbers or electricians. There's a whole range of really important work that's central to our
organized investments we make. But when you look particularly which technology is really that technology, I think AI is that technology. I think now we have all seen what has happened since the last November with the release of these powerful large language models. I think we're at the beginning of seeing the implications, both for good and bad, of these models that have for our society. Obviously, like any other technological transformational moments we have seen in our history, this is probably that moment that will have an impact on education, on workforce, and ultimately on our society, and ultimately on our national security. So the way we train and equip our military and the way you use these capabilities, I think will matter for the future of war. So I really believe this is a critical moment that we need to move forward. I think there are 4 things that we got to do like in the next 18 months. Number 1 is we need to be better organized for this era, because I think traditionally we've been organized anytime we've had challenges like that. After World War II, we created the National Security Council because the security was the predominant feature in our competition against the Soviet Union. After the Cold War, we created the National Economic Council because the economy was the post-Cold War domain of competition. After 9/11, we created the Homeland Security in the White House. I think right now we need to be better organized. I think something like Technology Competitiveness Council, and I know at every department and agencies there are islands of hope on getting after this organization, but really a top-down driven organizational piece is required for this age. The second piece are really the people, and as Zoe mentioned, I think there are 3 aspects to the people piece. Number 1 is increasing the number of STEM students that we have. We are still lagging behind many other advanced nations, to include China. The second piece is the immigration reform that I think it was touched upon a lot today, but H-1B really is critical. You saw yesterday 10,000 people from the United States applied for the Canadian opportunity. As an immigrant myself, I think America still remains the world magnet for the talented individuals, so I think we need to unlock that magic. The third piece is really the hardware piece that I think Zoe and you touched upon, how we implement the CHIPS Act, and I think Pat Gelsinger talked about this, really is critical as we head towards the latter part of this decade. And then the last piece is how do we maintain the innovation ecosystem? And I think this is what Zoe was talking about, the partnership between universities, government, and academia is critical. This is how this country really remained #1 innovator, and so we have to nurture that ecosystem. So I think these 4 moves are really critical in the next 18 months before we head into a most dangerous period for our country, probably in the latter part of this decade, in terms of China.
Well, Zoe, you've spent a lot of years thinking and studying government. I mean, that's a good question. Are we antiquated at this point? How should we restructure government at this point to meet the challenge?
I think there's so much going on now that's, excuse me, moving so fast. And there are a lot of people in government who have been unleashed to really work at these hard problems, and a lot of people from the private sector who've come into government. You heard Doug, I came in from the private sector. I mean, there are a lot of people who are coming in because of their commitment to this moment and the importance of this moment. So I'm thinking less about structure and more about how do we really implement the CHIPS Act very fast? How do we address the challenges of AI? How do we ramp up our green energy investments? And that certainly at the Commerce Department, we are completely focused on execution against these investments that Congress has put in our hands.
Right. Right. And how about our allies? I mean, working with our allies in Europe and Asia, they're both competitors and friends at the same time. I mean, how do we balance that, do you think?
It's a really important moment with our allies for the reasons Eli referred to, but just as importantly, we need the strength of our collaborative efforts in order to compete. And so we're working, the president at the beginning of the administration, one of the first things he did was create the Trade and Technology Council with the European Union, and that's a place where we're working on supply chains together. It's a place where we're working on investments that are mutually supportive rather than competing with each other over investments in things like semiconductors and clean energy. And it's also a place where we've now created an effort to build our workforce together. So we have a component of the Trade and Technology Council where we are actively, with labor, business, and educators, actively developing the programs and the investments to train the workforce so that we are collaborating in that as well.
Ely, how do you feel about that in terms of
Yeah.
working or not with these European and Asian
I
countries that are
think
usually our
that's a
allies?
great, and just to build on what Zoe was saying, I think we're seeing a new momentum really in this space. When you look at, the structures that the administration has built on or created in Asia Pacific with AUKUS, Quad, and the TTC that Zoe mentioned, technology really is the key topic probably in all these conversations. And I think AI is that technology that is being discussed in all these forums. I think how we unlock that collaborative approach really will matter for the years to come. I think whether or not we have a joint vision for how we're going to build and use these technologies, how we're going to have joint R&D between our countries to include people exchanges, etc. And then lastly, I think what is really critical is how we as democracies is going to go around the world and offer, let's say, to the global south, these kind of technologies. What we have seen is that in our absence, China has really filled this vacuum in the last couple of years. When you look at the world 5G map, it's primarily red because Huawei, heavily subsidized by the CCP, has gone around and offered to these countries their model of technology. So I think this is a momentum which, together with our allies and partners, we can complement each other's comparative advantages and really go around the world and offer our ability to use these technologies, in a way that is, favorable to our norms and laws and ethical values that we share in this country.
I was fascinated. I'm sure everybody in this room probably already knew it, but I was fascinated by the statistic in the New York Times Magazine piece on the semiconductors that Taiwan produces 2/3 of the semiconductors in the world, 90% of the advanced ones, which really changes the complexion when you think about the China-Taiwan geopolitical situation, because it's not just a matter of strategic, issues that we've been thinking about for all these years, military and politics. It's actually also, an island that is indispensable to the world economy right now because of its unique status in that sense. We should open up for some questions here. I think that there's a microphone maybe going to wander around. Does anybody have any smart question right there?
Thanks very much. My name's Bede Corrie and I'm the Ambassador of New Zealand. Thanks very much to the panel. To broaden the conversation away a little bit beyond technology, I mean, one pathway to competitiveness is to ensure that your exporters are on a level playing field when it comes to the markets to which they're exporting. And one classic way of achieving that is by pursuing market opening free trade agreements. And I just wonder whether the panel would comment on how they see that featuring into the US policy prescription. Thanks.
Zoe, do you want to take that?
I think it's always important to put that on the table. That is not the purview of the department in which I serve, so I would be reluctant to speak for the U.S. Trade Rep. But if you have things that you think would be complementary to what we're saying that you want to expand on, I would welcome that.
Sorry for getting a second go. Well, I mean, I guess, if you look at the way the Indo-Pacific operates as an economic ecosystem, it is increasingly concluding deals with itself. And the two big kahunas there are the CPTPP, which the UK just joined this weekend, and the RCEP. Now, the United States is not a member of either of those agreements, which means that the preferential arrangements that are agreed as part of them are not something that your exporters get to access. So it's really just a reflection of how that plays out in the policy process, and I accept commerce isn't necessarily directly in the lead there, but I was trying to expand on why I see it as an issue. And there is, of course, a very direct read across to the theme of national security because of the nature of the countries who are members of those agreements or who want to become members of them.
Okay, right here, and then we'll come to you.
Oh, good morning. Patrick Wilson from MediaTek. We're one of the largest semiconductor manufacturers in the world, happen to be based in Taiwan. And I'm actually curious about the global jump ball for getting companies like ours to decide, Intel was here today, to decide where in the world to do innovation. Obviously, the CHIPS Act gets to some of that on the manufacturing side, but I'm curious about, you know, the design side and what we should be doing to attract investment from international companies to choose the U.S. as the place to innovate when obviously every other jurisdiction is in the game.
Yeah. You want to go, and then Neely, do you have some?
I would just comment that we're looking at every aspect of the production life cycle, design, the supply chain, and looking at investments in that full range. And there's enormous interest from business that's being expressed in response to the CHIPS Act. So I think that you'll find that it's going to be addressing the full range of challenges and elements of the whole production process.
Yeah, just to add to what Zoe was saying, I still think when you look at the last 3 and 4 years, I think there's a momentum here that's in our favor. Number one is the COVID vaccine. Look at how fast we were able to come up with that public-private partnership. When you look at these large language models that have emerged in the last 16 months, I think most of the companies are US-based. I think between universities, people, and the innovation ecosystem, I think that would be more attractive. The investments coming from Congress and the administration really to jumpstart a lot of these manufacturing capabilities. I think the momentum is building here. I think we need to move fast in terms of implementation that Zoe was talking about. But I think momentum is really here. I think we need to continue in this path. But I'm an optimist, so like.
Let me also comment that we annually hold an event at the Commerce Department called Select USA, which is an event to bring companies from all over the world to U.S. shores. And this year, there were an extraordinary number of companies from all over the world who came to Select USA looking at how they could expand their operations in the U.S. or bring their operations to the U.S. in order to be part of these technology sectors that are going to be growing through the investments. Again, CHIPS and Science, which has R&D investments and is attracting R&D from all over the world, as well as manufacturing, and clean energy and biotech and the full range of investments. So there really is a vibrancy that has been developed by these investments.
A great one right here. And then we'll come to Brittany.
Hi, Michael Greenwald, Amazon. As we continue to expand this multipolar world, how do you see the U.S. negotiating differently from an economic competitiveness perspective, especially as the dollar continues to drop? I mean, what points of leverage do you think we have with allies and adversaries moving forward?
I think we still have tremendous leadership and, in fact, renewed leadership globally. And we've created a number of enterprises where that's playing out. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, for example, is one. AUKUS was mentioned. And certainly the Trade and Technology Council with the Europeans. I think that U.S. leadership is still enormously important on the world stage, and that this is very much in partnership with the private sector. I mean, IPEF, or what we've done in Africa, these are moves that we're making with the private sector. So when Secretary Raimondo travels, she often travels with large numbers of U.S. executives who are going to these regions with her in order to show their commitment to investments and collaboration. So I think that the special magic of the way we work with the private sector in the U.S. is recognized around the world. Certainly I see this in the Trade and Technology Council, where the Europeans are trying to understand how we, for example, brought skills-based hiring into businesses in the U.S., where educators have been working with businesses to try to be much more focused on what actual skills they need, as opposed to just graduating people from traditional institutions with traditional degrees. And that kind of collaboration with the private sector just hasn't happened in Europe. And so they're very anxious to learn from us about that. So I think really the special sauce that the U.S. brings that is recognized around the world and has helped us maintain our place in those dialogues is the collaboration with the private sector.
Okay. How about right here? We have coming your way.
Thank you so much. I'm Brittany Moriali. I'm one of the Rising Leaders. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the Global South. I'm glad we touched on it briefly. But I was wondering what aspects of our strategy are targeting people-to-people engagement and technology transfer in the Global South, and how much we're thinking about building a technology-fluent young population from Africa, for example, that's also fluent in American values and understands our nation.
That's a great question. I think with all the development of these technologies, I think that we have a momentum here that together with our partners, because in some cases our allies and partners will have a much more insight into how we reach out to these countries. I just met with the Korean delegation. They have a tremendous relationship with Indonesia. India is a tremendous partner for us when you try to reach certain countries in Africa. So I think a partnership around technologies and enabling these countries really to become smart nation that can utilize technologies for their educational purposes, healthcare, and all these. I think that is the angle that I think we approach these countries on top of the formal channels we have right now with our allies and partners. But I think that would be, my story about this is after the end of the Cold War, we partnered with a lot of countries around the world to go and offer building institutions for countries that came out of the communism. You know, now if technology is the secret sauce, I think we can go and offer, you know, kind of advantages that we have in that space in helping these countries really build their capabilities to become a smart nation.
All right, I think our time unfortunately is up, but what a great panel. Thank you guys very much for taking the time. It was terrific to have this discussion. Thank you all for participating. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Peter. I really appreciate it.
Very, very lucky to have with us the senior diplomat from China in the United States, brand new ambassador to the US from the People's Republic of China, Qi Feng. He's just taken up his post recently in Washington, D.C. We're all very excited to meet him. I think this is one of the first public appearances he's made. He is a very senior diplomat in the Chinese system, formerly the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of China, and he's already said some pretty optimistic and diplomatic and wonderful things, including that a sound and stable China-US relationship is in the interest of both countries. We couldn't agree more. Thank you for coming to being with us. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. And am I on here? 1, 2, 3. Yep, you can hear me. I'm Steve Clemens of Semaphore. Ambassador, it's great to see you. Let me just start out a little differently here. I'm just interested, so I want to pay respect to anyone near or over 100 years old. Anyone? Anyone? Well, we had oh, you're joking. This is a serious matter because there's some breaking news. Because Henry Kissinger was reported to have gone to China. It's a long trip, and the 100-year-old diplomat Henry Kissinger is in China. Breaking news. Would love to hear, how did his trip go? Has he solved things in America? I mean, is there any breaking news that you can share with us about solving any of the problems that China and the United States have?
Well, I think it's a good occasion to pay our respect to Dr. Kissinger again. This year, he is 100 years old. And he has not only been I think first of all, he is a patriotic American citizen. He cares for American interests. But I think it's also wise for him to realize that a sound and stable Sino-US relations is in the interest not only of China, but also the United States. So that is why the first American friend I paid my courtesy to is Dr. Kissinger. Oh. I visited his home in Hartford. And afterwards, I also hosted a dinner in honor of his centenary birthday. So now he is in Beijing, and he will be meeting with the Chinese leaders. And I think the message from this visit is that Sino-US relations is so important that we simply cannot let it fail. And that is the responsibility of our two countries to work together to bring this relationship back to the right track.
Well, we know he met Wang Yi. We know he met the defense minister, who we have not had a lot of meetings with the defense. Any chance he met Qin Gang, the foreign minister?
Well, let's wait and see.
Any more? No.
Yes, there will be more. I think there will be other Chinese leaders who will be meeting with Dr. Kissinger.
Well, we will do this. We are interested in the former foreign minister, well, I shouldn't say former, the current foreign minister, the previous ambassador. He spoke on this stage last year. Ed Luce interviewed him, and just would love to hear how he is. And so I thought maybe he was doing secret diplomacy and Henry Kissinger was over engaged with Qin Gang, but that hasn't come out yet. So if that has happened, I hope you'll give me the scoop.
Well, the foreign ministry spokesman have already briefed the media on this. So I thank you for your care.
Okay, great. So let me ask you, Ambassador, you're here, and I'm interested in why, given, I mean, the U.S.-China relations, as you know, is in a bit of trouble. It's a portfolio that's going to require a lot of work. I'm not sure why you wanted to come here. What is your agenda as you see it? As you diagnosed U.S.-China relations, what's good, what's not good from your perspective, and what are you going to try and fix?
Well, this is, frankly speaking, a difficult time for China-US relations. But as a diplomat, I have to follow the instruction of my leaders, as well as my government, to do the job that is needed to be done. So I came here. On the one hand, as the Chinese representative, I'm here to safeguard China's interests. But on the other hand, as the representative of the Chinese people, I'm coming here also to enhance communication and cooperation between China and the United States. And this is also my important mission. Sino-US relations is facing serious difficulties and challenges. Recently, since my arrival, I have noticed there have been reflections on the US side on its China policy. In the previous weeks, there have been a series of high-level exchanges between China and the United States. And they proved to be in-depth, candid, and constructive. I think the most important thing out of these visits is that both sides agreed we should implement the important common understanding reached between the two presidents in Bali. I think that this is a good sign. This provides a rare opportunity, but the challenges are still abound, and the foundations are still fragile. So we need to keep up and also to sustain this good momentum.
So you had Secretary of State Blinken, who will be here this week. You had Secretary of Treasury Yellen, who will not. We've had John Kerry over. Now we can't count him as an official, but of course Henry Kissinger. So there's a stream of people going over. Who's next?
Well, right now, Kerry, the presidential special envoy, is in Beijing. And Secretary Raimondo has also expressed a wish to go to China. So we welcome more American officials, as well as people from the business, from the students, scholars, even tourists. We welcome. We embrace you to visit China.
So do you look at Secretary Raimondo? We were just talking to her earlier, or not talking to her, but about her earlier in a session about chips with the CEO of Intel and the previous Secretary of Commerce, Penny Pritzker. And we were talking about a kind of technology war with China and whether we're in that or not. Both of them said no, but they said the challenge is very severe. Do you look at Gina Raimondo as an economic official, or do you look at her as a national security military official?
Well, that question has to be determined by the U.S. side, not by me, But frankly speaking, China is opposed to any kind of trade war, technological war under the pretext of competition. China do not shy away from competition, but the definition of competition by the U.S. side, I think is not fair. But first of all, United States is trying to win by keeping China out. For instance, Huawei was banned, even though this company has come up with a agreement to have no security, to have no backdoor. So how can you imagine a competition without one side even on the ground? And secondly, I think the United States is rallying allies to encircle China. This is not in conformity with the one-on-one game rule.
So you feel encircled?
Of course, this is the fact. This is the fact. And thirdly, I think United States is restricting or prohibiting China importing equipments to build chips, which are smaller than 14 nanometers. I think this is like restricting the other side to wear outdated swimwear in a swimming contest, while you yourself is wearing a Speedo, fast skin. So this is not fair.
I am, just for the record, very comfortable with outdated swimwear. In this, but it is interesting metaphor. But I mean, China, however, in response to some of these, you've banned Micron Technologies from your national security architecture. You've also restricted export of 2 metals. Are we at the beginning of an escalatory tit for tat from your perspective, that you're now sending a signal that you're not going to take it anymore, and you're going to go and begin restricting technologies and materials that the United States needs?
Well, you see, up till now, 1,300 more Chinese entities or personnel have been on the U.S. sanction list. And these people were forced out of job, and their families suffered greatly. And we have been, it has been reported that the U.S. side is also considering, having a outbound investment review mechanism, as well as further, prohibition on the export of AI chips to China. So these, the Chinese people cannot remain silent, and Chinese government cannot simply sit idly by. In Chinese saying, there's a Chinese saying that we will not, make provocations, but we will not flinch from provocations. So China definitely, will make our response. But definitely it's not our hope to have a tit for tat. We don't want, a trade war, technological war. We want to say goodbye to the Iron Curtain as well as the Silicon Curtain.
Do you think Americans you're meeting with are getting that message? You were at the Pentagon recently. I don't know if you've have met Representative Mike Gallagher, of the chair of the Select Committee on China, but are you sensing that message that you're sharing with us, do they believe you?
Well, I have not met with the representative yet, but I'm trying my best to engage with the American public. And the reason why I come here to attend this forum,
I think they're
simply
watching.
to speak out.
I think they're watching, by the way. I think the committee is definitely watching. So
thank you.
You want to say hello to Mike Gallagher?
I would like to express my thanks again to the forum for inviting me.
Right.
And thank you for talking to me.
But in this portfolio of your job and whatever, I reached out. I basically talked to a couple of folks I really respect in the broad foreign policy establishment, but I also got a couple of quotes. I just want to read them real quickly, because I think you have a bitch of a job coming up. and so one of these very senior U.S. officials, I don't want to name, but in the Biden White House, they basically believe, listen, Steve, don't have any illusions. China has a long-term plan to displace America as the global hegemonic power and replace that displacement with its own role and influence. That's one. If you listen to Mike Gallagher, he says the greatest threat to the United States is the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP continues to commit genocide, obscure the origins of the coronavirus pandemic, steal hundreds of billions of dollars worth of American intellectual property, and threaten Taiwan, etc. Kevin McCarthy said, to win the new Cold War, he calls it a new Cold War, we must respond to Chinese aggression with tough policies to strengthen our economy, rebuild our supply chains, speak out for human rights, stand against military aggression, and end the theft of America's personal information. These are very tough words. And then a different official said, Xi Feng is the right person at the right time to be China's ambassador in Washington. I think he will be able to communicate in hopefully an effective manner, both in the nation's capital and more broadly, while of course representing President Xi in China. We certainly need that, as you so well understand. I'll just say that is a very, very important too. There is not a consensus per se around. There's a lot of toxicity. So you're going to have to be dealing with this. So when you hear those kinds of comments from senior government officials, what is your path for success?
Well, to follow the question you raised just now, whether my voice has been heard by the general public. You see, since my arrival, I have a perception that a little bit surprising to me of this so-called political correctness in the US society. I have been talking to as many American friends as possible. I think there are still a large number of supporters for this relationship, but they seem to be under pressure, and they seem to be reticent under the recent, chilling effect, and they tend to restrain from making their views, out. Under the so-called anti-China chorus. An American netizen commented on my Twitter saying that I hope you find some allies. There are some hiding in the darkness, afraid of being crushed. So one of my job here, I think, is to seek them out. I am one, but we are many. So I hope that all of you will join hands with me to seek them out and to contribute together to this relationship. Now, coming back to your previous question, Chinese people, I think, are the most friendly people in the world. And aggressiveness or assertiveness is not our tradition. And invasion or the pursuit of hegemony definitely is not our DNA. When President Xi Jinping met with Secretary Blinken about 2 weeks ago, our president said emphatically that China and the world is big enough to let China and the United States develop respectively and also to prosper together. China do not challenge United States or try to displace United States. Instead of outcompeting others, China is now focusing on outdoing ourselves. We have a long way to go, and we want to build the prosperity pie even bigger, and also divide them fairly.
Right.
So it's an uphill, battle for us. So no one is more eager than China to see a stable, healthy relationship between China and the United States.
So how did you get there? So Wang Yi is in the news a lot because he's doing two jobs. You're the head of the CCP's Foreign Committee and then Foreign Affairs Committee, and also really acting in the role of Foreign Minister for the moment. And he said that no one can transform China. And he says, more importantly, absolutely no one can contain China, that both of those would be there. But I think a lot of the concern about so-called transforming China is the difference between China and the US on dealing with human rights. Or how Brad Smith of Microsoft is here, wrote a book on tools and weapons about how China deploys facial recognition software and how. I'm interested in how and whether on these big issues that a lot of people in the world care about, AI, the coming use of quantum technology, but also human rights, how we can solve those tensions in a way that's not considered transforming, even though the United States wants to see transformation.
Well, China has been engaging with the United States and other countries, in dialogues on AI, on human rights, on a very broad range of issues. But of course, China and the United States are two different nations with very different cultural background and historical background. So we cannot see eye to eye, on everything, just like each individual cannot see, eye to eye on every issue. But our position is that we should seek common grounds while sharing differences. And mutual respect is very important. So China is, take the example of human rights. China now is promoting the so-called whole process, people's democracy. That is, you see, rose is beautiful not because of the name, because of the smell, And the democracy should not be as a slogan. It should deliver. We think that if a democracy process that have the widest participation, it can deliver outcomes, that is to improve people's lives. And if finally it can get the approval of the people, then this is good democracy. From the previous dozens of years, Edelman and Harvard University conducted, opinion poll in China, and the approval rate for the Chinese government has always been over 90%. So I think this is very convincing.
You just made Richard Edelman's day. Let me read something here. It's in today's Financial Times by Edward Luce, who's in the hall. And he wrote, the challenge for the West is in forging a common front on China without it spilling over into direct confrontation. Unlike the war in Ukraine, which must eventually reach some kind of messy conclusion, the rivalry between the US and China is a project without end. For the purposes of strategic planners, it offers no natural conclusion. This is where history ceases to offer much guidance. Short of Armageddon, there's no scenario in which either the US or China will emerge as the world's sole hegemon. It's a really thoughtful paragraph in Ed's piece, but it made me think about something you and I have talked about before. And Anya Manuel, the director of the Aspen Security Forum, mentioned yesterday, is there any room for a cooperation agenda? Is there any area that you can encircle where the circles come over and you can more robustly grab a cooperation agenda, and what would be in it?
Well, for China-US relations looking forward, I think three priorities are essential. One is to shorten the negative list.
Shorten the what?
Shorten the negative list. to clear the obstacles and manage the differences. For example, the Taiwan question, which is so important, so sensitive, we should, taken care of it in accordance with the three joint communiques.
When do you think
United
you're
States
going to
should take the
when
China's entities and the personnel, out of the sanction list.
Right.
And the President Biden have been saying that United States do not seek Taiwan independence. It does not want to decouple with China. It does not want to stall China's economic development. And it does not seek to change China's system. We hope that the United States
do you
will
believe,
implement,
do you believe the President?
They will translate these statements into concrete actions. So this is number one. The second category, I think we also have to expand the positive agenda. I think there are a lot of areas, that we can cooperate, including, the AI, quantum, whatever, But I know now is a difficult time, so why don't we start with some concrete, small steps? For example, to increase passenger flights, to adjust the China travel advisory, to renew the cooperation agreement on science and technology, to restart the MECA program, which will facilitate more congressmen and senators, as well as their staff members, to visit China. Why don't we hold the tourism leadership forum so as to attract tourists from both countries to visit each other? And the last but not least, I think we should do something to facilitate the visa application as well as the border entry for businessmen, for scholars, for students, and for tourists. So these are easy things I think we can do right away. As I remember in the before 2017, China and the United States used to have more than 100, almost 200 dialogue mechanisms, but they have been stalled by the US side since 2018. I think the two sides have waited too long. Why don't we start renewing them? If not all, then starting from 50 or 30. I think that is possible. And the last one is the one I said just now, to seek out supporters to create an environment for a healthy development of our bilateral relations.
On the climate front, what do you think John Kerry will achieve in China? And do you have any criticisms for the United States' role on climate today?
Climate change is another area. China and the United States have great potential to work together. If you look back, Paris Agreement.
Do you think that China is doing so much? I mean, I'm actually pretty well read into China's growth in on a lot of fronts. Carbon, there's no doubt in those areas, but also in dealing with climate remediation or carbon remediation in a lot of areas. Do you think the United States is living up to its goals on climate change today?
Well, first of all, great potential for China and the United States to work together in this area. Secondly, I think we should still, stick to the principle of common, responsibility, common but differentiated responsibility. And thirdly, you should implement what you have, committed up to now. For example, the developed countries have committed themselves to providing assistance to developed countries. So we are waiting that to be done with real actions. Coming back to the question you just raised now, China definitely do not seek hegemony, and we don't want to have conflict with the United States. As I said, we do not want to challenge the United States or displace the United States. We want to grow together with the United States. So I think the Thucydides, trap is not inevitable. It's not inevitable, and that is why I think we should say goodbye, because the world has changed. Now we have to look beyond. We should say goodbye to the Cold War mentality. We should say goodbye to the bloc confrontation. We should say goodbye to the zero-sum game. And we should bring about, we should, avoid a major country conflict. I once remembered, an American friend asked me, what kind of flower will grow out of China? And my answer is, it will be a flower of peace, a flower of cooperation, a flower of common, development.
Right.
It will be a Chinese peony.
Right.
As
Chinese peony.
As as beautiful, as sweet as American roses.
I think that's a tweetable moment. We only have 3 minutes. I want to do lightning round with you. In talking about what China wants to become and how it's evolving, one of the features that we've all been surprised, we woke up one day and saw that China had negotiated normalization between the Saudis and Iranians. What's next? I mean, the fact that you're doing it, if you can give me a short answer here, but it's a different behavior. We didn't see China doing that kind of role. Should we expect more? Is Israel-Palestine next?
Well, China, the purpose of China facilitating for the re-establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries is simply to encourage more countries in the region to embrace peace, to shake hands. So I'm very glad to see that Palestine is following.
Yeah.
We hope that China will not only do this in the Middle East, but also in other areas. We think that as China develop into a economically more vibrant, country, then China should contribute more to world peace and development.
You have a relationship without end with Russia. God, I can't believe we have 2.5 minutes. What are the Vladimir Putin's redeeming qualities as you see them?
Well, as diplomats, we conduct our foreign relations, on our respective national interests. I have not met with President Putin personally. I still remember President,
so
Bush.
you might still
I
not
still
like
remember
him.
when I was working here for the first time.
Right.
President Bush Jr.
Right.
said that he looked into the eyes of Mr. Putin.
Saw his soul.
He saw his soul. He's reliable,
Yeah.
But this doesn't. China, Russia have as two big, neighbors. We have more than 4,000 kilometers of border. So it's only natural for us to maintain good neighborly relations.
China cares about its borders and China cares about sovereignty. Do you believe Ukraine has a legitimate case fighting back against Russia because its sovereign lines as recognized by them? I mean, you had an embassy there. I mean, do you recognize that? And what can China do to help solve this horrible mess?
Well, to finish the previous question, it's only natural for China and Russia to maintain normal, friendly, neighborly relations, and also to engage with each other in legitimate, trade. But China, since the breakout of the Ukrainian crisis, we have been openly and repeatedly our position. We we stand for the safeguarding of national for sovereignty and territorial integrity. This is number one. And secondly, we are also asking for, the respect to the legitimate and reasonable, security concern.
Lastly, I want to come back to Taiwan. I'm interested in what your red lines are. There's now a discussion of another pass-through situation, but we see a quote out there that appeared in the Financial Times today, in fact, about a potential front runner in Taiwan's race saying their job will be done when they're able to go by invitation into the White House. Is that a red line? Is that the same for you as Taiwan declaring independence? Because I asked this, because yesterday there was a very, very good interview with Admiral John Aquilino with my colleague and, journalistic colleague Courtney Kuby about Taiwan, and he said, look, U.S. policy has not changed. The Taiwan Relations Act, the 6 reassurances are there, the 3 communiques, and so there's been no change. But my question to you is, what are the red lines that would make you not believe President Biden and the administration that policy had not changed? Would it be an invitation to the White House?
Well, talking about Taiwan, I think the first and foremost thing that we should bear in mind is that Taiwan is China's Taiwan. It's part of China. It's an alienable part of China. So I think no one is more eager or sincere than China to see a peaceful solution, to see the peace and stability along the Taiwan Straits to continue, and also to see a peaceful reunification of China. Now, the two imposing threats to them, on the one hand, is the Taiwan separatists advancing their separatist, agenda, seeking U.S. support. They have deviated from their previous position of one China. They even, have given up the cross-strait consensus, Singapore consensus, and they have also, they even did not admit they are Chinese. So this is a very dangerous, path they are taking. Secondly, is the United States, playing the Taiwan card to contain China. So these together will embolden the separatists to take adventurous, moves. So that is something that we should be guard against. So now I think the most fundamental thing is to return to the one China principle. And the most important thing is that the 3 joint communiques between our 2 countries should be implemented. And thirdly, I think the provocative, adventurous moves by the Taiwan separatists should be contained. And now the priority for us is to stop Lai Ching-te from visiting United States, which is like a gray rhino charging at us. Thank you.
Final. 50 years until last year, we had pandas in the United States. There are no pandas in the United States. Is that going to be your big peony?
I will do my utmost to do that. And hopefully, here in Aspen, there will also be, one.
Ambassador Zhifeng, I would say this genuinely, that there people knew you were coming here. I have been talked to by people in this room from all over, everyone. Well, first I want to say, first of all, thank you for taking some tough questions. Thank you as well for your candor. And I think there's no one here that wants to see things go badly, but it's going to require both sides to be introspective and thoughtful. I will tell you that the last line of Ed's really excellent article is that it is a zero-sum game. So we have to prove to him that it's somehow wrong, because right now it has that feel. But I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us work together to reverse the zero-sum game and to make it into a win-win game. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your hard question.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now entitled to a break. So we are breaking for lunch. You can choose to have the same lunch in 2 different places. One is at the Walter Isaacson Center, which will be air conditioned. That's the reception area where you came in, and the other one is in the Google tent. So please enjoy yourselves, enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're all welcome to return to your seats. We hope you had a lovely lunch. It's a gorgeous day out there in the meadow in Aspen. I'm delighted to welcome the next panel to the stage. Panel entitled Shifting Tides, A New Middle East. And we're very grateful to Steve Clements for his third and final appearance at the Aspen Security Forum this year, who will direct our panel today on the Middle East. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Everybody having a good time? You're back. I'm so happy. I promise you this will be the very, very, very last time you will see me on stage today or tomorrow. I just want to hang out and be with all of you, and we can have coffee, hang out. We have a wonderful panel, and today we're going to discuss the Middle East in 38 minutes and 55 seconds. And we are going to take questions. So I hope you will think about your questions, comments, and we'll be sure to get to them this time. We've got more than enough what I would call TV time to do this. I want to start with former Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni. Some of you were not at a dinner last night. Jane Harmon hosted a dinner, and there was a fantastic, if you read about it in Semaphore, what I called it a disturbingly excellent magic show put on by the former acting director of the CIA, John McLaughlin. There's a purpose to this. And he brought Tzipi Livni on stage as a stage partner in this to show these magic shows, and she got good at saying abracadabra, and stuff happened. Which go. But I think the bigger thing that John was getting into, and I think it gets back to the theme that underlies all of the sessions here at the Aspen Security Forum, over the horizon, around the corner, is really anyone that watched that magic show last night is scratching their head, how in the heck did he do that? And it made me think that it was a way to say a metaphor that we know-it-alls don't know it all. That there are things that we have bias that we bring frames. And I just want to start with you, both about Israel's strategic dashboard, internally and externally, and what biases do we have to get rid of to understand what's happening on that front?
Okay, first, speaking about yesterday's show.
Can you do it again?
Speaking about yesterday's show, I wanted to warn yesterday that this is a magic that happens only with a combination of former CIA and former Mossad. So don't try it at home.
Don't try it at home.
Speaking about Israel, well, you have different dashboards in Israel. And these are really historical, dramatic moments in Israel when there's those that are trying to change the nature, the destination, the vision of Israel as a Jewish democratic state, acting against Israel's democracy. This is the elected government. And people are taking the streets. And the good news is that a new camp in Israel was born of those believing in democracy, willing to fight for it. So it's yet unknown where are we heading, but it is inspiring. I'm part of this movement, speaking up for Israel's democracy. And I believe that in a way, we also taught the government some lessons about checks and balances, and that there are some limitations to power. But this is the substance.
If you were a neighbor of Israel in the region, and it's clear that Israel is the superpower in the region, would you be hopeful about the future or pessimistic about Israel?
If you want Israel's destruction, so be pessimistic. So it's an opportunity to say to our neighbors, those that dislike the existence of Israel in the region, don't miscalculate the internal situation in Israel. But yet, internally, this is a very important moment, historically. Because if we have some time, when Israel was born as the nation state for the Jewish people, it's written in our Declaration of Independence that within Israel, we have equal rights to all its citizens. And when an Israeli government came and was elected, but is changing this, this is not legitimate. So these are no judicial reforms. It's not about this article. It's not about balance between different authorities. it's about substance, and this is what we are fighting for.
I want to jump to Dina, and Dina's husband, Dave McCormick's in the audience. He says, Steve, you're so lucky. I mean, there's not a power panel of 4 awesome, incredible women in this forum as good as this one. So round of applause for that, because Dave is right. But Dina Powell has been in this for a long time, and Dina, you were long involved, in the economic side of this equation, but I really want to talk about the Abraham Accords, because when you look at, if you're trying to sort of change the vector, and we're going to get, talk about Iran, we're going to talk about intergenerational complexities, but when you sort of look at what institutions are actually building that might create something different than the mess of the last many decades, is the Abraham Accords, right? So tell us a little bit how your role in moving them forward, and is it speeding up, slowing down, and what are your worries?
Sure. Well, kind of set the stage a little bit, because I had the privilege of working for President Bush and Secretary Rice with my 2 colleagues, Goli and Farah, and we were saying just before we got on stage what a difference 20 years makes. I remember so clearly traveling to the region with Condi Rice, and what a tough time that was after 9/11, and how much she was urging those leaders to recognize what was happening in their countries, to recognize the yearning of their people, but also how they had to shut down terrorist financing, they had to recognize the extremist elements in their populations, and those were pretty tough conversations. You fast forward 20 or so years, and I was in Riyadh at that summit, 54 Arab and Muslim leaders, hosted by King Salman, and actually hearing Deputy Crown Prince, then Deputy Crown Prince MBS, saying, we need to return to a more moderate form of Islam. That was a pretty stunning development, and if you think about the horror of 9/11, and to finally have a partner in the region, not a perfect partner. None of these allies are perfect. And
how imperfect or perfect is Mohammed bin Salman?
Well, he's obviously made some major mistakes, but he's also reforming Saudi Arabia. And so maybe the way to ask the question is, what is in the interest of the United States? And so it is undeniable that there is economic reform, it's undeniable that there's political reform, and there's also massive mistakes and steps back. But it's in our interest that those reforms continue. We were talking again, we couldn't find one imam after 9/11, and Farah led incredible interfaith work to say that we have to cut off this financing to terrorists, and we have to think about the culture that we're in. So fast forward, that was really the beginning of the Abraham Accords. What started to happen is a recognition with the Gulf countries that they needed to partner more with Israel, that Iran as a growing threat really brought them together. And here's the thing that often—
I just want you to know that Goli's not representing Iran. She's just going to talk about
She's
Iran
an expert.
in a minute.
She's an expert. She's an excellent expert.
I just felt the pointing, just didn't want you to feel like you're carrying that load.
That's right. I'm sorry, Goli. But here, it's pretty remarkable to have those 6 Gulf countries normalized with Israel on a stage here at the Aspen Ideas Fest. Thanks to Chairwoman Margot Pritzker, she invited Princess Rima, who actually said, not only do we want to potentially normalize with Israel, we want engagement. And I think the Abraham Accords have spurred more of that desire because of commerce and trade. They don't want to be left out of these opportunities in a region of the world where 70% of the population is under the age of 30.
So real quick, and then I'm going to jump, Goli. Is there a chance that something, I remember the ASEAN Regional Forum was a way to get nations that hated each other in Asia to kind of sit down every once in a while and talk. And over time it develops, trade deals and all these other things. Is there a chance this eventually becomes an alliance?
I think it's already becoming an alliance. There's a caucus in the House and Senate, the Abraham Accords caucus. There's many new funds that are investing across those countries. That is the thing that's most needed. Job creation, investment in new areas, and the Abraham Accords is really starting that. And I think you're going to see that continue to grow.
Goli, I want you to take us to Iran and to give us some sense of the factors there that you think matter when it comes to looking at the questions about stability in the Middle East and where it's going. And I say this, with some caution, because as Sippy just said, we saw millions of people in the street in Tel Aviv. We saw, so there are lots of millions of people all over a lot of streets. But tell us what's going on in Iran. And I guess the fundamental thing, which I have to say, and I don't mean to be so calloused, are the protests we're seeing mattering in any way?
Actually, Steve, first of all, thank you for clarifying that I'm not representing Iran. But hopefully, I am going to represent the people of Iran on this topic here and everywhere else. So, as we all know, there were these massive protests that happened in September of last year. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary. I think I'd like to provide some context here about who the Iranian people are, because I think that really is important. Iran has a population that's 60% Gen Z. These are very young people. There's only 5% boomers. About 20-some% are under the age of 35, and the rest are sort of in their 40s and 50s. So it's a very young country. It's also a very highly educated country. You know, in the younger generation, it has a 98% literacy rate, 96% on average, and it has a very high college graduation rate. In fact, 40% of the Iranian workforce have some level of higher education. So this is a very connected, educated population that really wants to become part of the mainstream world, and it's dealing with a theocracy that is just refusing to reform. And in fact, it's even becoming more arrogant as the time goes on. And the significance of the recent protests, you know, obviously the spark was the beating to death by the morality police of this beautiful young Kurdish Iranian woman, Mahsa Jina Amini, and that's what sparked the protest. But what is really interesting and new about this protest is the combination of people who participated. It was rich and poor, old and young, all sorts of status of the Iranian society, including hyper-nationalists, which is actually the first. Also, Iranian protests used to happen every decade. Since 2017 to 21, it sort of was happening annually. And in 2022, it became semi-annual. And because the morality police, who was reportedly disbanded, is now back, my guess is that it's going to continue going on. We have not seen the end of this yet.
So 20,000 in prison right now, in jail, and 500 dead. And the morality police are coming back and now enforcing hijab and scarves, etc. What's not connecting there for the leadership? Why? I mean, why is this the sword that Khamenei wants to fall on?
You know, Steve, that is such a great question. And I think the only way I can answer that is that, which is something that I say, unfortunately, a lot of the Western world is not familiar with the mullah clerical mentality. A lot of people who make policy in the United States or in Europe just do not understand that that is a very particular mentality going, you know. And let me tell you a little bit about that. You know, for those people who have grown up in Iran or have parents who've grown up there, they've been around mullahs quite a bit. And I think what they know about the mullahs is that negotiating with them doesn't work. And it doesn't work because of, not all of them, obviously I don't want to generalize, but there's a tremendous amount of duplicity there. And there's a tremendous amount of backstabbing that happens there. So, you know, with them, negotiating just does not work.
Right.
And they're at a point, I think, after four decades, where when you really think about it, exactly what has the Western world done to hold Iran back, when you really think about it. I'd love to get into that a little bit more later.
Yeah, Farah, when you were a special representative to the Muslim communities, I don't know of anyone more. We were friends. I watched you work so hard. Not only, I mean, I'm just going to be, you know, as blunt as I can and as uninformed as I am. But I found you reaching out to lots of different Muslim communities. But I also saw you trying to transform ignorant Americans who thought being a Muslim meant being a terrorist, right? So you had two sets of frame changes, maybe more, that you had to deal with. Walk us through that. And as we're kind of talking, I think what Goli was just describing, and about generational change in the very, very young Middle East that's out there. You know, what's the prospect for this becoming a stable, hopeful story down the road, rather than a miserable, depressing one that I think it still may be?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for those kind sentiments. I really want to say a couple of things around the changes that have happened in America and around the world, and how we think about not just Islam, which is one component, but also the people that live within the Middle East, the societies that live in the Middle East. And Dina was right when to say, let's remember where we started 20 years ago after 9/11, when we were all wringing our hands trying to understand what we needed to do. And the honor to serve in various capacities, my last one as special representative, meant that I had to talk to civil society. It meant that I had to understand culture and society. I had to know what young people were thinking, because frankly, in the cohort that we all live in foreign policy land, we're not in the trenches. We're up in the sky talking to the most elite of people about what's happening down in civil society. And for us to understand the demographical shifts, the dramatic, Goli talked a little bit about Iran, of course Dina talked about the Middle East in general. The Arab Youth report that was just out that in 2023 talked about Gen Z. And for those of you who don't know what Gen Z is, I just want to remind you, they're the generation, so it's baby boomers. It is Gen X, excuse me. It's Gen Z, and then it becomes Gen Alpha, which is the children of, okay, so. It's important to know this because Gen Z.
I wish we just went to the hurricane system, it'd be easier.
Yeah, yellow, red. The problem the reason why I'm raising this is the problem is that none of us understand how dramatic Gen Z's experiences growing up as digital natives. They are the first generation that this is fluid for them. Right. And why does it matter? It matters because as we try to unpack all these changes that we've talked about in the Middle East, for foreign policy people, the big, gigantic thing that we are missing is cultural intelligence. Understanding what is really happening, what the trends are, what this generation feels like. Dina was talking about Saudi Arabia. Heritage is really important to Gen Z in Saudi Arabia. They are influenced, obviously, their hobbies are influenced by YouTube. Their aspirations are influenced by Instagram. We aren't including that in the way in which we do foreign policy. Nobody is sitting around thinking about the cultural and societal trends that are taking place, but the question is, shouldn't we be? So when you ask the question about what I was very lucky enough to be able to serve and to take part in this, we were both trying to explain to the American public what was happening. It's true, because a terrorist organization had attacked in the name of Islam, but to go back and try to make them understand who is living in America as Muslims. Who are they? Get to know your fellow Americans. Right. So these points around learning about society and culture, knowing where the cultural shifts are, absolutely determines, in my view, the future of our success, to be optimistic here about this region in particular.
You know, I want to ask all of you this question, but put it out there. I'm like looking at my friend David Ignatius. David and I do a lot of global conferences, and we always trying to sneak away and actually go talk to real people. And I go try to talk to Gen Zs and Gen whatevers, and try to get a sense away from the groupthink of whatever conference I'm at. And if I were to share with you one disturbing thing I worry about is I'm not sure that the American brand is in good shape in the Middle East. That many people look at China or even Russia today as more definitively important to their futures than the United States. So I'm just interested in what your impression. David, have you run into that?
Yes.
So yes, so that wasn't even a plant. But I think the American brand is in trouble, and I'm just interested. One, do you agree? And two, what should we be doing? By way of talking to people or connecting or people seeing somewhat aspirationally that we are a player who can help bring solutions and problem solving. And Dina, you've been very involved in economic issues for so long. I remember many of my friends in Abu Dhabi saying, "Hey, Steve, it's nice you're coming to meet young women, high-tech entrepreneurs, because usually we meet generals who want to meet our generals and sell military weapons, and others that want to talk about oil and gas, and that's about it." So I'm just interested in your perspective. Is the American brand in trouble?
Well, I never disagree with David Ignatius, so I'll start with that. Look, we worked together when the American brand was in real trouble, in a very, very difficult period of time. And I think there's the American foreign policy brand, and then there's the American people. And I do think there's a big difference. One of the most interesting things that's happening in the Middle East today, when you talk to large global investors, large pools of capital, they'll actually say to you, this US-China thing isn't going away anytime soon, and we really have to think about that as we think about our portfolio and investments in China and Asia broadly. we have a land war in Europe, likely economic recession coming to Europe. The Middle East kind of might be the stable region, which is saying something, right? When investors say that to you, it says a lot. And I think that what's happening is that, frankly, people aren't as focused anymore, I hate to say it, on what our foreign policy is. They're developing their own alliances. Who would have thought that we would see the Chinese foreign minister in between the Iranian and Saudi foreign ministers? So they're making their own alliances. They're not waiting for the United States. They're hedging their bets. And I think I think the people-to-people part is actually pretty strong. It's strong because of the youth of the region. It's strong because of the investments. And I have to say, it's extremely strong because of women. You know, it's interesting. Yes, maybe women now, of course, get to drive in Saudi Arabia, but they've been working. They've been working more than the men. And so there is also, I think, an increasing role that women's economic empowerment is so central.
Sippy?
Yes, first I would like to comment about the new Middle East, and then I refer to it. First, I would like to say that in one of the rallies that I was speaking about Iran, and I was speaking about the women in Iran, and I said, when I'm looking at them, it is so inspiring, and I'm thinking about their parents and grandparents that did nothing, not to say supported the revolution at the time. And we are not going to be, or we are not going to leave our children to be at the same situation. About the new Middle East, it is a new Middle East. And frankly, for many years, it's clear that it was all connected to the Arab Peace Initiative, that they will not make normalization with Israel, without peace between Israel and the Palestinians. And this was changed. And we are all very happy about it. But since I believe that abandoning the Palestinian issue is something that, well, they can afford it, but Israel cannot afford it. And therefore, unfortunately, there are those in Israel that are, in a way, exploiting the situation, saying, you say, we can make peace for peace. This is what we did, normalization for normalization, and that's it. And it is important for me as somebody believing that the only way for Israel to keep its values and nature as a Jewish democratic state is also to separate, to reach hopefully peace with the Palestinians, but to solve this problem.
Is there any chance for alignment of Prime Minister Netanyahu with what you just said?
No, unfortunately. But speaking the truth, historically,
I
negotiated in 2014. I was the chief negotiator for peace when Netanyahu was the prime minister. Netanyahu, like Netanyahu, usually he's willing to do something, but he needs deniability. It's not him, it's the others. So he asked basically the US to draft a US proposal for peace. He agreed to each and every sentence and letter in this proposal. But unfortunately, we didn't get an answer from the Palestinians about it. But now, no chance, unfortunately. But not him and not this coalition. You were speaking about the dashboard. I will turn it into national GPS. When our national GPS is Jewish democratic state and the need to keep Jewish majority and separate ourselves from the Palestinians, hopefully based on 2 states for 2 peoples, but yet for part of this coalition, their GPS, the national ways is Greater Israel. It's about the land. It's not about Israel as a democracy. And this is the modern debate, but this is the division in Israel today. And speaking about the US, yes, when we are speaking about democracy, we are looking at the US as democracy, but speaking truthfully, there was some time in which the President of the United States himself crossed red lines when it comes to democracy. And the tweets at the time when Trump was in power, the tweets in English and in Hebrew were the same, because when the president of the greatest democracy of the world is crossing these lines, these red lines doesn't exist in other places when authoritarian leaders are taking the advantage and doing the same.
Thank you, Goli. I want you to comment on the American brand, but in a slightly different context. And that is, there are a lot of things coming down the pike with Iran. UN restrictions on ballistic missile exports. We see Iran giving their short-range, but short-range drones to Russia. And we've seen no diminishment of its activities and broadly in the region. I'd just love to get a sense from you, Because the United States has been torn apart over what to do with that. The JCPOA is in, then we're out, and we try to get back in. Then the guy who was doing that has now had his clearances suspended and maybe in big trouble. We don't know. But it's just a complicated nightmare here for a dangerous nation. And so in that, is the American brand flagging and losing when it comes to dealing with the security equation?
Actually, Steve, I'm really glad you asked this question. So when it comes to Iran, the American brand with the Iranian people is not only not flagging, but it's definitely been on the rise tremendously since the revolution. And I think oftentimes when we hear from people back in Iran, or you look at it in social media, they're always looking to the United States as the hand of support. And in fact, I don't know if you remember or not, but when the protests happened during the Obama administration, one of the chants in the street was, because Obama in Farsi is, he is with us, and the chant was, Obama, are you with us or with them? So the Iranian people have a tremendous amount of respect for the American brand. However, the American brand, as you mentioned, definitely is not only not on the rise with the Iranian government, but it's sort of falling down. And the reason is this partisanship that you're talking about in the United States has really been toxic in the framework that the Iranian Islamic Republic is looking at the United States as a weak country because we are constantly washing our dirty laundry in public. Like, for example, President Obama keeps Congress out of the JCPOA negotiations, and Senator, I think it was Tom Cotton, along with 47 other senators, writes a letter to the Iranian parliament saying, if this is not a treaty, it's not a deal. What kind of a message are we sending here? Are you guys united? Are you speaking with one mind? Where is the American brand here? And it kind of reminds me of Khomeini when the hostages were taken. One of the words that he used often, which my understanding is it's written all over walls in Tehran, is America can't do a damn thing, excuse my language. And it's like, the Islamic Republic is still kind of thinking about that. And this partisanship on Iran policy, as I said, is toxic because for 4 decades, just like you said, we're in, we're out, we're in, we're out. Instead of, and I think 4 decades has shown us that neither Republicans nor Democrats have the upper hand on the most perfect Iran policy. But if they all came together and they took pieces of each other's thinking and actually used all the tools of foreign policy, whether it's soft power, whether it's negotiations with consequences, whether it's deterrence, whether it's appropriate defense mechanisms, if they used all of this and they really stood up to the Islamic Republic telling them, you just can't constantly get away with things. Like, for example, they sell drones to Russia.
Right.
What was the repercussion of that? What did the Western world do about that? I was listening to Secretary Cleverly this morning, and I was so inspired by his sense of unity, in Europe and the United States against Russia. Where is that same unity vis-a-vis a government that is on the cusp of developing a nuclear weapon? I can go into that later. They are literally on the cusp.
You might want to mention 30 seconds, not enough later. I'm going to go to Farah and then the audience. So if you've got a later, do it quick.
Okay, quickly. The reason why they're developing a nuclear weapon, and they will do it, is because look at Libya and look at North Korea.
Yeah.
It is their ticket to longevity. Libya gave up its nuclear
Right.
weapons. Gaddafi's gone.
I
he's
think
assassinated.
that was pretty powerful imagery there. So there you go.
And then look at Ukraine.
Right.
My God, Ukraine gave up its nuclear warheads in return for security assurances and economic
Right.
aid, and look what happened.
Right.
So why do we think that Iran will ever not develop a nuclear weapon?
Thank you. Farah, thank you. And I'm going to go to all of you in just a minute. But Farah, I want you to ask this American brand question. Why don't we give you a job? And the job is to make Americans care more. So when I go to the Middle East and I talk to people, they don't feel respected. They don't feel connected. They feel as if they are a sideshow to whatever obsession we have at a time. What is your insight into how to get, you do a lot of bridge building out of there, but how do you make more Americans care?
Okay, so a couple of stats for you. 6 in 10 young people in the Middle East think America needs to get out of the Middle East. 33% think that that they would not want to have them have us anywhere around. They believe the UAE and Russia actually have some influence there. They believe, as Dina said, that China and Turkey are allies.
Right.
We have a problem. Okay, let's remember what I said about the Gen Z generation. There are almost 3 billion Gen Z on planet Earth. If we were wise about how we were thinking about the future, not just the next 2 years, 6 years, whatever that short period of time is, we would spend some time thinking about hundreds and hundreds of soft power tools in the Middle East. Cultural diplomacy works. We know it works. We know the power of the American brand on culture, both slow culture and fast culture. Secondly, and that's not just from the State Department, by the way, which is not getting enough funding, I will just say, on the issue of all of the soft power that it needs to do the work that it needs to do. But second, it's on the intelligence side. I do not know how you create a strategy for the Middle East if cultural intelligence isn't part of the solution. There's some really wonderful things that are happening. What we hear about in terms of Morocco and Egypt and the UAE looking at the favorable change in the relationship with Israel, that's great stuff. It's amazing that ADL and the UAE built the Manara Center, which is a coexistence center. Really good opportunities to take it forward. What we would do, what we should be doing, is two things. The first is, on the State Department side, scale up broadly the kinds of programs that we need to do. And secondly, invest in the NGOs across the Middle East that are doing this exact thing, divining new leaders that are Gen Z leaders and eventually Gen Alpha leaders, and making sure, to your first point that you asked me, what's happening here in America? You rightly talked about the partisanship. The Middle East, when you talk about the Middle East, eyes glaze over. So we've got to do something about making the Americans understand why it is good for us to have a strong and stable Middle East.
And 30 seconds, real quick, Dina. I'm obsessed with the UAE's Hope mission to Mars, and it now wants to go to the moon, and it has a woman astronaut. And when I look at the same polling data Farah does, there's a fascination with kind of all the stuff we call modernity, but it's science and education and people throughout the region. There's a big study, I'm sure you're looking at the same one I am, but I can't remember who did it. It was a BCW affiliate. Is there, in the world in which you run, so when you kind of look at the, I call them the big money crowd you run with, but they're investing in these things, the science, and in that, are there opportunities we're not paying enough attention to on that front to play a bigger role?
Well, I think the UAE is a really good example of that. They obviously are doing very well economically. The energy disruption around the world, means they have a lot of resources. Where are they investing those resources? Biotech and life sciences, clean energy and climate transition, which is interesting. They're going to host COP28. And they're doing this because they see that these are the future industries that will matter. And I think that we are not being as innovative in ways that we could partner. And I want to say one thing. When you and I were last in Abu Dhabi, it's pretty remarkable. There's one street where there's a mosque, a Catholic church, and a synagogue next to each other. And so, again, imperfect allies make a lot of mistakes, but I think that these are not changes that when Steve Hadley and Farah and Goli and I worked together that we thought we'd see.
Cool. Tippy, you had two fingers,
Now, just to add one thing, and this is security, and the expectation from the US, when the US is asking the international community and other countries to choose a side. So their expectations from the US is when something is happening to react. I'm not speaking about sending boots on the ground to different places on the earth, but this is expected, and the United States, frankly, left in a way the region. And there is no vacuum in the Middle East because this is the toughest neighborhood in the world.
This is the Straight Talk Express here. All four of these women are incredible. We got lots of questions. Let's go lightning round, okay? Let's go up here in the front, grab a few, and I always believe in regional, being nice to every part of the country. So we'll go around the room. But let's make it as fast as you can.
Oh, yeah.
And tell us who you are.
Oh, well, okay. I'm Tony Bishop. I'm one of the rising leaders, so thank you for being here. I'm also a millennial, so please don't forget about us as you're doing
5 minutes, 35 seconds, so go ahead.
Okay. Iran specifically, but also other opportunities. Aren't these windows for democracy export on our end? And how do we then engage young people from this side of the pond to all the way over there to sort of, use this as a tool for youth engagement, for...
Great, thank you. Youth, democracy export, Iran, Goli.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I kind of wanted to back up for a moment here, is that Iran is oftentimes the bellwether of the Middle East.
Right.
If you remember when the Islamic Republic launched its revolution in 1979, that's when the whole Islamic thing started.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Blair Institute just did a poll about what % of Iranians are religious. It's 30% and
Right.
less. And in the US, just as a point of comparison, 70% of Americans identify themselves with a religion. So democracy, in many ways, has already been exported. Why?
Right.
Because they've seen the other side, and
Right.
they don't like it.
Right. We're going to yes, sir.
Ladies, thank you for that panel. My name
No, you got to speak in because we have thousands watching online.
Hello?
Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the panel. My name is Ahmed Nasser. I'm a Special Forces officer. My question for you is, what is your assessment for the way forward for Syria, for the countries in the region, and for the U.S.? Thank you.
Let me give that to Tsipi. You know Syria.
Yes. No, I mean, it is all connected. I mean, we cannot speak about Iran without dealing with what they are doing in and with Syria and through and using or the situation and the tension between Hezbollah and Israel these days. In the last few years, Russia was in Syria with Assad, and things are changing now. So maybe this is the opportunity for the U.S. to be more involved with and in the situation of Lebanon,
Right.
Syria, and.
Thank you. It's an important question. Thank you. Yes, sir.
David Lichtinger, concerned citizen. So shouldn't the United States be doing more to support the Iranian people and the demonstrators, and what form should that be taking?
I'm going to give that to Farah.
Of course, we should be doing more to support the people. I talked about civil society and the ways forward. I strongly suggest, Goli's written some stuff on what we can be doing. I strongly suggest you read what she's written. We have a toolkit of soft power that has been exceptional all over the world. Right. What I don't understand today is why we aren't deploying it the way we can in places like Iran and other parts of the world.
He's speaking directly to the people of Iran in the multitudes of Persian language programs.
Excellent. Yes, sir.
Michael Greenwald, Amazon. There's greater Chinese yuan activity in the Middle East like ever before.
Oh my God, this is such a Dina question.
What should the U.S. be doing about this?
For Dina.
Well,
I didn't even plant that one.
Well, it's not just in the Middle East, right? I think we have seen, and Xi Jinping's been very clear about his ambition around the world, all throughout Africa, in the Middle East. You know, they are very clear about their intentions, and that is to compete and win economically, politically, and to forge more allies around the world. And you see them doing that. What's interesting, and I've heard Secretary Rice say this, is they're not particularly great partners at the end of the day. You know,
Right.
they come, they search for the minerals, the lithium, but at the end of the day, they bring their own workers. They're not creating jobs on the ground,
Right.
and so they're actually not doing it, I think, the most effective way possible, but they certainly are. And I think, honestly, and all three of these amazing women have referenced this, I think the Middle East leaders right now are hedging, and they have to they don't want to hear you have to pick one side or another. They have to work with the Chinese. They have to work with us. And I think that they're forging their own path in many ways that makes it a little bit more difficult for us to have the influence that we want to have. And speaking of, and this is just a point of personal privilege because I see Steve Hadley, the greatest thing this country has ever done that helped people believe in America and appreciate America is PEPFAR, what President Bush did all throughout Africa, and those are the kinds of initiatives that could make a big difference today.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
A lot going on in Lebanon the past few years, only passing reference a moment ago. Does Lebanon have implications for the wider Middle East in your assessment?
Thank you. Who wants Lebanon?
The minister.
Can we start the 40 minutes now? No, I raised it yesterday about the tension that now is being raised between Hezbollah and Israel. As I said at the beginning, they shouldn't miscalculate the internal situation in Israel, but it looks like they are testing. And of course, what Iran is doing in the region through its proxies is dangerous to the region and to the entire world. But may I add something, excuse me, about democracy and young generation? Steve, is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so I want
Really-
to say
really
something
fast.
in general. It's not just about the Middle East.
We have 7 seconds.
Young generation lost trust in administrations
Right.
and in the old generation. We need to rebrand what does it mean to be democracy, why it is important for them, and to speak in their language. And frankly, we didn't raise this issue of global warming. We are leaving to them something that their expectation from us
We
is
mentioned
higher
COP, yeah.
than what we deliver. And I think that we need to rebrand and speak with them through their social networks in a completely different manner than this kind of stages.
Thank you. 15 seconds.
To follow that point, my question was about our effort to educate young girls and women in STEM education. So important. Dina, I know this is something that we also
Great.
take a lot of credit for.
15 seconds.
Of course, we need to educate girls, more than just STEM, but across other disciplines as well. I want to make the point that in the Middle East, tell me how many female leaders there are. And what example are we giving to the young women in the Middle East? We have to do more to make them rise and be leaders in a lot of different fields.
One little data point that I weirdly know is there are actually more STEM female graduates in the Middle East than there are in proportion in the United States. So when you look at gender, roles and issues, a lot of the world is way ahead of us in STEM. So just something to think about. I want to thank, fantastic conversation, Golia Mary, Tzipi Livni, Farah Pandit, and Dina Powell McCormick. Thank you all.
Great job.
Morning with General Dickinson from U.S. Space Command, and now we're moving to another discussion on space. It's an important realm for us. The final frontier, space strategy for the future. Delighted that David Ignatius of the Washington Post will lead the discussion with Tori Bruno, who's the CEO of United Launch Alliance, John Plum, who's the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy at the U.S. Department of Defense, and Esene Oza Okuro, who's the Assistant Director for Space Policy at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you.
So, thank you to Neve. As Neve said, we began this morning with the combatant commander for space, and now we're going to get some good policy guidance and also some good commercial oversight from Tori. I want to begin with Esene, and I want to ask her a gee whiz question. So, I don't know about you, but when I saw the images last week from the James Webb Space Telescope, I thought again of the majesty of this space adventure. I mean, it blew me away to see those images of our universe. And I want to ask, Esene, in the White House, with this president, with our national security, Jake Sullivan, who you work for. What's the vision that you have about space? And in particular, let me ask you about one thing that's on your agenda, the International Space Station that's been part of our presence in space, is going to be retired in 7 years. We got to have some new platform. So talk about that, but talk more broadly about the vision, as you talk about it with your colleagues.
Thank you, David, and good day, all. It's an honor to be here. Thank you to the Aspen Security Forum for having me. Arthi Prabhakar likes to say that OSTP's overarching purpose is to strengthen, advance science and technology for the benefit of all Americans and to help us reach our nation's greatest aspirations. And so when you think of the richly complex innovation vehicle that we have and where we are today, we are using this rich, complex system to move us into the next chapter, the next era. And in space, what that means is creating resilient critical infrastructure that does not have to be, that is resilient against the effects of space weather, ensuring that we are mitigating and tracking and remediating orbital debris, ensuring that we are successfully transitioning the International Space Station to a US commercially owned space station, and that we remain the partner of choice amongst our allies and partners. And so we really strive to continue to achieve US leadership by maintaining safety, security, stability, and sustainability, not just in low Earth orbit, but in MEO and GEO and all across celestial bodies in space. So that's the vision. And with the International Space Station, we really are at an exciting inflection point. I still remember when the shuttle program retired, and I was working at NASA at the time, and I got calls, do you still have a job? And so here we are. We have agreed to retire the International Space Station by 2030, and we will be replacing it and hoping to bring all our partners with us, partners that are allied with us, partners, some of whom are strategic competitors, and then new partners. And we want them to come with us to a commercial space station that will be owned by a US entity. And we want to be active in that area of science and technology. We want to lead, we want to retain US preeminence. And so while we have this focus with our lunar program to go back to the moon, we are not yielding our preeminence in low Earth orbit for space research and development.
I don't know about all of you, but I miss the space shuttle. I used to love to watch that. So, John, you're Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy. And last November, your colleagues and you completed a document that was called the Space Strategy Review. Space Strategic Review, nickname, I discovered today, Scissors. Wonder about that. So that document, I don't believe exists in an unclassified version. But I am hoping that you can give this audience a sense of the broad concepts that frame our strategy as you put together in that document and as you've been trying to carry out since.
Well, thank you, David, and also thanks to the Aspen Security Forum for this opportunity. The Space Strategic Review, SSR, SSR, was actually just a Herculean undertaking by my office and really by the Department of Defense. It was tasked by the National Security Advisor to the Department of Defense to really take a base level relook at the environment, national security environment for space, where we are and where we're headed. And a couple really important things. One, space is in our DNA for the military. It's absolutely essential to the way we fight. It's part of our way of war. So that's the first thing. That has been elevated to a very high level. Everyone now understands that, and that's part of the reason that space has become increasingly important. Second, as Secretary Austin has directed us to focus on China as the pacing challenge, China is also our pacing challenge in space. And that has a ability to focus what we need to do. And when we look at that environment, it is very different than it was 10 years ago, for instance, in the Obama administration. Massive change there. And so what the department needs to do, and these are the two main pieces out of the scissor, are make sure that we can deter conflict in space, all right? And that conflict in space is completely related to the conflict on the ground, because space is in our DNA for military missions. Every military mission relies on space. We have to assure that mission for our men and women to be able to execute their mission properly. So that means we have to protect and defend our systems and devalue adversary attack on our systems. One of the reasons we're leaning heavily into resilience. How do we devalue an attack? And the second part is our men and women in harm's way are also in harm's way when they face space-enabled threats from the adversary. And so we have to be able to protect them from those as well.
So you mentioned resilience. I just want to follow up. Our national security space architecture, often described as exquisite, the NRO's satellites, these just extraordinary pieces of technology, we're also very vulnerable. And I think in recent years, you and your colleagues have realized that vulnerability was a serious problem, and that somehow you had to put more eggs in more baskets and reduce vulnerability. Have you completed that? I mean, do we now have a genuinely resilient space architecture, or is it still vulnerable to an attack during this window in which we weren't attentive enough?
So first, resilience is never complete. It will be a constant back and forth. But second, we are truly investing in becoming resilient. We're picking off certain mission sets. I think missile warning, missile track is a thing we talk about a lot. We're moving from an architecture that has a few very large and expensive satellites in GEO and in large polar orbits to a proliferated architecture in LEO. And that has a couple advantages. One, devaluing an attack. Two, the refresh rate of satellites that only last 3 to 5 years provides an ability to maybe innovate at speed and not have to look out for my requirements 20 years from now. What are my requirements 5 years from now with the knowledge that I'll have to refresh that? So a lot of advantages there from a military standpoint, and I think we are all in on getting there, but resilience is a kind of a never-ending quest.
Tori, your United Launch Alliance is in the space business big time. And your new sort of make or break rocket is the Vulcan Centaur. And unfortunately, you had a setback in March, an explosion on a test launch pad that led you to delay the initial launch of that rocket. I think it was scheduled for May. And it's now been put back, and it's unclear to me, quickly scanning the press, just when it's going to go up. But are you at this point confident that it will be in space? First launch will be up by the end of this year.
Yeah, we did a pretty detailed discussion for the press just a few days ago and explained everything that happened and when we're going to fly. We'll expect to fly in Q4. To put it in context, when I came to ULA and started the development of this new rocket, I had a choice to make. Do I develop a rocket that is optimized for commercial LEO missions like every other rocket in the world? Or do I choose to focus on national security space and what we call the high energy missions or high energy orbits that only the government uses? The government uses LEO. They also use these much more complex, much longer duration, much more difficult technology missions. I chose to go that way because I felt that the challenges our country are facing, especially relative to China and Russia, were going to demand that of our industrial partnership. So this is a fairly sophisticated rocket. The thing that is the most complex and high performance about it is its upper stage. And David, what you're referring to is a structural qualification test we were performing on that very exquisite upper stage back at the Marshall Space Flight Center in April. The very last test I needed to do before flying the rocket that was sitting down on the pad at Cape Canaveral. And what happened was this paper-thin, 40-foot long, 18-foot across stainless steel tank, so thin, I've had wedding invitations that were thicker than the steel on this thing. It won't hold its own shape if it's not pressurized, because every kilogram, every ounce of mass on a stage like that matters. It's exactly another kilogram of payload to these very high orbits we fly to. And the bottom line was, it was a little too thin right at the top. There was a local stress riser that missed the first analysis. It leaked, hydrogen got out. Hydrogen will always find an ignition source, and it caught fire. So, exquisite technology, but not an exquisite root cause. And the corrective action is, gosh darn, I wish it was 20% thicker. I guess I'm going to weld a plate over the top of the forward part of the stage. That's it. Building it now. A few days from now, you could ask me. I'll send you a picture of the completed new forward dome, and we'll get all that done, and still have to finish that testing we weren't quite done with, and then we'll fly before the end of the year and usher in that new era.
So the takeaway for me is that the image of that shell that's as thin as a wedding invitation. I want to ask you before we go any further, what it's like competing with Elon Musk. Your big competitor obviously is SpaceX, which has been this symbol of new space. What's SpaceX like as a competitor?
SpaceX is a very aggressive competitor, and competition is good. Before I got to ULA, there was only one domestic company that could fly government missions, either for NASA or for the National Security Space Infrastructure. So we were a sole source. We were a monopoly. We were an extension of the Air Force. And our mission had been to have extreme reliability coming through an era where the spacecraft on orbit were aging out. The replacements were years late because they were technologically ambitious. And our job was to fly anything that showed up to the launch pad whenever it came out of the factory, and don't break any because we're short. ULA did all that. But when I got there, Elon Musk had just shown up. And so we had competition, and our competitor was litigious. I'm not going to pull any punches on that. The first thing they did was sue our customer to break open existing contracts. But I will tell you that competition is good for industry, and at a time when our country is facing into these challenges, a broader industrial base is something we need. So I've been supportive of that from day one, and I'm not afraid to compete. So we have developed a rocket, we have competed, we beat him in national security space for the first place, and then we've landed a massive commercial contract with Amazon, which is allowing me to essentially double the launch infrastructure that our nation enjoys. This is a healthy environment, and I hope it continues, and I welcome new entrants as well.
I like the way you said, we beat him, with relish. So, Esne, I want to come back to you and ask you about another big idea and what this White House thinks about it, and that's Project Artemis, our return to the moon. And I'd be interested in hearing how you would describe the goal of that project, the benefits. And since we've been talking about Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, my owner, my newspaper, see going to the moon, but even more going to Mars, as a way of saving our civilization. That they have the biggest ideas about planet Earth's decay and the need to leap into the heavens to save ourselves. Does this White House have a similar vision? When you think about Project Artemis and going to the moon, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, so President Biden is very clear on ensuring that we have the first woman on the moon and the first person of color on the moon. So the astronauts were recently announced, and we've got 3 Americans and an astronaut from another country. So not only is there a prioritization of going back to the moon, there is a desire to go back to the moon together with other nations. And that 4th astronaut is Canadian. We're going with an allied partner. So there is a lot of excitement, and the first test of the Artemis program happened last year. It was a successful rocket test, and then the astronauts are to fly in 2 years. And then we have follow-on missions, so it's a mission with multiple parts. But we're very excited to have the first woman and person of color on the surface of the moon in less than 2 years. Now, with with the excitement on the civil side, we also have this excitement on the commercial side with individuals, which in itself is a seismic shift from where we were historically 60 years ago when the vision for space came from a president. And now we have private individuals who are innovating in space, looking to lead in space, looking to go to the moon, who are supplying a lot of critical services on the civil side for NASA and the defense side as well, and are looking to go to Mars as well. And what we see here is just an abundance of innovative technology that's going to come out of it in space manufacturing on the surface of the moon, robotics technology, in space servicing. This includes servicing satellites that are low on fuel in space. This includes tugging, maneuvering satellites. And of course, what works in low Earth orbit is different from what will work in MEO or GEO, so we have to consistently innovate and update our thinking and think differently about solutions that are for each respective orbit. We also have to think about where, not just supply chain resiliency, but where the technology is coming from. There's some technology and research capabilities that will live in the government, within the government. And then there's some where we rely on the private sector to provide. So those are some of the strategies and guidelines that we have to follow to ensure that this ecosystem remains exciting and remains at the core a system that strengthens and meets our greatest aspirations.
David, I just have to add to that because SNA is being so modest. This is a moment in time. Our human destiny is going to be changed by this exploration. We now understand that there are more natural resources on the moon and just beyond in cislunar space than we can comprehend of. This is going to move our species to a post-scarcity human future. Outside, walking around the Aspen Institute, we're zero-scaping and we're conserving materials and we're thinking of a model in which we are living on a planet with ever-diminishing resources that will eventually be used up and our children will not have the lives we have now. When we go to space and develop these resources that defy human imagination, where there is such abundance, this will change everything. It'll start on the moon. It's possible because the resources are there, but also because rocket fuel now exists on the moon. Water, 40 billion metric tons, the most energetic rocket fuel we have when it's decomposed into liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and we will go from there out further into the solar system. This is the time. You will tell your grandchildren that you were there when the destiny of humanity changed. And SNA is a part of that.
That's cool.
Well done, Tori.
Well said. You sound like my boss, Jeff, who says our descendants will think of Earth as a national park, that they'll visit occasionally. It'll be really pretty, and they'll enjoy it. So, John, every time I try as a journalist, and also up on the stage this morning, to ask detailed questions about space weapon systems and what DoD is planning and how we're going to compete with China, the usual answer is, in effect, I can't talk about it, it's classified. And I'm going to read you something that somebody you know well, the former Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, John Hyten, General John Hyten, said back in 2021. He said, "In space, we overclassify everything. Deterrence does not happen in the classified world. Deterrence does not happen in the black," meaning black, classified, super classified systems. Deterrence happens in the white, i.e. in public discussion and expression of some of what we're doing. So you said yourself a couple months ago that space is overclassified. But I know from our conversation earlier today that you think General Hyten overstated the matter. Just talk about this balance. These are super sensitive secrets, but it is important that the Chinese get some sense publicly, some public pushback, isn't it?
So I'm going to take your question in two parts, and thank you for this question. I'll say the first part is, yes, space is overclassified. I've testified to this multiple times. Part of it's a legacy, right? Just the basic idea of being able to take a picture from space when only the US government could do that, that's a thing we didn't want people to know. Well, now you can buy pictures from space online for, I don't know, a couple dollars, and I think why that should still just automatically be classified because it comes from space or at a really high level is a thing we need to get over. And we are working on that. I will say it is a hard problem set, but trying to figure out how to make things at least less classified, if not unclassified. That is separate from this discussion about, it's typically called reveal conceal discussion. And I will just say that deterrence is in the mind of the adversary or the potential adversary, and it's what they think, right? And I do not need to reveal anything, any secrets of the United States of America inside the Beltway so that we can have fun conversations. I'm not trying to be pejorative, but I think that is not where deterrence happens, all right? And we have entire China, very enjoyable listening to the ambassador here earlier today. China has entire statecraft. You know they steal secrets from us constantly. That's open information. And we need to keep them guessing. There is value in ambiguity. They are deterred. We need to make sure that continues happening. I do not think that that requires unclassifying anything.
So just to push this a little further, I got the sense from General Dickinson this morning that when we think about deterrence, because of our deep concern, and this has been expressed by Vice President Harris, among others, about creating more debris fields in space through kinetic attacks, that we are really not in the kinetic attack business, that we're looking at other things that could be done, jamming, use of directed energy, go down a list. Am I right in thinking that that's a basic kind of guidepost for you?
So the Secretary of Defense has put out, our basic tenets, but really the United States intends to continue to be the world's responsible leader in space. That includes the United States military. And what is in the interest of all spacefaring nations and companies and private entities is a safe, secure, and stable space domain. And that means minimizing debris. And we need to make sure we're minimizing debris in normal operations, make sure we have ways to remove debris if things go wrong or if something fails during normal operations, and any military operations you might consider are included in that. So how do we make sure that goes? What we want is no conflict. And what we want is a secure, stable domain. It is massively important to the US economy. It's also massively important really to the world. Space is increasingly valuable to every citizen in the world, and we need to protect that.
I'd put a point on it just to help my friend John with understanding maybe where you're going with the question. Yes, space is a unique domain. It's not like air, it's not like sea. If an airplane is damaged or a ship is damaged, it rapidly leaves the domain. Space isn't like that. If you do an ASAT test like China did and Russia did, the material stays in orbit, it's inherently global, it circles the Earth. If it's in LEO, every 90 minutes. From the Chinese test, there are still thousands of pieces of debris. It's a global commons for which, when we foul it, we're all stuck with it for many, many years. And in the world of deterrence, John astutely pointed out, it's in the mind of the adversary. But there's a couple of different schools of deterrence. There's the classic, many of you are familiar with strategic nuclear deterrence. I spent decades in that, where we say, go ahead and attack, do us harm. We'll artificially impose a retaliatory cost on you that will make it not worth it. There's a whole nother school of deterrence. That one is inappropriate for space for a number of reasons. If we retaliate on the ground, there's likely loss of life. There won't be immediate loss of life from a space attack, so it's inappropriate, morally ambiguous. If we retaliate in space, we fouled the commons. The other school is go ahead and attack, it won't work. And then you'll suffer the economic sanctions and the ostracization amongst the global community. That's where we are focusing, making our assets resilient so that there's no Pearl Harbor, easy first punch. They can take a hit and keep on going. Our assets should be less accessible to an adversary. Look, the weapons technologies that they are developing now are things that I personally worked on many years ago, as some people in this room have. We set them down to prosecute the global war on terror. China stole that technology 20 years ago. They've been working on it all this time. And while that might sound like a daunting challenge, that they have that 20-year advantage on us in applying it, it's also an opportunity. This country innovates. We will innovate and invent solutions that render those old ideas of our own irrelevant. And when we do that, we'll send them 20 years back to the shower. We will deter them by showing them their actions won't work, and we'll maintain peace in space, which is our ultimate goal.
All right. Well said again. We're down to about 5 minutes. I want to ask a quick last question to Esne and to John. Esne, we talked about rules of the road for space this morning. I'd be interested in a brief summary of where the White House is on that, and in particular, I'm curious about whether there's any dialogue between the United States and China that's meaningful about space. Is there any channel in which we're exchanging useful information about this domain that we share?
So you mentioned that the Vice President has discussed an orbital debris, and that's a great place to start with on norms. So we have been working on, we've got a policy on norms of behavior to ensure that we are leading by example, leading bilaterally, leading multilaterally, and ensuring that we all use space responsibly. The Vice President announced almost immediately after the last ASAT test we witnessed that there would be now a ban on US direct ascent anti-satellite missile tests.
Meaning shooting the satellite kinetically and leaving all the debris.
That's right, because as Tori's explained, we have this field of debris that is not just large, but also small and lethal. Sometimes debris that's less than 5 centimeters can take out an entire spacecraft. So that was part of our response, but it's rooted, again, in ensuring that we are maintaining safety. And in that case, it was safety for our astronauts who were put in harm's way during that particular test. Security, stability, and again, sustainability of space for the next generations, and not just in low Earth orbit again, but for other orbits.
Any dialogue with the Chinese?
Not particularly.
Okay. Just wanted to ask that question. So let's go to the audience. Please raise your hands and identify yourselves if you've got questions for our panel. Yes, sir.
I was talking to someone who's planning to launch data centers to land on the moon and operate there. And he told me that China has already staked claim to land on the moon, specific parcels of land on the moon. Can you talk about that, and what type of a threat does that present to us?
John. That's classified.
So let me step back from the specifics of that question, but just say I don't think militarizing the moon is a good idea for anybody. I also think that the logistics chain for that is unsupportable in a military contested environment. It's I think there are treaties that say we should not be doing that. I'm not tracking that specific instance. Obviously, if China wants to land on the moon, they should do that, and the U.S. is going to land on the moon and try to build infrastructure there as well, and that should all be healthy competition and exploration.
We continue to follow all the treaties that we work very closely with the UN, so our relationships with multilateral institutions are strong, and we all have to, both us and our strategic competitors, we do have to follow those treaties.
Let's see if we can grab another question or two. Any other folks? Esther, yes.
Thank you. Just to pick up on that last point about creating norms for operations on the moon. So 2 things. First, of course, that we are parties of the Outer Space Treaty, which does cover this area.
Right.
So one question is, what sort of international conversation should we be having about spots on the moon? As the gentleman indicated, the U.S. and China are not the only countries who are planning to send items to the moon. India still has one that's to be landed.
Let's put that.
How do we handle that?
Let's put that to isn't it or John or Tori?
Because he's working on a moon lander.
Yeah.
Well, we're very interested in developing the moon and the natural resources there. When we look at the body of law nationally, internationally, there's some pretty big gaps, right? So we're not supposed to stake territorial claims, and we shouldn't. But it does also say that we should, any nation should, develop resources that are there. Well, that's easily said. That means it's a business. I have to be able to go there. I have to, at least for a period of time, have exclusive access to a site if I'm going to extract minerals or water to make propellant. I need to be able to own the stuff that I extract. That's not currently covered by any legal regime. I need to be able to sell it, or it's of no value to me to own it, and so on. And all of this has to be international. So there is actually still a pretty big gap between the theoretical and the aspirational ideas that began even under the Eisenhower administration, believe it or not, and now actually being in a place where we can act on it. So this is a classical international UN, perhaps led by the West, where we value things like innovation and the ability of people to invest in create wealth for broad swatches of human beings. Now's the time. Let's get going.
So maybe Henry Kissinger talked about this issue this week in his meetings with the Chinese defense minister and others. Who knows? So I'm going to conclude the panel because we've run out of time. This just reinforces one of my abiding beliefs these days, that space is cool. Space is just so interesting intellectually as a business. I want to thank our three terrific panelists. Please join me in thanking them.
PayPal, thank you very much, PayPal. We have Brian Nelson, who's the Undersecretary for Terrorism and Finance Intelligence at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. And a late add is Matt Olson, who we're very grateful that he was able to join today from the DOJ. I'd like to welcome you all to the stage. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third panel of the afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, I can say with confidence this is surely the most sibilant panel of the Security Forum: sanctions, scams, and schemes. So welcome. We have with us representatives of the private sector here with Aaron from PayPal. We have Brian from Treasury, Matt joining us from the Justice Department. We are going to get to money laundering, cybercrime, ransomware, cryptocurrency, how AI is changing the game or not. What gives you hope? What gives you nightmares? I want to start with a quick level set and lay on me your best 60-second swing at this, each of you. How does your work look different than had we been on this stage 5 years ago? Like, cast your mind back, 2018, what feels the same, what feels different? And I want to start there because I want to give people a taste of just how quickly things are moving. We'll start at the end. Aaron.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Such a fantastic event, and it's a great icebreaker question, so thank you. As I reflect back, 5 years, it's been a really interesting 5 years geopolitically, COVID, and it's changed a lot of things, certainly for us in the way we do business. And I would say the theme would be accelerating trends, right? So from a commercial perspective, accelerated the trend of offline transactions to online. So our business correspondingly grew from 200 million plus customers to now well over 400 million plus customers, 6 billion transactions to over 20 billion transactions a year. So that's a huge playing field for us.
20 billion.
20 billion transactions, average value of $60, very interesting. So a very interesting playing field for us commercially, but also, and in my role, to protect those customers and those transactions. And the other accelerating trends we saw are on the bad actor side, right? They are getting more sophisticated and attacking more at scale than ever. And I think COVID and COVID relief is a great example of the last 5 years, right? COVID relief, as we've all read, scams are estimated between $200 and $300 billion, not from PayPal, just overall. But we certainly did our part to combat that. And we always have a dual role, right? We want to stop the bad actors. We also want to enable our good customers.
Yeah.
So if you think about unemployment fraud relief, we had to quickly pivot to deal with that scale and sophistication while simultaneously ensure that our good customers who needed those relief benefits could get them. And I think that's a really good paradigm of the last 5 years.
Okay. Brian, the view from Treasury. What
No,
looks the same, what looks different than a few years ago?
I think Aaron well described what we're seeing on our side. You see sort of the explosion in terms of the new payment rails and opportunities to move value across the globe has exploded exponentially over the last 5 years. So that
Do you mean
obviously
things as basic as we all Venmo now instead
exactly
of writing a check?
mobile money, mobile payment systems, obviously.
That was not a dig at you.
Crypto.
Just inserting others into the competition.
We own Venmo, so that's great.
You're at the center, and then that obviously creates just opportunity for cyber-enabled crime. So we've seen an explosion as well of ransomware, extortion, particularly hitting the United States, but globally we've seen the proliferation of these darknet markets where drugs and your ID, your credential, and private information is sold again to facilitate ongoing illicit finance and criminal activity. So I think we recognize that this actor could be anywhere in the world. So the one thing that I've seen our government do and continue to do well is to really push for international solutions to these challenges, recognizing the United States can't do it alone.
Matt, the view from Justice.
Yeah, thanks, Mary Louise, and great to be here. I mean, if I could expand that question actually to 10 years ago, I sat on the stage and I was the director of the National Enforcement. And by, I think about export enforcement, keeping sensitive technologies in the United States from getting to our adversaries, or sanctions enforcement. Russia invades Ukraine, we go after oligarchs and pursue sanctions evasion, cybercrime that you've talked about. So our work has really shifted significantly, really just in light of the threats we face and what we're looking at in terms of nation-state adversaries. And I would say the other thing, which is I think a theme of this panel, is how much that work isn't just the federal government. Terrorism, largely the federal government. When we talk about financial crime and national security, it's partnerships with the private sector because they are on the front lines of this fight.
And often seeing things even before you do, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I want to make this specific because it's so big and abstract and hard to get your head around. And you mentioned, Brian, darknet markets. Yeah. Let's do a little bit of a case study because there were big headlines some of us may have seen last year. A Justice Department investigation led to the shutdown of Hydra Market, which, per your press release that y'all put out, was the world's largest and longest running darknet market. Help me understand, what does that mean? What was it? What was happening on this platform?
I'm happy to, yeah, so in addition to partnering with Justice, we designated Hydra at the time. And the things that you see on these darknet markets is, one, a lot of drug trafficking. So you worry a lot about drug trafficking organizations selling fentanyl and other opioids and synthetic opioids on these markets, really fueling what we have seen in terms of the growth in fentanyl-related deaths here in the United States. So that's a critical national security concern. The other thing that you see is the selling of these credentials, so that your social security number can be sold on these markets if they've been exfiltrated through a cybersecurity breach at a company, or your house, your home information, so that it can create a synthetic version of you, apply for your credit, et cetera, or otherwise try to profit off of your information.
Who's selling? Where are these people?
So sometimes they could be anywhere in the world, unfortunately, but a lot of these darknet markets are being relied upon by cyber criminals operating in Russia. So that's a common jurisdiction that we see, but truly these actors are acting everywhere in the world.
Okay. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think this also illustrates the partnership between the Justice Department, where I am, and the Treasury Department, where Brian is. Where Brian and his team has the sanctions authorities. We have the enforcement authorities behind those sanctions. So with Hydra, we work closely together. We actually charged the individual who was responsible for running the darknet website. And I think it really, to your point, Brian, it really does highlight how sort of the digital asset ecosystem can fuel a whole range of illicit activities, again, whether it's drug trafficking and fentanyl, or from a national security perspective, ransomware, and the movement of funds that support authoritarian regimes. So there's a range of types of activity, but the thing to think about is Hydra and other darknet marketplaces like it are the fuel for this illicit activity, and we have to bring all of our tools to bear across the government to go after them.
And just trying to understand the international aspect of it, because I was fascinated. This was a DOJ takedown, but the servers and the cryptocurrency wallets seized, that was
Germany.
Germany.
Yeah.
Why? Why does that matter if you're dealing with a currency that's all online anyway? Talk about that partnership and why it matters what country you're in.
No, I mean, I think where the servers are matters a lot, because be able to actually take down the website. So from us, it's always a conversation is like, what is the disruptive effect? We have tools within the USG, but then does a foreign partner also have a tool that's going to lead to some disruptive effect? The thing that we don't want to do is take an action that's not actually going to disrupt the criminal activity that we're seeing. So in this case, working with the Germans was critical to actually getting the servers taken down, because they had the legal authorities to do that.
And you said you charged the main guy. Now that they know how to do this, are you already seeing copycats? How do you prevent that?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think this is a challenge, to be honest, that we all face, which is these nefarious actors take advantage of the boundaryless, nature of dark market, ransomware, cybercrime generally, and we are living in a world, sort of a physical world, in terms of law enforcement, where we want to arrest the person who's responsible and put them in a courtroom in the United States, and hopefully put them in a prison in the United States. That's not always possible, so we look for other ways to carry out disruptions. And that sometimes can be as basic as just announcing and highlighting the kinds of things we're seeing through our indictments, through our charging documents, so that we can put them on notice, but also put other actors and achieve some degree of general deterrence, because we say, hey, we're watching you, and we're gonna go after you.
Yeah. All right, let's please.
No, I was just gonna. I think that is definitely true. That you take one down, and oftentimes you see them proliferate in another jurisdiction.
It is called Hydra, so imagine
but Hydra actually was so big. I think we have not seen that there's been a darknet market of scale that size, anywhere near that size, develop in the time that we took it down.
Let's go to AI. A thread running through so many of the conversations this year. Speaking of, this was on the radar 5 years ago, but nothing like it is now. To make it specific, Aaron, I know at PayPal y'all have talked about how AI is enabling fraud as a business model. Explain.
Sure. Well, one, AI is a big topic, and it's been around for a while. You have machine learning, you have AI, and now you have generative AI. Right, and that's like the next big step. That's why we're all talking about it, because it's a game changer, right? And it's a game changer for everyone. And one of the ways to think about it is, because it enables the machine to now make the next decision, it lowers the barrier of entry for everyone on different topics. So whether you're starting a business to do Photoshop, to make pictures, well, now you don't need the training that you might have, right? But also on the bad guy side, right, which is another trend we've seen over the years, and you all do just an amazing job taking them down. But you see the bad guys not just creating and using their capabilities to defraud people, but rather they build the tools and they sell them, right? And so now with generative AI, they can do that at scale, right? And they can actually create API-driven products with product releases, and you can have fairly low-level people on the bad actor side participating in very sophisticated attacks.
Give us an example so we can.
So think about, I know another hot topic is ransomware. So ransomware, the bad actors go after people's emails and try to convince them. Well, with generative AI, those are going to look more real than ever, and you'll be able to operate that faster and with more frequency than ever. And by the way, you don't need to know how to do it. You can buy it from someone else on the dark web and then deploy it against the company. And so it's going to be much harder to detect the sort of real from the fake. And so it will no doubt, if not deterred by us and others, turn into much worse cases.
How is PayPal, how's the private sector generally thinking about using it in good ways? How's it helpful?
So AI has been part of our DNA for a long time, right? So one of the lifeblood for our company is we want to enable all of these transactions all over the world. We also want to make sure we're not taken advantage of and don't lose too much money. And so we've been investing on the cutting edge of these technologies, including these types of large language models for many years, actually. And so that continues to be on the bleeding edge for us, and we'll continue to invest there to make sure that we can protect our platform and our customers. Because if we don't, we know that the bad guys will continue to expand their capabilities. And so we always say in fraud, if you're not staying one step ahead, you're behind. There's no maintain.
To what extent are you able to police it? I mean, what's the view from law enforcement on this? I know you'll just set up a new thing with the disruptive technology strike. What is that?
Yeah, so, I mean, when we think about artificial intelligence from the Department of Justice standpoint, from national security standpoint, we think about how we protect our development of these sensitive technologies. These are, as you said, Aaron, game-changing technologies that PayPal, other companies, the government are developing, and that really allow us to stay a step ahead of our adversaries, whether it's in the military context, intelligence, or just general technology. And so we have laws that protect these sensitive technologies, AI first among them, from being transferred illegally to our adversaries. And so we set up this year a new strike force called the Disruptive Technology Strike Force, focusing on AI and other technologies with the Commerce Department, which has authorities in these areas, to enforce export controls and make it so that together as a team, we are preventing these sorts of sensitive technologies from illegally being moved outside the United States, because these are the technologies that literally have the capacity to alter the balance of power between the United States and our adversaries.
How well is it working?
Well, right now it's working pretty well. I mean, we just started it, but I will say we announced about 5 cases a couple months ago. One of them was a case involving a software engineer who worked at Apple, who stole some of Apple's AI technology, proprietary technology, and went to work immediately for a company in China. And he's been charged now by an indictment for allegedly engaging in stealing Apple's proprietary technology. So we are working, again, very closely with the private sector, who are at the forefront of developing these technologies, to make sure we're in a position to protect them.
Yeah. You want to jump in on this one?
No, I mean, we're focused. One of our roles at Treasury is the work to protect critical infrastructure, obviously focused on financial institutions. So recognizing that technology is going to create opportunity, obviously, as Matt noted, both on the national security side, as well as opportunity for adversaries and bad actors out there. We're focused on a couple of things like resilience, not just in the context of AI, but coming quantum and other disruptive technologies, as Matt noted, and then working with private sector partners, frankly, to understand how bad actors are using these tools and what they're seeing.
Yeah. Staying with new technology and things we might not have been talking about on this stage 5-10 years ago, cryptocurrency. I have a bunch of big general questions, but I guess I've been struck by recent headlines of major players in that field going belly up. How does that impact your work from a purely just trying to stop financial crimes point of view, setting aside convenience, profitability, everything else? Is this a good development?
I don't know if it's good or bad. I think we come from a couple of perspectives. The basis is we want to support responsible innovation, and the way that we see that happening is for cryptocurrencies firms, virtual asset service providers, to really build in meaningful money laundering and terrorist financing compliance in the service, in the app, or on their blockchain. So that's critical from our perspective, number one. And then, number two, I think what we have seen, we've done some illicit finance risk assessments, both in the context of digital assets and specifically decentralized finance. And in both cases, what you see is there are a lot of these virtual asset service providers that are subject to AML, CFT compliance and sanctions screening rules, and they are not following those. And that is frankly the biggest source of risk, because it is no surprise that bad actors know that if these companies aren't doing that screening or have an AML, CFT compliance, that they can run whatever form of illicit finance they want through that service. So getting compliance is sort of the first step for us, and then obviously avoiding the scenario where you have these companies jumping from jurisdiction to jurisdiction to try to avoid meaningful compliance. So working globally through the Financial Action Task Force, which sets AML CFT compliance across the world, is a key part of the efforts that we're trying to attach.
So share a couple perspectives, also obviously for responsible innovation, and we believe in embracing new technology and understanding it and being the responsible player in it. And so for cryptocurrency, one, there's many facets to it, but at the end of the day, whether it's whatever the new technology is, there's always concern, but it's still moving money from point A to point B. And what do you know of point A, and what do you know of point B, and what do you know in between? And cryptocurrency is very interesting because of, as you just shared, sometimes at point A in the beginning, you don't know that much, right? But you know where it ends up. But here's the really interesting part. Cryptocurrency runs on the blockchain, which is technology that actually has an immutable ledger, meaning once something happens there, it's there forever. And that's very powerful evidence for law enforcement, for us who like to help law enforcement. So, and there's a lot of tools out there that actually are enabling the government and private sector to crack really extensive global syndicates who are using cryptocurrency. So I think there was a way that the bad actors felt like this was really going to protect them in a way that they're seeing now that those funds are actually being grabbed, right? Sometimes they're being grabbed. And so I think some demystification is helpful, and I think there are responsible ways to participate in what will no doubt be part of commerce.
Yeah, just a brief comment on that, because I totally agree with you guys' comments. And we at the Justice Department work closely with companies, responsible companies with good compliance programs, and who are committed to corporate governance and working with the government. It is the case that crypto, by its nature, it's decentralized, pseudo-anonymous. There aren't intermediaries. That is why it's those features of crypto that help it become the fuel for ransomware. And from a national security perspective, the biggest concern, I think, for crypto for us is how North Korea uses crypto, basically by stealing it. And they steal it to support their weapons program. So you can see immediately why that's such a big concern for us. I think public reports are that they've stolen $3 billion with a B dollars worth of crypto since 2017. And we've taken steps, again, working with responsible corporate actors and our partners in the Treasury Department and elsewhere, to basically seize and freeze some of this crypto, so it can never be actually used. So some of it just sits on the blockchain, not available to the DPRK, for example, to build missiles.
Are there specific challenges, though, in going after activity happening or linked to North Korea?
Well, I mean, anything linked to North Korea can be hard, right?
Exactly.
But it is a newer problem for us, and we're thinking about how we can be innovative in really being able to trace. To your exact point, Aaron, like we have some capacity to trace these funds so that we can take steps to prevent it from ultimately making its way into the supporting the weapons program in the DPRK.
Speaking of specific countries, one of you mentioned a lot of the bad guys you're trying to go after are in Russia or linked to Russia. Have you seen any impact from the war in Ukraine? Have you seen any impact from Russia decoupling from the global economy in many ways, getting kicked out of SWIFT, et cetera? Has that impacted activity, illicit financial activity you're seeing that's Russia linked?
It has So at the beginning of the conflict, there was a lot of concern that Russia would try to use these other financial rails to evade our sanctions, and I don't think we've seen that sort of at scale yet. The capacity to move billions and billions of dollars and then cash that out meaningfully, we're still not seeing that, and obviously an economy the size of Russia not able to do that. What we have seen though is the development and interest in developing new payment relationships, financial relationships with countries in Russia's near abroad. And one of the things that me and my colleagues have been going around talking to partner countries and countries that are again sort of in Russia's near abroad that they would use to transship the things that they need on the battlefield, about sort of the consequences of materially evading U.S. and partner and ally sanctions, and that our priority in this context is really making sure, one, that we are restricting the revenue that Russia has in order to continue to prosecute this war, but two, and equally and more critically, restricting Russia's ability to continue to get the material, the parts and stuff that they need on the battlefield to continue to prosecute this war.
When you talk about Russia's near abroad, you're talking the Baltics, the Caucasus? Where are we talking?
Yeah, Caucasus, UAE, Turkey, jurisdictions like that.
This sounds really hard.
It is really hard.
It sounds really hard.
Yeah. That's why there's a lot of partner engagement. I think one of the benefits, as Matt noted, why do we designate these wallets? Why do we designate companies, people? It's because financial institutions around the globe that want to continue to have access to the U.S. financial system have to follow those designations. So that's a really wide net. So it creates a lot of opportunity to disrupt a lot of the illicit financial flows that we're seeing.
But just speaking amongst friends, has the last year and a half with the invasion of Ukraine and everything that's happened with Russia since made it harder? Are there people you can't reach anymore because of sanctions?
I wouldn't say it's made it harder. I mean, I think, look, I think we had some really important successes and coming together both as a federal government, but also with international partners to go after oligarchs and others who are supporting the Kremlin to make the point that we are going to go after their assets, and not only their assets, but those that facilitate them. So we started a task force, Klepto Capture Task Force, that seized over $500 million, arrested or indicted over 30 individuals. So I think this is making a difference. Look, there are always going to be people who are beyond our reach, but they can't travel, they can't live the lives they're used to living, they don't have their yachts anymore. So look, I think it hurts, and I think it hurts over time, as Brian said, Moscow's ability to continue the war.
I'm going to open it up to questions from all of you in 1 minute. Hold that thought. I see you. We'll come to you in 1 minute. I want to quickly, before we're all incredibly depressed, do one more quick, we'll go down the row this time, this way. What gives you hope? What's like a really good development that you're super excited to talk about?
Well, look, I mean, I talked about the intersection between national security and financial crimes. And one statistic that really jumps out at me is that in the last year or so, literally 2/3 of the corporate resolutions that we brought in the Justice Department have involved national security. 2/3. Almost $2 billion in financial penalties over the past year involving corporate wrongdoers. So my hope is that we are making changes within the National Security Division. I can say today, we now, as of this week, have a new Chief Counsel for Corporate Enforcement. We wouldn't have seen that 5 years ago, who is going to have a team dedicated to bringing corporate enforcement in line in the way we've done in other contexts, like fraud and corruption. And now, in the context of sanctions and export enforcement and cyber, we're taking that same sort of national security approach to that problem. So I do think the partnerships that we're going to develop through that type of program with companies like PayPal and others, along with the increased focus within the Justice Department, is, I think, a reason to be hopeful that we're going to make a dent when it comes to overall corporate enforcement.
Honestly, I think for me, and as you all can imagine, the bulk of our energy over the last 18 months has really largely been focused on all we can do to support Ukraine in this war. And the thing that gives me a lot of hope is just how resilient and united the coalition of partner and allies have been in developing together tools in order to go after the Russian elite and the oligarchs and the proxies to Putin to really constrain Russia's ability to continue to prosecute this war. And that resiliency has, manifested in ways that we've all seen, including the adding of new members to NATO. So that gives me a lot of hope going forward.
Yeah.
I would say cross collaboration across the private sector, public sector, and also the nonprofit sector is something that gives me continued hope. I've seen throughout my career that the results we get together is always better than we can do individually. And I see that cresting, right? Even, Brian, we had teams together in Texas last week talking about fentanyl, right? Like 300 people every day in the US are dying, right? And so through the collaboration, believe it or not, we get trained on how do you make fentanyl? What chemicals? What are the precursors? What amounts? And that enables us to then monitor and provide information back to actually disrupt these bad actors. And so the fact that that's working so well absolutely gives me hope.
And that's just tagging purchases.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, it's
tagging
giving
things that look suspicious that you wouldn't have known to tag.
Yeah. What are they seeing that's suspicious? What indicators are we learning through our partnerships with DOJ, FBI, DHS, and then how can we better identify sort of the financial tracing that will support going after these actors?
Got it. Okay, we're going to try to get in 2 questions. Yes, ma'am, in the back. If you would tell us who you are and a quick question.
Hi, Joni Lieback, former Vice President, American Bosnia Cultural Foundation, longtime local. Part of Aspen Mountain seems to have sold to a possible Russian oligarch who possibly, seemingly, gave his assets to his mother, has Swiss citizenship. And I'm wondering if the DOJ or Treasury is aware of this problem and if we can get our land back.
So we'll talk, okay? You and I. No. Look, I mean, stepping back a bit, we are very concerned about the way that some of these assets can be hidden through very sophisticated means, and again, working with the Treasury Department and other partners, including the intelligence community. One of the stories behind the Klepto Capture Task Force is the work that we did from intelligence to understand how these oligarchs were moving and hiding their money. So your question does highlight some real challenges in this area.
Great. So a quick one up front, if we can, we'll get to these 2.
Can I just offer one comment
please,
on that?
while
Just
the mic is
because
going,
it goes directly to what we're doing in Treasury, which is developing a beneficial ownership reporting requirement that will come into place early next year. And then to Matt's point, looking at real estate transaction and investment advisors, because these are very opaque ways of transferring value within our financial system.
My name is Claire Finkelstein. I'm a faculty member at University of Pennsylvania Law School, and I run a center called Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law, which is a national security and ethics center. One of the areas that I've worked extensively on that I thought might come up in this discussion is Foreign Agent Registration Act. One of the tools in DOJ's toolbox, maybe not the strongest tool, but I'm just wondering, especially a question for you, Matt. There have been some revisions. I served on the ABA committee that recommended certain revisions to FARA, and how do you regard FARA among the tools in your toolbox for addressing some of the issues you're talking about?
Well, I really appreciate the question, Claire, and I know the important work that you do at your center at the University of Pennsylvania. So FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, is really a transparency law that requires individuals who are acting as agents of other governments to register, so that we basically know in the United States if a foreign government is seeking basically covertly to influence our politics. And we've used this rather sparingly over the years, but the point you're making is a really important one, is that we're looking to really clarify and strengthen how it's used, give the team that enforces this law some additional civil authorities, some additional ways so they can gather more information. But the real goal is to address what we call foreign malign influence. So you think about China and Russia and Iran in particular, and their abilities to influence our politics or our policies. And so we need to have laws in place that help place a bright light and make sure that those efforts are transparent.
All right, under the wire, we have 60 seconds, and I'd seen this gentleman's hand right here. Hey there.
Hi, I'm Bruce McEver. I'm Chairman Emeritus of Berkshire Capital, Berkshire Global Advisors. These panels get, on the same subject, get better every year, so congratulations to you guys. However, I'm wondering why we talk about this every year, but we don't have, as a country, a cyber police. Why don't we do something about this?
Repeat, cyber what?
Police.
Leaks.
Police.
Police.
Police. People that, you know,
Why don't we have
prosecute
cyber
cyber
police?
crime.
So we, now, as of 2 years ago, we now have this director of cyber security. I don't know what his or former title is, operating out of the White House, which I think is an important coordinating feature. And then obviously DHS is doing a lot of important work in the cyberspace as well, but it is a whole government effort.
So, and let me just add, I think we're much better off than we were a few years ago in terms of how the government's organized between the White House, Department of Homeland Security, FBI, and DHS Treasury. I'll give you just a quick example. We worked, and it's relevant to this topic, we worked very hard to claw back some of the ransom that was paid in the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack in 2021. We actually were able to use our intelligence authorities, Section 702 of FISA, to get that information back. And that's an example, I think, of, when you talk about cyber police, using all of our authorities, intelligence and law enforcement, to be better at protecting our companies in particular from cyber attacks.
That was a very skillful and quick plug for 702. Let that not go on. Thank you for the question, and I think you've teed us up for opening the conversation next year. We'll start with cyber police and see where we go. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here with Krista Grozov, the lead researcher for Bellingcat. I think you've been delving into a lot of questions that journalists have been looking at and trying to answer for the past year or more, particularly about Ukraine. I wanted to start off with asking about something that's been at the top of people's minds, which is what is going on with Prigozhin? Richard Moore, the head of MI6, made some comments in a rare public speech, and they're really quite colorful. It was, what did he say? It was that the Wagner boss was a traitor at breakfast, pardoned by supper, and a few days later invited for tea, and was talking about how difficult it was even for the intelligence world to make sense of it. What sense do you make from this?
I agree that it was unprecedented, but I don't think it was unpredictable. And I personally have been on the record predicting an attempt by Prigozhin to take power by force, at least since the end of 2022. Actually, I must have been the only person who was yelling in joy on the day that Prigozhin attempted the coup, because I won a bet. And I also thought that if he had succeeded, this might have been a sort of a transition into a normalcy in Russia after he's deposed, after he would take power, but it didn't work out. It was inevitable because, first of all, Prigozhin had been cheated out of his business. The Ministry of Defense had tried to take out and privatize Wagner, or to sort of steal Wagner before the war started. Then they had to bring him back to the table because they couldn't do without him, but he had a grudge against them, and that lasted throughout the 2 years before the attempted coup. then it was clear, both from open source data, but also from us talking to a lot of people within the Wagner organization, because you have to talk to the bad guys to understand what's happening, that they felt that Prigozhin is a much better suited head of a new Russia than Putin was. So there was this pressure, peer pressure on Prigozhin himself to actually do something about it. And he spoke out against the Ministry of Defense, but people below him understood that to be an attack on Putin. So what happened on that day was, from my point of view, inevitable. It was predictable. The way it ended was strange, and it just points to a deal. A deal was made, and a deal is usually made in Russia with both a carrot and a stick. Now, the stick here is the interesting wild card. What could have happened to actually pressure Prigozhin into stopping something that looked like something with at least a 50% chance of succeeding? And we heard from some intelligence sources that were leaked that there may have been pressure on the kids, on the children of some of the senior people at Wagner. So that would be a very traditional stick that the Russian intelligence services would use. Maybe a kidnapping of somebody at the top, maybe a threat of one, or so forth. And the carrot in this case was a better deal through Belarus. And this leads probably to your question, where is Prigozhin now? And Prigozhin is in Belarus, that's no question. There's no question about it. We actually traced his phone pings to Belarus over the last couple of weeks. There was a clear attempt to mislead the public in that he moved to St. Petersburg. He sent a body double to actually appear in St. Petersburg. He did attend a tea with the Kremlin. And that just all points to a weakness of Putin's position, because you can't declare somebody a traitor in the morning, as Richard Moore said, which is dog whistle in Russia for pending assassination. Everybody expected him to be taken out before the end of the day. And a couple of days later to accept him for tea. That puts Prigozhin at a much stronger position than Putin at this point in time.
Well, let's return. There was a great quote you had in an interview with Julia Yaffe a few months ago where you said the Russian government cannot afford to kill people for just being morons, because otherwise they'll run out of people in the security services. Putin kills people that oppose him, those people that betrayed him, but not morons. So is Prigozhin a moron or a traitor, or a bit of both?
No, he's a traitor, but the political capital that Prigozhin had accumulated before he went on this semi-coup was such that Putin couldn't actually ignore it and couldn't have people assassinate him. He wanted to. He desperately wanted to. But it was no longer possible. Why was it not possible? A couple of days before the coup, there was the sort of monthly social polling of several of the Russian pollsters that showed that Prigozhin was clearly the #2 most trusted politician. He's not even a politician. He's ranked as the #2 most trusted politician in Russia, behind Putin. And he had his own people that support him within the Ministry of Defense, silently within the FSB, and within the population at large. So you can't easily take out somebody like that. But he's a traitor. He's not a moron.
So one of the assertions we hear a lot in recent weeks is that the attempted mutiny, whatever one wants to call it, weakened Putin in the eyes of the Russian people and the Russian elite. Do you agree with that? And how do we know that? How do we measure what the elites are thinking? Or can you talk about that?
Well, first of all, it definitely weakened Putin in front of the people, the electorate. There's no question about that. I mean, you saw for the first time people come into the street to actually cheer somebody who opposed Putin on that day, who cheered somebody who Putin had called a traitor. This is what we saw with the convoy of Wagner leaving Rostov and then moving on to Belarus. Now, that clearly shows to a lack of empathy to Putin among the general population, despite what they would answer in social polling. But within the elites, what this gave is an idea of how feasible a change of power is. It just gives a sense of attainability of something that they want to do, but there's a prisoner dilemma where nobody wants to be the first one to actually stand up and sort of metaphorically shoot the first shot. But this gave an idea that this is doable, and even without support and origination from the security services, it's doable. But what if it was supported by the FSB? So I think that's why Putin is weakened, because of this image of how it can be done.
One of the things that I find so fascinating about the work you do is both the sources that you have access to and how you analyze them. And you've talked about how you discovered a surge of panicky midnight communications between the FSB, GRU, and FSO on the night of June 22nd, 23rd, which was, I believe, a day before Prigozhin launched his coup attempt. Can you talk about your methodology, what you have access to the extent you can, and how you...
No, man, I've spoken up about something, the large part of the methodology, which is that we are using Russia's corruption against itself. We're using Russian corrupt government to actually buy data from government officials that disclose and shed light on the wrongdoings of the government itself. And for as long as there's because not only did it show that the Kremlin had an inkling that something was about to happen, it showed that top generals from the GRU whose job was to stop this, instead of actually spending all of their time talking to colleagues and plotting how to stop Wagner, well, the chief general in charge of the war in Ukraine made 45 phone calls that night to his lover. And only like 11 to his colleague, right? So it was almost like they were binge watching a Netflix show, and between episodes they were like, hey, what do you think is going to happen next? That shows you how disinterested or uninterested at the top level they were in whatever outcome that coup would have the next morning.
So they were just waiting to see what happens in the next episode?
Yep.
How could it have gone down differently? I mean, what were sort of the variables there?
Well, I mean, I think if Prigozhin had prepared a bit more for this, I think he was forced into a corner because he found out that there was an assassination plot on him. So if he had prepared a bit more, he might have been able to convince more than the 7,000 Wagnerites to join him on that particular convoy. I've spoken to a few of the ones who didn't join, and they said, we're not sure he's not going to cut a deal with Putin halfway through this project. And that's why we're not going to join, because we don't want to be let out to dry. So I think it could have gone differently if he had planned it for at least a week as opposed to a couple of days. And it could have gone differently if some of these people who are calling their girlfriends in the middle of the night had actually taken a slightly more active role in supporting him. But it was possible for it to go differently.
So what are the possible scenarios or outcomes that could happen now? So Prigozhin is in Belarus. Maybe a nice place to retire. What does he do from there?
Well, first of all, I mean, we have to understand that him being in Belarus and pledging to make the Belarusian army the second army in the world, which he did today, is a strong signal. It actually makes domestic politics in Russia, it throws it in chaos, because what Putin had in plan for the 2024 elections, barring a victory in Ukraine, which is now not on the horizon, he was planning to annex Belarus. That would be the second best scenario for him, right? This is no longer possible because Lukashenko acquired an army that will defend him from that. And literally Prigozhin today said, we're here in Belarus and we're going to prepare for future military action, maybe in Ukraine, maybe not, but we will defend Belarus if need to. Now, that's a clear message that Putin can no longer easily annex Belarus. So actually, Putin is left without a plan B for the 2024 election, and that's not nothing.
Where will Prigozhin at this point get the financial support he needs for his mercenaries?
I believe, and this is just a hypothesis, that part of the better deal that he got from Lukashenko compared to the old deal is related to his work in Africa. That will continue under the sovereign sort of support of Belarus instead of the sovereign support of Russia. But the cut he's going to get from the diamond and gold mining is going to be bigger than he had before from Russia.
Well, that raises an interesting question because we've usually looked at Wagner and Africa as a lever for Russian influence. Does it now become a lever for Belarusian influence or just pure financials for Prigozhin?
Well, it was always both. It was always a money-making thing and a lever for influence. Lukashenko and his son, they've always had an ambition to actually have some influence in Africa as a sort of a little sort of compensation for the fact that they're a tiny country with zero sovereignty versus Russia. So that is going to be something they will try to leverage in their relationship with Russia as well.
Well, I could ask endless questions, but I think there's probably a lot of people in the audience who have questions for you. So I want to take a few from the audience. We have, I think, third row, someone raising their hand. If there's a microphone.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Here you are.
Thank you so much. Laura Haim from French TV. Do you have any information about General Surovikin, who apparently was arrested and who in January was the commander-in-chief of the aerospace force? He disappeared, and a lot of people are saying that he was extremely close to Prigozhin. Do you think he's involved in the plot, and do you know where he is at this moment?
We do not. We did contact his wife, and his wife, 3 days after the coup, told us that he still hasn't come back from work, and she's still waiting. So I think that's the status at the moment. It's a Schrodinger's cat situation where he's either arrested or not arrested. That's what Putin is actually incentivized to do. He doesn't want to show that he's losing generals left and right, that he finds traitors in every room he looks. So this ambiguity is quite strategic. He's not going to easily announce that he's been arrested.
I think there's a question in the back there.
Hi, I'm just curious, if you're purchasing information from sources, how are you ensuring that the information hasn't been manipulated in some way to drive an outcome?
We use the same approach as any traditional journalistic organization, or I use that at least in my team. We make sure that we get at least a second data source from a completely unrelated origin. And ideally, we do that longitudinally. So we try to find data that predates, that in terms of leakage, that's something that has become leaked years ago before actually somebody had a vested interest in poisoning the data, and that should be consistent with what we get from a source at the moment. But of course, we start with the assumption that the data is poisoned. So first we have to validate the data for ourselves before trusting it. It's part of the process.
I think towards the back there.
Hi, Christo. Misha Glenny from the IWM in Vienna. Christo, the Russian military appears to have improved since the counteroffensive began, both in terms of its defensive lines, but also the possibility we're hearing of an offensive, a counter-offensive in the north. To what do you ascribe that apparent renewed coherence in Russian military strategy?
Misha, that's a great question. Actually, this morning I was talking to somebody with inside information on what's been reformed partly in the Russian army. And there are two things to say to this. One is that they borrowed part of the positive experience from Ukraine. They've, on a lower level, started using the principle of operational autonomy, which never existed in the Russian military doctrine before. And they're trying to take responsibility. They're trying to report truthfully upwards, which never happened before. I'll give you, if I have a minute, I'll give you a great anecdote of how it was before. So this is one reason, that they're actually much more autonomous on a regional basis than before, and they're being allowed to. Now, this has the risk, or the risk for Ukraine and for the rest of the world, that it may become institutionalized. And from what I hear, the top Putin and people around him are planning an actually replacement of Wagner with an in-house, decentralized, professionalized, NATO type, American type, 101st Brigade type army that will be that institutionally. So I think that is the most likely answer. And just to give an example of how it was before, we did a major investigation in 2015 of the Mariupol shelling by Russia in the first phase of this war. And we got access to about 10,000 intercepted phone calls of Russian soldiers on the ground in the middle of the night shelling Mariupol, Ukrainian territory. And what we could see is that any failure, any casualty on the Russian side was misreported incrementally and exponentially at every level of the reporting upwards. And in one particular case, somebody putting the grenade into the grenade launcher backward and causing 8 of the comrades to die, by the time it got to the Kremlin, it was reported as an Israeli drone struck us, yeah? And think about it, this is 2015, drones were not even a thing, so that's what's now gradually changing.
Back on the left.
Christo, how would you rate the Ukrainians as practitioners of tactical deception?
Of tactical?
Tactical deception.
Again, the Ukrainians are great at that. They are also very decentralized and competitive, and this is playing a great service to them at this point, because they're able to compartmentalize their active measures on the front line, even from their colleagues. And in a country where there's a lot of corruption, unfortunately, and a lot of penetration of Russian operators in the security services, that's the only way for them to maintain through complete compartmentalization and competitiveness, and they're great at that.
Up in the front.
Oh, wait for the mic, sorry.
A word about how the Ukrainians are able to take advantage of the Prigozhin and Wagner setback in the war on the ground?
Well, I mean, they were going to actually take major advantage if that had continued longer. So they had all the plans to do it, and now the only thing they can do is actually hope that there's a continued split and demotivation, which there is. I mean, again, Prigozhin disappearing for 3 weeks was bad for Ukraine. Now him appearing today and calling the front line a disgrace for Russia, what's happening on the front line, disgrace for Russia, this is playing in Ukraine's hands. So the more Prigozhin speaks in the next few weeks, I think the better for the Ukrainian counteroffensive.
And do you think he'll continue to speak a lot?
He will continue to speak, yes.
Back in the round table.
Thank you very much. Stephen Shapiro from the Atlantic Council. Sir, your work is extraordinary. I was curious how much of it feeds the investigations into war crimes in the Ukraine?
That's a great question. The traditional Bellingcat, my colleagues whom I had to kind of physically separate from because I'm now based in the United States, they continue primarily work on justice and accountability, and that is literally gathering evidence for war crimes. This is a unique war. We've spoken about this actually at last year's Aspen Ideas. It's a unique war because there's never been a war that produces so much open source, widely available evidence on a daily basis of, among other things, war crimes. And this makes it impossible for law enforcement agencies themselves to harness enough researchers to actually gather that and make it systematic and make it prosecutable. And this is a place for an organization like Bellingcat, but many other NGOs. Bellingcat has the advantage of having dealt with court admissible evidence before, and we know, Bellingcat knows where the pitfalls are of a journalist gathering evidence and then soiling it along the way. But many NGOs do that now. We've trained many others to do the same. So I think we'll see an unprecedented number of prosecutions from this war relative to the number of war crimes, just because there's more things that cannot be ignored by otherwise lazy law enforcement agencies.
I think we had a question over here, gentlemen.
Edward Luce from the Financial Times. Krista, could you talk a little bit about why you had to leave Vienna and the degree of sort of Russian penetration of the Austrian security services?
Very simple answer, and I would not like to elaborate more, but I received alerts from several law enforcement agencies, including from the Austrian one, that they can no longer ensure my safety in Austria or in much of the continent in Europe. And I was advised to stay put in the United States, where at least according to traditional sort of conventional wisdom, Russia is not likely to attack a journalist. Yeah, Austria is unfortunately heavily penetrated by Russian interest, both in the judiciary, the security services. There's an actual open criminal case against 2 members, ex-members of the domestic security agency of Austria, who were surveilling me, my family, and more than 30 other people of interest to Russia's security services. That tells you a lot.
Krista, I'm a member of Ukrainian parliament, Andrei. I'm just a very simple question. Do you believe that Russia, after the Ukrainian victory or the ending of the war, can be democratized with a new leadership, with any Yeltsin #2, or as a big specialist of Russia? Your personal opinion.
I have a very sort of cynical answer to that. I think that cannot happen from the bottom up. That cannot happen from a grassroots perspective. But the elite, the moneyed elite, including their Silovics, which are paid by the moneyed elite, they have an interest in actually reverting to normalcy. They have an interest in being able to spend their money, and they realize that the only way to achieve that is by, well, the same thing that happened with the mafia in the 90s in Russia, where they had to legitimize their business and then became a quasi-normal business people. The same thing that happened in the United States centuries before that, the same thing can happen in Russia, with the elite actually forcing an acceptable degree of democracy in Russia.
Actually, I have a corollary question for that. The U.S. strategy, particularly with the slew of sanctions at the beginning of the war, was supposed to put pressure on oligarchs, on the elite, and seemed to have, in some ways, failed to move the needle. Was there a different strategy?
No, I think that was the only strategy, but the follow-up was not good, because you were supposed to engage with the oligarchs at the same time and not keep kind of the higher moral ground and say, you should have talked to us before. You should have, well, the United States should have worked privately with the oligarchs while sanctioning them and saying, here's a scenario where you actually can be desanctioned, and that didn't happen. And actually the Kremlin used that strategically as well, because we're investigating one of these cases, but it seems that the Kremlin instigated sanctioning one on the fence oligarch by the European Union, because they would know that, or they would expect that that would bring them back to the law of, to the sort of home, right? Mm. So I think there was a bit of a problem in not following up on the sanctions.
The middle there?
I've read that the West was very concerned about Prigozhin's march on Moscow, that they thought that he would be much more destabilizing to the world than Putin, which led to Blinken's telephone call reassuring Russia that we had nothing to do with it. Do you believe that theory?
Well, I mean, I believe the theory that this may have been the conclusion of analysts in Western intelligence services. I disagree with that. If that were true, I think that the shortcut to actually ending Putin's regime would have been through breaking the prisoner's dilemma within the elite. The elite were slow, like they experienced something that you can call slow boiling the frog. Gradually their lifestyle got incrementally worse, and they couldn't use their money, and they couldn't fly around, they couldn't host conservative party parties in London anymore. But it happened gradually, and they want to end this. They want to depose Putin, but again, they don't know who will take the initiative first. If Prigozhin had come in, even for a month, that would have broken that vicious cycle. That would have been the trigger to break the prisoner's dilemma, because they cannot tolerate a North Korea 2.1 scenario in Russia. So I was seeing this peak, this terrible newcomer, Prigozhin, as very temporary. But of course, it's a hypothesis. You can't be sure. So I can understand the opposing view as well.
In the back?
Stuart Bernstein, former ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, and we have the ambassador here from Denmark. Why haven't the sanctions been more effective? And I was told, I once moderated a panel with Michael Hayden of CIA and Ephraim Levy from Mossad, and they said Putin was the richest man in the world. What do you know about that?
Well, I mean, I believe he is. Because a lot of the money he holds sway over are not in his name, but not even earmarked for him. They're earmarked for something called the Stability Fund, which means that every big Russian state-owned or quasi-state-owned company had to contribute a certain percentage of their, especially their international revenue to that fund. So of course, because Putin has singular control over the direction of how that money can be used, it is incomparable to any individual's wealth that can be accumulated ever, even to a sovereign individual in the Arab world, for example. So, but I think the sanctions did work. I mean, the sanctions work to the extent that you cannot find more than a couple of oligarchs who actually are happy with the current situation. But them being unhappy does not make a coup. That's the thing. Somebody needs to help them make a coup. And this could be the FSB, right? This could be also literally somebody steering them in the direction of bribing the generals around Putin who sold them the idea that the war is winnable within a week, to now tell him, oh, we've won the war, so let's just end the war. All of this is actually doable. We're in the gateway of a multiverse where Russia has 6 or 7 possible scenarios in about six months. One scenario that is not possible is that Putin can be as strong as he was a year ago. That is out of the question.
We're just about out of time, so one last question. You've talked about having to leave Europe. What would it take for you to feel safe being back in Europe? Would Putin have to be gone? Is that...
Yeah, and then a certain time after that must pass before the people that I've heard in Russia who lost their jobs because we outed them no longer have jobs. So, but it's doable, it's foreseeable.
Any predictions on Putin's tenure?
Before the next elections.
All right. Thank you so much, and thank you
you
for the audience questions.
Afternoon, everyone. I hope you have your espressos and are ready for a great conversation. I want to thank the Aspen Institute as well as the Korbel School for hosting this session on really the future of freedom in the world. So I asked yesterday my intern, who's a bit of a know-it-all, very articulate but gets a lot of facts wrong, about the state of democracy. And this is what Bard, is his name, it's obviously AI, told me confidently that it is in decline. At Politico, we like to do polling, and I want to maybe do a sort of quick poll of this panel by raising your hand. Do you agree? Are you all short on democracy going forward? Anyone? No one. Okay, so you're all long on democracy. You're optimistic. So Jane, let me ask you.
We're all very shy. You have to understand. So Frank and I are on the board of Freedom House, and Mike Abramowitz is right there in front of us, and Golia Mary is on the board of Freedom House, so we're assaulting this place. And Freedom House reports, the Freedom in the World report over 50 years, has shown that freedom is still in decline, especially in the last...
For 17 years now, right?
Yes,
yeah.
But in less decline. I think it's 26 states going up and 27 going down, So freedom is, to quote the late, great Madeleine Albright, making sort of a comeback.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit of context. First of all, I was just momentarily processing in silence because I was thinking about Bard and noting that probably if you asked Bard to make an argument why democracy is not in decline, it would have done just as well, for what it's worth. But look, I think I agree with the Congresswoman, but I would just add a little bit of historical context. It's worth remembering that in 1800, the number of people who lived with any political rights at all was 0. In 1900, it's basically 1 in 4 people. By the mid-1990s, it was more than half the population in the world. And right now, it's not quite half the population in the world, but it's 2.3 billion people that live in liberal or electoral democracy. I don't think that's sort of cause for feeling like we should be satisfied. But billions of people live in democracies now, and the question really is not only is it in decline or not, but what do we need to do to hold on to what we have and to grow it?
Now, Frank, I'm sure no one's ever asked you this question, but you may have... I heard you wrote something about the end of history at some point, and I wonder whether you, at this point in 2023, have reason to doubt your thesis that liberal democracy is the ultimate end of...
Okay, well, we're going to have a separate conversation about misinterpretations of the thesis.
I may for that one too.
I would say that, yes, if you take a very long-term perspective, democracy has had ups and downs in this country, internationally, and there's some reason to think that this is a blip in a longer-term trend. However, the one thing that makes me pessimistic about the present moment is actually about the United States. The Freedom House, aggregate accounting of democracy has pointed out that it's not just the quantitative decline, it's the fact that you've seen a decline in the 2 biggest democracies in the world, India and the United States. And frankly, I think one of the biggest threats to democracy around the world right now is in the United States, because you had one of the clearest attacks on a fundamental democratic institution on January 6th. And the person that organized that attack is the leading candidate of one of the major parties, and you got polling data that shows that, 1/3 of Americans believe the last election was fraudulent. There's a deep belief in the illegitimacy of American institutions, and as long as that's the case, and given the role that the US has played in promoting global democracy and being a model, I would say that's a situation I certainly did not expect to see, any time in my lifetime.
And coming from Latin America, if there were ever a cliche on Latin America, it would be we're the region and the continent of the lost decade and the lost, opportunities. So yes, many times we've posted the lowest economic growth and we have the highest inequality indexes. So against that background, you ask me, where do I see democracy going? I don't have a clear answer. Why? Because if you look at, NPR says that we are backsliding in democracy. But if you look at the European Parliament's last briefing, stated that Latin America has made such grand strides in advancing democracy, in advancing fair elections, and advancing also in human rights.
But isn't there, I mean, on that last point, it seems like in Latin America you've had some worrying developments, but some very positive developments too in the last couple of years. I mean, Brazil had a near miss too, but seemed to have kind of gotten through it. Why? I mean, are you more optimistic, in fact?
I am, but against that backdrop, as I say, what is the fundamental, for me, question in Latin America is that people are being disenchanted with democracy because they don't feel the effects. So if you see Latino Barómetro, the last survey from 2021 that was just reported last November, only 25% of Latinos agree that democracy has been positive for us. 75% disagree in the results that democracy has had in the continent. So for me, if we don't link positive people's lives' influence to democracy, it will be a very steep climb.
Well, first of all, I had my numbers wrong. I'm going to be corrected. It was 35 declines and 34 improvements in the Freedom House report. Apologies, folks, apologies. But I'm not, I mean, there's a pessimistic way to look at this or an optimistic way to look at this. And if I weren't an optimist, I would not have served in the United States Congress for 9 terms. So let's go there. 9 terms, that's 400 years, people. So, okay. But again, this wonderful article of Madeline's in Foreign Affairs, which was, I think, the last serious piece she published before she sadly died prematurely at a very young age of 80-something, but nonetheless, it's a gigantic loss, said she was bullish, and I relate to that. First of all, she said, she based some of, at least the U.S. story, on the way we left Afghanistan. And that's fair. I mean, I thought it was the right policy, but I thought the execution was extremely poor. And it sent a message not just to the Middle East, but to the whole world that we weren't going to stick with our friends. And that, climbing out of that ditch will be hard. But that was her other point. She said if you're in a ditch, the only way you can go is up. And then she had some reasons why she thought democracy would make a comeback. And I'm kind of there. Did anyone watch TV today? Sure you did. No, you were all here. But if you had seen the joint session of the United States Congress, imagine this, with the Israeli president speaking, in the chair there was Kevin McCarthy and Kamala Harris, a Republican and Democrat. 9 people boycotted out of 535. That ain't a big number. And you saw them all standing in unity and applauding. Just visualize that. Democracy is making a comeback. I mean, it's difficult, but there are oases in this dismal present where we can see that things will change.
Can I sort of linger on the U.S., and maybe we can discuss the U.S. before we go to the rest of the world, and take up Frank's point that actually the problem starts here. And I wonder, do you agree, Tino? I kind of...
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, think about
what is strong in the U.S. and what is weak? Where do you see? Yeah.
So let's start with the fact that the U.S. occupies a particularly important geopolitical position among democracies, right? We have enormous influence on the world. People look to us and rightly feel alarmed by January 6th, by the decline of norms that generally support compromise, apropos of Congresswoman's point, by threats, including physical violence threats on election officials. So our scholars at Carnegie do work on all of this, and a lot of it runs through basically 2 realities. The first one is that polarization has gone beyond leaders to people, groups, effective polarization, in the sense that I cannot trust people who disagree with me. And that reinforces a sense of decline in basic norms of democracy. It's ironic, because oftentimes political scientists, 2 or 3 generations ago used to speculate that democracy required a lot of knowledge among voters. I think what we're finding is that it doesn't actually require quite that much knowledge, but it does require support for certain norms of conversation and not demonizing your enemies. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, if you asked me in 2016 what I most was concerned about, given the rhetoric around the presidential transition and what the candidate who had won the election was sort of saying in the campaign trail, it was that there would be a sort of mass indication that key American institutions like the courts, like the media, like the bureaucracy would basically crumble under sustained political attack. And I don't think that's happened. I think that what we've seen is a degree of resilience in the courts, including courts that are themselves pretty polarized, like the US Supreme Court, that nonetheless reject theories like the independent state legislature theory that might have actually opened up the door to quite a bit of political chaos. So it's a really mixed picture. But I want to just say two more quick things before I stop, which is, why do I believe in democracy? Why do I think ultimately, though I share Frank's concern, do I feel like we still have the tools in the US to make progress? Number one, because we are not afraid of confronting our real problems. Right in this stage, the Chinese ambassador said, you know what? We should think about democracy in part based on what does it actually accomplish. And as a Californian, I will tell you, building infrastructure is very, very slow in California. Frank has written about this. I want democracy to deliver. I don't just want to talk about why it's good morally and ethically. But two, democracy is not only about delivering outcomes, it's also about a moral and ethical case for it that prevents official cruelty. So I feel like from that perspective, we have a lot to work with.
So I would like to say that the global judgment about the desirability of democracy oftentimes is not based on principles or ideals. It is based on outcomes. And, I think that there's actually a lot to be said for the United States at the present moment. Our economy is going gangbusters compared to any other economy in the world, right? I mean, China is in the midst of a kind of double dip recession coming out of zero COVID. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in recent decades. Inequality is decreasing because people at the bottom of the ladder are actually seeing increases in their wages, and core inflation is now down to 3%. And so it's really kind of a remarkable machine that somehow keeps going despite all of the polarization and everything else. However, before we get off the subject of the United States, I just want to make one warning about what could happen based on what happens in the election in 2024, because it could get a lot worse. And I think that the thing that concerns me, which actually should be of concern to everybody in this room, was written about in, I think, a very important article in the New York Times earlier this week about the long-term plans, not just of one candidate, but of the entire Republican Party to basically dismantle the professional civil service. They tried to do this at the end of the Trump administration under an executive order that created a Schedule F that would have allowed them to fire basically any civil servant, and they're going to do it again. And it doesn't matter who the candidate is. I think this is going to be part of the agenda, and it is going to affect the people that worry about national security and foreign policy first and foremost, because I think that's one of the primary targets of this. And so, we'll have to see. I guess my answer to am I pessimistic or optimistic, really, it's a cliche to say we're at a knife's edge, decision point. But I do think that more than in other periods of American history, you could see things going pretty well, or you could see them going disastrously badly.
But the institutions have endured.
Yes, right? I mean, they were resilient. Did anyone miss 22, where are we, 2016 to 20? When the leadership of many agencies was totally gutted, especially in the intelligence area, which I follow pretty closely. And clowns were put in place. And they couldn't destroy our capacity. It's back. I mean, obviously, new leaders make a difference. I don't think gutting the civil service is achievable. I don't think that civil service, if you can make a criticism of it, it's not flexible and adaptable enough. But these folks aren't going to go anywhere. I just don't see it. And I think our country has demonstrated over a very long period and a very long civil war that we will overcome this. One comment that we haven't made yet is the total lack of civic education now in schools, and the fact that most people in America understand less about the organization of our government than new immigrants do when they take the immigration test. And that is absolutely shameful, and we are paying a gigantic price for that.
Maya, if I can ask you about to what degree is sort of China remains an alternative model that is it increasingly attractive in your part of the world, and your part of the world, you can talk easily about other parts of the world, or is that changing, which again gives some fuel to your guarded optimism, it seems like?
Well, definitely China is a major actor in Latin America. Many of the countries have China as their major economic partner.
But is it a model too?
It's raw materials. But it's not seen as a model for a form of government. You know, it's again, as I say, it's that struggle in the continent to find development, to be able to give people, you know, the opportunities and the advances in their own life. So the presence is there, and also Russia is present there. You must look at Nicaragua. In Nicaragua, you have, from time to time, there's a big ship that arrives there in Nicaragua, and then President Ortega just comes and says, you know, I'm going to call my friend, you know. And he even emitted an order saying that Russian troops were going to be allowed in Nicaraguan territory. So Latin America is complicated. Latin America, I think this one is worse. Go ahead. Hello. Okay. So it is complicated, and I think we do have to watch the presence of China mostly coming through the economic back door.
So Frank, you've talked a lot about autocratic failure and how, you know, the sort of centralized control leads to bad decisions, and that you've been pretty pessimistic on this panel, even though you didn't raise your hand that you agreed with Bard. But I've heard you in other contexts actually point out that ultimately there's a reason why our systems are more attractive than those systems.
Well, absolutely. So there's really two issues. One is that an autocratic system centralizes decision-making in the hands of one individual, whereas any liberal democracy tries to spread it out. You have to consult, you have to get buy-in from, if not the people as a whole, at least, you know, people with expertise and so forth. And we've seen two big autocratic failures in the last couple of years. The biggest one by far was the invasion of Ukraine. So if you remember watching Vladimir Putin sitting at the end of this 30-foot table apart from his foreign minister, defense minister, because he was so afraid of COVID. So what kind of, you know, on-the-ground information do you think he was getting prior to that disastrous choice that he made? And I think Xi Jinping had a somewhat less, but, you know, equally, you know, chaotic case of that in the zero COVID policy. You know, one of the things that's really changed in China from 2013 to the present is that there's no more collective leadership. You know, that was one of the good things about the post-78 China, that you actually had checks and balances built into this very senior group of officials at the top. That's gone. There isn't anybody on the standing committee of the Politburo in the Chinese Communist Party that was in a position to go to Xi Jinping and say, you know, maybe the zero COVID is not such a great thing. Maybe we should reconsider it, because that was his policy. And I think you see the consequences. The other thing is just the question of legitimacy, that, you know, autocratic regimes look very powerful right up until the moment that they collapse. And it's very hard to know when that collapse is going to happen. I was encouraged by Christo Grozev's analysis of what's going on in Russia, and I would not be at all surprised if that regime comes tumbling down, you know, in the next few months, because it really lacks that fundamental buy-in.
If I could just gently disagree a bit, I think that nation states have less power now, whether they're autocracies or democracies, than they had back in the day. And the reason is social media. And social media is a way for people to organize around nation states. I mean, look at the Arab Spring, which turned out to be the Arab Winter, but nonetheless, it did happen 10 or 12 years ago, and governments were toppled. The problem with it was that the kids who toppled the government didn't have the interest or capacity to build something better. But nonetheless, I think you look at Iran, and you look at the demonstrations there, and they're not going away, because I listened to Goli, and she says they're not going away. And I do think that over time, social media plus the incredible new technologies like AI are going to give individual people more power than their governments have.
The Congresswoman's point, I think, is really important. I just want to add to it because it highlights that when we think about social media or access to AI or freedom of speech, it highlights that democracy should be disaggregated a little so we have a clarity about how it can differ in different parts of the world. But there is a bit of a core to it that we have to hang on to, and I would say it's 3 parts. It's free and fair elections, it's space for civil society to decide what it wants, what people want to do and say and choose, and it's the rule of law. And I would just highlight that it's a good thing for different countries to approach this a little bit differently, parliamentary versus presidential, et cetera, but we ought to be clear that when, for example, the mechanisms to make sure elections are free and fair are being gutted, that's not just a sort of cultural or social difference, that goes to the core of what democracy is.
Let's stick to the U.S., but then turn it in a slightly different direction. Democracy promotion became a kind of sort of toxic phrase for a while there. It's now okay to talk about this, and this is what I really want to get at: is what can the U.S. has spent, I think, over $100 billion over the last 40 years to promote democracy in the world, and we're at a point now where it is clearly in our interest to reverse the trends we're seeing globally. What is inhibiting American efforts, or how would you to promote democracy, and how would you design a democracy promotion program that would be more effective?
Well, I was on the board of the National Endowment for Democracy for 18 years before I joined the Freedom House board. I don't know quite how you get to that many billions of dollars, because traditionally the NED budget every year was like less than 100 million. And I think that the basic idea was that the fundamental thing that promotes democracy is really what Joe and I called soft power, right? It's the American example, and you can help around the world by kind of leveling the playing field so that the people in every individual country that want democracy have the opportunity to make their voices heard, that elections can be free and fair. But fundamentally, we don't promote it in the sense of creating it where it doesn't exist. It has to exist in the hearts of the people that they're in that country. But we also have a foreign policy that really got in the way of this, and I think in that respect, the invasion of Iraq was a total disaster. It was just a total disaster. I mean, I have talked to many people who, especially in the Arab Middle East, when I say, well, what about American democracy promotion? He says, oh, please don't invade us, right? Because that's the association that existed after that move, and I think, it leads to a huge understanding and has undermined a lot of that soft power.
I would just add that the NED and the National Democratic Institute and International Republican Institute that are underneath it are hugely valuable and still great examples of soft power. And Tino used the word political capacity. That's what they do. I've been on a number of their missions, and they should be sold better. What we lack, Frank is right. We had a disastrous war in Iraq, which I voted for as a member of Congress. Let's put it out there. The intelligence was wrong and I was wrong. And then we stayed there for 20 years, just wrecking our reputation in the world. We also made some mistakes in Afghanistan, especially the way we left Afghanistan, which I just mentioned, which Madeline comments on. But we still have the opportunity to showcase soft power. We have a whole of government that could work much better toward showcasing soft power. I chair something called the Commission on the National Defense Strategy. It's a mouthful. But the point of it is to critique our national defense strategy, which the Pentagon came up with just a year ago. These commissions have existed in the past. And one of the things we are going to say is that defense strategy is not just the projection of military force. It's the projection of American values, and it's probably more effective to win the argument than to win the war if we do this right.
So the 100 million, unless you want to jump in, Maya.
Yes, what I wanted to jump in is exactly that. Soft power definitely is non-military. It's what we have in what Latin America, and especially Central America. If you see Central America now, it's because of the free trade agreement with the United States that we have been able also to prosper.
So I just, maybe I have to borrow yours now. So I think it's worth acknowledging the one premise of your question. We have a lot of scholars, particularly Tom Carruthers, who work on the question of efficacy of dollars spent to promote the rule of law or to promote democracy. And crucially, it's not just the US, it's the United Kingdom and some other countries. And I think we have something to show for it. But I do want to acknowledge your point that it doesn't always work. And, you know, to Frank's point, some humility is important here, because obviously we have our own challenges in the US, and we can't simply frame the issue as though we have every answer. But why does it matter? I think it's worth reminding ourselves that if we were venture capitalists and wanted return on investment, even if we weren't guaranteed a result, there's pretty good data indicating that democracies are generally run better, they grow faster, they have less official cruelty, and they go to war with each other less. So to my mind, like if you think about human history over 50 years, 100 years, like where do we want to go? That ends up mattering quite a bit. It's worth taking some risks.
Yeah. So that 100 million.
I mean, not like invading a country, to be clear, but some risks.
So the 100 billion figure came from an article in a competing publication, not my own, so I can't 100% vouch for it.
Then I'm not sure I can trust.
It's probably false.
It's actually was the Washington Post, just so it's a credible competitor. But I think that the sort of point there was that sort of a lot of American aid programs were very kind of government focused and ended up either supporting governments that were corrupt or ended up sort of reinforcing bureaucracies that actually didn't have an interest in sort of opening up. And that where you have seen effective, I'm a big fan of Ned as well, and you know, you saw what I was there on the ground in Eastern Europe, and I saw what the Soros Foundation did in terms of supporting grassroots groups in Serbia, in Ukraine before the Orange Revolution in 2004. So there are sort of forms of American aid that do seem to be more effective. But it does seem like that the failure of the last 20 years, yes, it's partly George Bush, but you know, President Obama was not interested in this. President Trump certainly was not. So both presidents of both parties have not committed to a strategy to promote democracy overseas.
Well, I would push back a little and say that President Bush started PEPFAR, and he did some programs in Africa that are still very effective that he's involved with. I think I don't agree that our projection of soft power isn't working. It could work better, and yes, AID in some ways is very bureaucratic, but I think we're doing better there. And just look, John Kerry is in Beijing talking about climate, which is a hugely important and should be a unifying world theme. I mean, climate doesn't respect national borders. If we've missed this, I can't imagine why. I think, yes, room for improvement, spend more money, but I also think that Joe Biden is going around to so many international conferences talking about American values and allies and partners, and this is a very good exercise in soft power.
Well, one example you could think about is, you know, how much does China and Russia spend on, and countries in the Middle East on you know, Russia Today, you know, media and propaganda, which is many multiples of what the U.S. devotes to, you know, to getting accurate news into authoritarian states via the VOA and other outlets.
Yeah, that's true. However, the whole media landscape has been transformed immeasurably. So the way that most people get their information now is not through legacy media, except for places like Politico, which are
definitely not legacy.
Yeah. But you know, through social media, through the internet, and that's one area where the Russians in particular have been really brilliant, because they have understood that this is not a propaganda megaphone. This is, you know, really a way to simply breed distrust on the part of the people that receive the information, so that they don't know what's actually true. And I think it's this kind of pervasive distrust of institutions that's been the most corrosive in the United States, in Europe, and in, you know, in the global South.
Can I just add, like, it's also tricky, because I think you're right to raise, like, how does this stack up to what other countries are doing that we might disagree with, but it's tricky because there's an asymmetry. Like, it's one thing to tear down the legitimacy of an institution, to introduce doubt. When I was a judge, actually, I was surprised and fascinated to learn that bots spread misinformation about even state-level cases. Can you imagine? And so it's a very different thing if I'm asking, like, how do I build up the legitimacy of a legal system? How do I get an electoral institute to perform effectively, right? So I think that if you have these proactive institution-building goals, and you go about it wanting local folks to be completely invested in it, you actually have a much higher bar you have to beat.
Do you think, so quickly following, since we started with AI and everyone's talking about AI, I want to ask you, do you think sort of the kind of rise of AI, the emergence of AI is going to make this problem worse or potentially better?
A challenge and an opportunity.
Right.
So on the one hand, right, there's no question that the industrial strength production of misinformation is going to skyrocket in all likelihood, and I doubt that there's any straightforward technical solution.
No.
I'd add that in the US context, of course, we have First Amendment constraints on how government regulates social media, for example. On the other hand, we have these persistent challenges with engaging the public in decision making, and it's been a core part of American democracy from the beginning. I mean, think about the jury system, right? So the ways in which generative AI, for example, can zero in on what sorts of information and ideas and arguments can help people bridge divides. In Taiwan, actually, Audrey Tang is doing some really interesting work inside the Taiwanese government about this, and I think we could all stand to think a little bit about the upside as well.
And let me add to that, that I, at an earlier panel today on the Middle East, talked about the fact that the foreign policy elite, that's all of us, don't know how to talk to Generation Z. And AI could be a huge augment to figuring out language and arguments if we do it right. I mean, it could be distorted and unproductive, but let's imagine the positive use of AI as a communication tool to really get young people engaged, to let them understand what participation means. And voting participation by young people in America is appalling. It's 20% or less, and college campuses like Stanford are part of the problem in that respect, notwithstanding efforts to get people to vote.
Yeah, Frank, what are you going to do about that?
I changed the top leadership of Stanford.
I think actually a young journalist changed the top leadership at Stanford, a Stanford freshman.
Who happens to be the son of Peter Baker and Susan Glasser.
Very, very proud parents, yes. Is there, I want to open up to sort of the floor to questions. Please introduce yourself and maybe say which panelist you might want to direct the question at, please.
All right. Hello. Thank you for being here. I'm Tony Bishop, one of the rising leaders. I want to direct my question at all of you, but specifically the Congresswoman. I agree with you that civics education, and I would add on that history could be greatly improved in K through 12 classrooms.
I thought history was over.
Maybe so. But is there a federal solution from a legislation standpoint, or is this a battle we have to fight state by state?
Civics education? Is this working? I don't know. Yes? No. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Frank. It's both. Civics education has started at a young age. I certainly remember learning stuff in lower school and high school and college, and I was, misguided enough to think that actually serving our country in Congress would make a difference, and maybe it sort of kind of did, at least for a while. But I'm saying it has to start everywhere, and we have to be much more effective and determined at doing it. And there are lots of different approaches to it. Some of them are federal, but some of them are online. Sandra Day O'Connor, the former Supreme Court Justice, has invented something called iCivics, which I'm not sure how widespread it is, but it was a heck of a good idea.
And I also want to add, from my continent in Latin America, is that one of the challenges we have with democracy is that civic action space is becoming more limited. So educating, especially the younger education, is basic for us to be able to increase that space for civic action.
3 quick points about the local and why that's so important in, I think, answering your question. 1, a lot of the immigrant integration in the US happens locally, English classes, civics education to prepare people for citizenship exams. 2, the stuff involving iCivics, which is playing out in a lot of public schools as an add-on to the regular curriculum. It's pretty exciting. But then 3, you have the decline of local news, which I think we haven't talked about yet, but it's a huge issue. And I think you can expect in the next year some major philanthropic efforts to revive the business model around local news, because that's often a way that people who are otherwise really polarized can find some common ground.
Here in front, please.
Nirupama Rao, a former Foreign Secretary of India, now retired, and I don't speak for the government. I just wanted to make a brief interjection on democracy in India. And the tenor of our debate today focused basically on the understanding of the panelists about democracy, mostly here in the United States. I think that as far as India's case is concerned, you have to understand the very complex history of our country, particularly, you know, the nature of the making of our constitution, the partition of the country, the enormous diversity, continental proportions. So it's not just a question, I mean, we all respect the fundamental tenets of democracy, but the nature of Indian democracy is very much conditioned by the internal conditions of our society and the makeup of what we are as a people. Our Constitution begins with the words, "we the people," as the American Constitution does. But there are a lot of departures, and you have to understand the nature of the debates that went into the making of the Constitution. And today, when we speak of a democratic backslide in India, you also have to understand what has gone before it. One academic refers to this as the recency phenomenon. You're talking of recent developments as to what has happened, but there's a whole long chronology, a long history of what has happened before that. So I think there is need, I think, for us to have perhaps even a separate debate on the nature of Indian democracy.
Could I just comment on that? I agree with that. Let's remember that our Declaration of Independence talks about in order to form a more perfect union. It wasn't perfect. It isn't perfect. The compromise is about slavery and the exclusion of women at the beginning of our democracy. Certainly we're, I don't know if we all would have understood it then, but looking back on it, very unfortunate, and we've paid a huge price for both. So why should India be the same as America? And why should, pick any countries in the world? The goal is, I certainly think, is freedom. Freedom in the world. That's the goal. That's the aspiration. It's a universal value. I mean, who in Russia doesn't want to be free? They don't understand, many of them, given the information they receive, and in China, the universal surveillance, they don't understand whether there's any option for it. But I can't imagine anyone in the world who would have a chance to be freer who wouldn't seize that.
The lady in the back, please, in the green.
Hi, I'm Kelly Piazza. I'm one of the rising leaders, and I'm a professor at the Air Force Academy. My question is for you, Maria, about democracy in Latin America. When we think about some of the countries that have experienced democratic backsliding or are authoritarian in the region, we often think about Venezuela and Nicaragua and some of the other countries that you've talked about. But El Salvador has recently come under the spotlight, specifically since the election of Bukele and the state of exception last year and his ability to run for re-election. I'm wondering if you can comment on both the opportunities and challenges for democracy in El Salvador.
I live in El Salvador, so that frames a lot of my answer. I do believe there is an opportunity. The one thing that really is ticking with people's hearts, and when I meant it, it's 75% in all of Latin America don't agree with democracy results. You can see now in my country, a country that had the #1 homicide rate in the world. Nowadays, it's 0. We are able, because of the violence control, we are again reviving with tourism, which is a major also influx of money for us. By the way, I must say we have one of the best surfing waves in all of the world. We just had 3 World Surf Championships this year, simply because it is no longer considered a violent or dangerous country. So as long as we strive to continue to build around democratic values, and we strive to fortify institutions, and we will continue to hope for a democratic El Salvador. But again, as I say, the rest of Latin America, you have so many examples from Pinochet. You know, people recognize Chile to be what Chile is, but they had Pinochet. You know, so it's a difficult and tough question always to answer.
One last one here in the back, sir. Yeah.
So I'm way out of my depth here. Patrick Wilson again from MediaTek. Perhaps Dr. Fukuyama, this might be a good question for you. So part of our dialogue was about defending democracy, but we see a lot of political results in democracies we don't like. Is there a thread running through the left and the right where, because the left maybe is seen as more passionate defenders of democracy but not traditionalism, not traditionalist themes, the divergence of those two things, that maybe advocates for democracy are losing ground in many of these countries because they are seen as so progressive?
Yeah, boy. That's, I think you've hit on really a key issue because, you know, there's a couple of separate things that are going on. Basic liberal tenet, you know, in liberal democracy is that we should be tolerant and that people have different lifestyles. But, you know, our understanding of who qualifies as a human being with that bears rights that should be respected by the society, by the political system, has changed over time. So at the beginning of the American Republic, it was only white men with property. Then you get the 14th Amendment, and then, you know, you have this steady expansion. And we've expanded that, you know, very rapidly. So, and a lot of the rest of the world has not caught up. And so in particular, something like gay marriage was illegal in most American states in the 1990s, you know, in the lifetimes of many people here. But, you know, that kind of change in consciousness occurred very, very rapidly in the developed world. It is not occurring that rapidly in sub-Saharan Africa, and many parts of Asia, you know, and so forth. And I think that one of the things that's happened in the American attempt and the European attempt to promote democracy is that liberal democracy has become closely associated with that kind of narrow social agenda rather than fundamental rights like, do I have the right to vote? You know, do I have the right to participate or join a political party? And that has been exploited by democracy's enemies, you know, beginning with Mr. Putin saying, oh, what you want to do is spread, you know, gay marriage to all these places and have your values imposed on us. And that is a big problem for us. And I think, you know, we haven't really quite grappled with how to deal with that properly.
And much of what remains to be done in the US, I think, is also relevant to your question, in as much as there's going to be cultural disagreement, but there's got to be some room for people to converge around democratic institutions without having it bound up in cultural conflict.
Yeah, I could kind of close with a, It's working? Okay, good. Sorry, I could close with a sort of ask each of the panelists. This is kind of a one-word answer. And what is the main theater today in the kind of global battle for democracy?
Ukraine.
Okay.
Agree.
The human mind.
People's lifestyles, you know, the quality of life.
Is that hearts and minds, or is it more something else? Say a bit more.
Okay, it's
more than one word.
yeah. Yes. It's people's lives do not get better in democracy. They lose faith in it.
Okay, perfect. On that note, thank you very much to this panel. We're going to take a 15-minute break. No, we're not. We're not taking a break. We are moving directly to something else.
Thanks so much to Matt and the panelists. We are not Yep. Yes. Right. Thanks. Former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp, who's now running the IOP at University of Chicago. President of Google, Kent Walker, and Dr. Arati Prabhakar, who is the head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House, and our own Executive Director, Anya Manuel. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Neve. We are almost at the finish line, so thank you for sticking with us. By the end of this 40 minutes, we hope that you will leave this session feeling smarter about the real risks and the real opportunities related to AI. And I frame it in those terms because for the last 6 months, we've had a very exciting AI debate, but it's often been dominated by extreme voices around extreme fears or sometimes, frankly, unrealistic utopian visions about what AI can do for us. And there is a really messy middle in between, and those are the nuts and bolts that I would love us all to dive into in this session. I make 2 promises. The first is that if there's anyone in the room who feels they've not been keeping up to speed in the debate, do not worry. This technology is transformative and it's going to be here forever, so you have not missed much. And number 2, everyone I work with at Axios firmly believes that because this will transform all of our lives, we all have a right and a stake and a voice in this discussion. So we really look forward to your questions at the end of the session. Arti, I'm going to dive in with you. You have said that the most important first step in dealing with AI is understanding and managing the risks. Not everyone agrees. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, he wasn't sitting there consulting the White House blueprint for AI rights when he released his ChatGPT product into the world. So what are you going to do? Walk us through what the White House will do to shape this revolution and help embed our democratic values into the AI as it develops.
Thanks, Ryan. Just amazing to be here with all of you. This topic of AI is an active, urgent area of work at the White House, so I appreciate the chance to kick off for this discussion. President Biden has been very clear, and many of you must have heard him talk about how we are at an inflection point in history. And he very much talks about AI in that context, that it is one of the powerful forces today, and the choices that we make today, including about AI, are going to change the arc of the next few decades. And so that is why AI is such a high priority in the work that we are doing. And our work starts by recognizing that because of the phenomenal breadth of this technology, it is the most powerful technological force of our times. We all know what human history tells us about what happens with powerful technologies. We know humans are going to use them for good and for ill. And so the approach that we have taken from the White House on artificial intelligence is to say we absolutely want to seize its benefits, but the way to do that is we have to start by managing its risks. Because AI is so broad, its applications are vast, its implications are vast. So I'll just briefly give you 4 categories of risk that we think about, because you need to untangle this, right? I'm sure you've heard the cacophonous conversation about AI. So I'll mention 4 broad categories of risks that we are focused on in the work that we're doing at the White House. The first is risks to truth, trust, and democracy because of mis and disinformation. The second is the broad category of risks to safety and security, everything from self-driving cars to cybersecurity and biosecurity concerns. A third is risks to privacy, civil rights, civil liberties, including issues of bias that can be embedded in algorithms. And then finally is a very different category, which is risks to jobs in our economy. And I think that starts to give you a sense of how incredibly broad this challenge is with AI. So what you will see from us is ongoing work. The week that I arrived to join the White House in October last year, we released the AI Bill of Rights. That is a lighthouse to steer by. And I think when you're in choppy waters, as we are with AI moving as rapidly as it is, there's no more important time to be clear about your values. And so that's an important foundation. You have seen and you will continue to see many actions. Today we're working closely with AI companies, the leading AI companies, and helping them to step up to their responsibilities. We are working across agencies in government on everything we can do through executive action to get AI on a good track. We are and we will definitely continue to work with Congress on a bipartisan basis as they start laying out their agenda, the legislative agenda that needs to come. And then finally, we are working with our international allies and partners. And you'll see all of those lines of work proceed. I just want to step back from that to say, we know we are in a time where every nation in the world is trying to use AI to shape a future that reflects their own core values. And I think, we could all disagree about many other things, but the one thing I know we agree upon is that none of us wants to live in a future that is driven by technology, shaped by authoritarian regimes. And that is why, at this moment in time, American leadership in the world critically depends on American leadership in AI. And I think that's what we will keep our eyes on as we do our work.
Ken, I'll turn to you next. Speaking of values, one American value is opportunity. And your job is to make a bunch of money pursuing the opportunities of AI. And on the other hand, Google got slammed for not rushing products out the door earlier this year. So how do you walk that tightrope? How do you be a partner to the White House, but still make sure you're innovating and not missing out on those opportunities and not falling behind?
Yes, so we've talked about the notion of innovating boldly and responsibly, and doing that together, doing that in a way that's inclusive and brings in lots of different views. And that's challenging, but we have, I think we're up to 13,000, 14,000 computer science PhDs who feel that they have a mission to try and optimize the benefits of this technology while minimizing the likelihood that it is misused. So for us, that breaks down to three categories, many of them paralleling what Arthi was talking about. We have the notion of opportunity, the incredible progress we're going to be seeing in science and technology over the next decade. This will unlock tools and accelerate progress in areas like quantum, but also in things that make the difference in people's lives, like personalized medicine or clean water in the emerging world or precision agriculture and many more. So it's a really exciting time. I would say many people in computer science have never seen something like this in their careers. But that has to be balanced with a responsibility agenda, and many of the comments that were made before go exactly to this, making sure that we get fairness right. And we've had a ML fairness program at Google since 2014, our AI principles in 2018. How do we make sure we are thinking about the ways that AI is going to change the future of work? How do we make sure that we are staying grounded and factual in this information, which can be challenging? You've heard about machine learning hallucinations. How do we minimize the likelihood of that? So that's a big research agenda we're working on comprehensively. Goal alignment, safety, and many other areas. And then lastly, and particularly relevant to our conversation today, is security. We have to think about the challenges for cybersecurity, but also potentially the advances in cybersecurity we can have. We've talked about our SAFE approach, the Secure AI Framework, which draws on traditional strength in zero trust computing and work there, but also adds to it threat intelligence, groups like Mandiant and others, and now the notion of red teaming and adversarial review that we've started to work on throughout the industry. How do we make sure that we're fine-tuning these models in a way that minimize the harms and maximize the benefits?
And maybe Arti and Kent, if I just do a follow-up to you there, not all AI models are created equal. There are different levels of risk for different use cases. And people have been afraid at letting some of these things out into the wild. And so I don't want to get into too technical a debate, but when you release a big open source model, for example, and anybody can use it without really any restrictions, that can get used in a lot of different ways. Arti, how worried are you about how some of those models get used, and what are the mechanisms that can put some constraint about how these models get used?
Ryan, I think you're on an incredibly important point. A few months ago, we would have said that the progress in AI is purely dependent on more compute, more crunch time, and because of the proliferation. And when I was a venture capitalist, I would have said, it's democratizing the technology today. When I was in the Defense Department, I would say, it's proliferating. And both of those things are true. And that's the moment we're in. And I think it's a very fast-moving landscape. I want to step back from the specific questions and just note that what I think we all want is for an AI system to be safe and effective before it leaves before the horse has to be safe and effective before it's out of the barn, irrespective of whether you're putting it out as an open source model or as a proprietary model with an interface that people can use. And I think we have to stay anchored on this question of safe and effective. And I think we should be clear that we actually don't have tools and methods today to know when an AI model is safe and effective. So
by
that
definition,
is the work
they're
to be
not
done.
safe and effective.
We
can't measure
simply
it. We
don't
can't
know, right?
Yeah.
And that's a bad place to be, and that's the work we've got to do.
Anya wanted to jump in, and then
Yeah,
Kim.
I just want to jump in with one point, and it's really, all the questions go to Arati because she has the impossible job of trying to figure this out. But to those of you who aren't following this every day, the foundational models that we're talking about with Google and others cost $100 million or more to train. It's a huge amount of compute. Those are arguably, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, those you might be able to regulate because they're attached to big companies that we know. But then there's a proliferation of smaller models, some open source, some not open source, cheaper to train, and you sort of despair at ever figuring out how to create the standards and then stick with the standards for those. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's the dynamic landscape that we're in.
And building on both of those comments, I would say the notion of case by case, deployment by deployment, application by application is going to be critical, because it's very hard to have a general purpose, one size fits all standard for evaluation. But we do have decades, centuries of experience in regulating healthcare, financial services, transportation, et cetera. And so as we start to fine tune our models for those specific use cases, we can, I think, develop more benchmarks for evaluation, draw on regulatory expertise, and get to a better outcome that's more fine-grained and more nuanced.
Heidi, I want to bring you in now, as the voice of the people, a former senator. Why do so many people seem to be so afraid of AI as it's been explained to them this year? And how do we go about creating those building blocks of trust? Because it's not going away, so we're going to have to find some way to have AI that we can trust.
I think I like to say it's kind of the Jurassic Park, Skynet, Terminator, kind of when people say there's threats out there, you see, Arnold Schwarzenegger coming down and wreaking havoc. And so when we look at it, the problem is AI's been around a long, long time. And there is no one putting this new technology, the generative AI, in context. Every time you say, hey, Google, I do that because we're here with Google, or Alexa, you're using an AI kind of mechanism. You're using a assistant, a digital assistant that is going to help you get information, set your alarm, do whatever you're going to do. But yet we've been told that this is some new, emerging, scary Jurassic Park kind of technology, as opposed to an iteration of what we've been doing in the past. Yes, there are new threats. Is this a Guggenheim Bible moment? Probably. But it is not as scary as what people think. And I think the media has driven this narrative of saying boo every time you say AI. Boo, boo. Be very afraid. It's going to get you. It's going to take away your job. It's going to do this. And we know that over the period of time, looking at this, when you look at technology, when you look at innovation, we actually create jobs with innovation. They're different jobs. And so there's a need to have a transformative policy that deals with this, and that's actually what's happening. But I think when you look at the sense or the knowledge that people have, it is opaque to them. They don't know what this is. And when you don't know what it is, and you're told it's going to take your job, and you're told it's going to, make your baby have two heads, you worry, because you don't have a context to judge the honesty. I just want to say something about my concern. And I will tell you, I talked with a senator recently, very high placed, whose staff put together a deep fake of him saying something he would never say. Does that energize politicians to get involved in the AI debate? You better believe it. And so now they're in this process of trying to understand how that can happen, how do you protect against it, and what do you do about it. And so I think there's some really smart kinds of directional things that are being done in the Senate, being done in the House, being done by the industry. And so I think we're moving in the right direction, but we have to ratchet down the rhetoric about being afraid and amp up the rhetoric about how exciting this technology is for human civilization.
What do you think of Senator Schumer's plan, Heidi? He announced on Monday that he wants to do a series of AI insight forums to get senators up to speed so they are more informed before they regulate something that they maybe don't fully understand. Is that a model that can work in broader society? If the point is that this is an extremely cross-cutting, complicated transformation of all of our lives, do we in fact need AI insight town halls across the country to bring people along?
I think honestly that there is a range of ability to understand this. I shouldn't say ability, probably a range of ability as well, but a range of kind of current understanding of the technology. And I think one of the really good news pieces of this is it's bipartisan. The concern and the hesitation, that the need to do something, but also the hesitation to step back and say, I don't know everything I need to know to make the right decisions. They're stepping back, they're going to analyze this. Now, the problem typically, what you would see in Washington would be a big food fight over which committee had jurisdiction. Whether it's Commerce, whether it's Judiciary, whether it's Treasury, I can give you Homeland Security. I think what Chuck's trying to do is get out ahead of jurisdictional fights and say, this belongs to all of us. Let's elevate our understanding so that we can be rational and have reasonable debate about the level of regulation. And so I think you should all feel comforted by number one, the bipartisanship, but also the measured approach that Congress is taking to advancing some kind of framework in which to regulate and to discuss AI.
Could I chime in on that?
Yeah, and can I throw you one question
sure.
to consider as you chime in? Two themes that were bubbling up there were jurisdiction and know-how, jurisdiction and know-how. So are we going to end up needing a particular AI agency, or are we in fact needing to build up know-how across every agency in order to deal with these challenges?
Yeah, I think the place to start is just to recognize how extremely broad the applications of this technology are. And so I think it's not, to me, it's not a workable model. Certainly in the work we're doing in the executive branch, there's not just one action that's going to magically make this come out, right? So you really have to understand it as a mosaic and look at all of it. And I see that very much reflected in what I hear when I talk to people on the Hill. To your point about the majority leader's sessions, he's run 2 of them so far, and one was a general briefing for senators to learn about the technology, and then I was able to participate as one of 5 people who spoke on national security. That was the purported topic, is AI and national security. This was about a week and a half ago. And we ended up covering a lot of territory, not just national security. But the thing I really want to say is we had over half the Senate in a skiff having
that's the secure room.
In a secure room, very bipartisan. It was hosted in a bipartisan way, and we had people definitely from both sides of the aisle. And it was the second time I had been with a large group of senators talking about AI, and I have to just share that I thought the quality of the conversation, the quality of the questions that were being asked were very good. They were thoughtful. I couldn't tell from the nature of the question which side of the aisle was asking, and it's on an upward slope. Even a couple of months ago, I think people were still feeling their way. So I think that learning process is underway, and I think from the White House, while we do what we're going to do from the executive branch, we very much want to maintain that good partnership and get to some good bipartisan solutions on legislation.
And that is virtually unheard of in the U.S. Congress now, so we should give them a round of applause.
I just want to appreciate that moment, exactly. Right.
Now, it sounds like there's a lot of partnership going on. I'm going to assume that you would consider yourself a partner here with the US government exploring AI territory. But not all partnerships are perfect, and there's been a rough ride for big tech sort of in the last few years in Washington. Is there something you could nominate that you wish Congress or the executive branch were doing in this field to make it a more productive partnership?
Well, I agree with the last comments that I appreciate the fact they are taking their time to get up to speed on the technology and do it in a deliberative way. We've talked about various blue ribbon commissions, et cetera. I think that's a helpful part of the learning process. And there are broad areas of agreement, even, not only just within the United States, but also internationally. You have Europe with its AI Act, you have Brazil, Canada, other countries that are also introducing new legislation. So areas like trying to provide more transparency with regard to some of these tools, figuring out what benchmarks make sense in different specific areas, having a risk-based approach so that if you're looking at very high-risk kinds of applications, one set of rules applies. But as Heidi was saying a moment ago, many of, I hope maybe all of you have been using AI for many years if you use Google Search or Translate or Maps or Gmail. And I think most people would say those are relatively lower risk kinds of applications. So you do need kind of a horses for courses approach. And that doesn't come out of a bumper sticker conversation. That comes out of, to your phrase, Ryan, the messy middle, getting people in a room, debating how the trade-offs work. How do we draw on different, high and important principles for privacy and non-discrimination, openness and security? How do we get that right? That requires getting the experts in the room. And I'm hoping that that's a process we're engaged in.
Yep. Now, Adi, we've seen a range of CEOs talk about their willingness to embrace regulation. I haven't necessarily seen any of those CEOs invite your team to come and look under the hood of their models into their offices. Is that something you'd like? Would you like an invitation from Kent or someone else to say, hang on, we're going to roll up in San Francisco or Seattle or wherever it is and come and check out how all this stuff is coded?
I want to step back from that question to I think we use
But you will have to answer it. You can step back.
Well, let me put it in the right context, though, because I think we use the phrase regulate and AI. We use those two words together, but I don't think we have a good model yet of what we're talking about. And where I want to start is to say, again, very broad applications. And it turns out a lot of the harms that we are concerned about happen to already be illegal, right? So when you use AI to commit fraud with a voice clone, when you use AI to accelerate your ability to commit cyber crimes, there's so many things that are already not okay. And there, I think there's a very important issue, which is the laws exist, is our ability to regulate and enforce against those harms as AI accelerates and changes how people do that. That is the issue there. And one, I think, very important step in this direction, a couple of months ago, the EEOC, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the FTC and the Department of Justice put out a joint statement simply reminding people that these things are still illegal, and if you're using AI to do them, that's not going to get you off the hook, and they would still be enforcing against it. So I think that that's a great example of a kind of step that I think is essential, and we're going to need to do some work, because keeping up with those concerns, with that kind of accelerated malfeasance, and then being able to spot it when you start seeing new forms of problems and a scale issue that we're not really ready for. Those are some of the things that we are working on right now, and you'll see more work. So those are some important actions that I think can start getting us to a safer place. The question of what you do about the core technology itself is what people usually want to talk about, and I think that is not yet clear. It's and again, I think I want to keep coming back. Heidi, I loved your point about Terminator and everything, and Jurassic Park. We're living in a time in which there are a lot of science fiction conversations about AI. There are a lot of philosophy conversations. I sometimes feel like I'm in a dorm, like a freshman dorm room at midnight. Anyone else ever have that feeling? There are marketing conversations. All of those should go on, but if we're going to make sensible policies that actually change outcomes, we're going to stay anchored in what do the human beings and the corporations do as they decide to build systems? What is the human data that they're being trained on? And then how do humans and corporations decide to use this technology? And then what impact do they have in the real world? And if you stay anchored in that, and then you really start working through and figuring out how do we mitigate these risks, then you get to some very practical solutions. And I think that has to be the benchmark against which we weigh any regulatory
So that's
approach.
more important than looking under the hood.
If that's part of it, then I think it needs to be considered. But the benchmark is always going to be, did we reduce biosecurity risks? Did we reduce the risk of misinformation spiraling out of control, et cetera?
And if I could jump in, because 2 points. One, in a sense, we are externalizing some of these models. So at DEF CON coming up, I think in the next month or so, we will be doing external red teaming, we and other companies, for some of these models, and that's a way of
That's
looking
where
at
really sophisticated folks go in and try and break these systems and figure out the ways they could be misused. That's what that event is about.
Which is a collaborative learning exercise, right? It's not really about who's first or who's best. It's how do we collectively learn from that, what kind of attacks work well, and how do we all build those into our systems. But ultimately, this has to be a layered system of governance, right? You have to have the companies individually taking responsibility for building things in the right way, security by default, security by design in the way these are created. You need cross-industry groups, whether that's a underwriter's laboratory or a good housekeeping seal of approval kind of model, to make sure what are the standards. In many cases, those can be faster and more nimble than what governments will be able to come up with, and in some cases provide the starting point for government regulation to get incorporation, to be incorporated into what ultimately the law will provide. Obviously, you're going to need forms of government regulation in these different areas, and you will probably need international frameworks to deal with some of the security risks that have already been started. Conversations have already been started at the G7, the Hiroshima process, the OECD, and other multinational fora. So it's a little bit of an all of the above.
We've been talking a lot about government regulation, but there is a whole rule of law piece of this that we haven't been talking about. If you look at 230, Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act, which basically said, look, we're going to use these platforms, you know, these great systems that were created, they're going to be like bulletin boards, and we're not going to sue the bulletin board for what's on the bulletin board, right? So there's been a mammoth ability for growth in this area to be free of any kind of interjection of civil liability. That's not true, in my opinion, in generative AI, because a product is being created, and you already see litigation around this area, whether it is violation of copyright, whether it is, in fact, taking a look at using my image inappropriately, using my data. And so one of the reasons why you may want to look at regulation is regulation, yes, it can be a sword, but it's also a shield. That this is the accepted practice of the industry, therefore we've balanced all of these interests and we're going to give certain levels of protection. And so when people talk about regulation, remember that it's not just always a sword, it can in fact be a shield from that other enforcement entity which is called civil litigation.
Can I jump in here? Because I just want to double down on that. It's such an important point. This is in its infancy, and we were just chatting, getting our act together for the panel before this, and I don't think any of us here had a clear view of, should there be an FDA type institution? Probably not, because it's a general purpose technology. Should every department within the US government be working on AI? Should there be legislation? Should there be tort law applied? This is so new that we have analogies for this kind of stuff from different technologies, but here the analogies are all imperfect and we don't quite yet know how to apply them.
I want to do a bridge between that point, Anya, and your point, Kent, around how we internationalize or create global frameworks here. And so I guess I have a two-headed question. First part is, does the US actually have a second or in fact third mover advantage because it hasn't rushed to regulate? You know, it's behind the EU. China's already got a round of regulation out and has extremely high levels of trust in AI across China, actually. Not always for the best intended purposes, I would argue. So perhaps sort of by accident, we're in a really good position to be more flexible and do the right thing. And then in terms of the internationalizing, we had the Secretary General of the UN yesterday saying it really has to be the United Nations that is the forum for a global body. You've got the UK government organizing an AI safety and governance summit in October. You have processes at the OECD, the Council of Europe. I could give you 12 of them. So how do we take advantage of the flexibility that being a little bit slow off the mark in the US has given the United States and really amplify that to a global level for everybody?
I would jump in quickly and say the race should be for the best AI regulations, not the first AI regulations. This is going to be a long-term technology. We do have a little bit of time to get it right. We have a lot of great achievements to build on. The fact that this is a triumph for the ingenuity that our system has created and will, I think, have dramatic improvement, result in dramatic improvements in people's standards of living around the world is something to celebrate. But at the same time, we have to balance that. And if we take 6 months or a year to figure out what combination of executive order, legislation, self-regulation, internationalization makes sense, that's probably a pretty good down payment on the future.
Yeah, I'll just add that this isn't going to be one and done, and you will see waves of action. And I think that's exactly what needs to happen, because as a particular area gets baked enough that we can do the good regulations that really get us on the right path, when things ripen, that's when they'll happen. But again, I don't think it's a 6-month thing. I think there are urgent, immediate actions that can be taken right now. I'll give you one just as an example. Heidi, you were talking about how much AI is already in our world. Well, Congress has considered privacy legislation, has gotten very close, has considered legislation to protect our kids. These are harms that are happening in the world today, and the president's been very clear that these are things we need to deal with now before this next wave of AI.
So a privacy bill could be the
exacerbates
first
them.
AI regulation.
That would be a fantastic step and something that we continue to work as hard as we can on.
Heidi, you've sat, sorry, Anya, Heidi, you've sat in those discussions because those privacy debates have been going on for years. How likely is it we can get something like that out the door, in your opinion?
Well, I think there needs to be a sense of why are we doing this? Think about that. Why are we taking these steps to control privacy? Has there been an abuse of people's data? Have we inappropriately used it? And so I think one of the reasons why you haven't seen privacy legislation is I don't think the voters and the public are demanding it. I mean, if you gave a list, I was giving an example of somebody going door to door in a swing district in Pennsylvania. How many of you think that they're going to say AI is my biggest concern in life? They're going to talk about gun violence, they're going to talk about education, they're going to talk about student loans, they're going to talk about all the things that affect their lives. And so when you look at privacy and you talk to people on the street, and I would challenge you all, because I do this because I did a huge privacy initiative as it related to bank privacy when I was still in politics in North Dakota. And if you ask them, they go, oh, I lost that years ago, I don't care. Whatever, I'm not doing anything wrong. And so this is not a point of voting. It's not what's going to motivate voters. Jobs are going to motivate voters. That's why you see a lot of attention to job displacement, especially now the Democratic Party, who feels like they missed the free trade argument, ended up transporting a lot of jobs, is not going to make that mistake again. You hear that over and over again within the Democratic Party. Let's not be the party that dislocates so many people that we get the blame. And so a lot of this is being driven, especially in an election year and election cycle, by what voters are talking about. And they're talking about jobs, and they're talking about security.
Can I chime in on this? Because
yes,
I think this is a great example of, it's so much easier to deal with a threat that is staring you in the face, whether it's fictional or real, but that seems immediately catastrophic. But the privacy erosion that's happened in our society is so counter to the fundamental liberties in our country, and it's crept up on us, and people have traded away privacy for a lot of conveniences, but we are at a point where it is driving addictive behavior online. It's in my view, it is linked to the polarization that we're seeing. It's linked to the mental health issues that we are seeing, and yet it is so nebulous and so diffuse that I think we struggle to deal with it. So I
would challenge you on whether that is an access problem or a privacy problem. Is that really a privacy problem? By access, I mean you hand your kids so they're crying, you hand them some kind of tablet and say, entertain yourself, and you don't look over their shoulder. I mean, and going back to my example of tobacco, you know, when you look at the tobacco settlement, we knew how vulnerable are social platforms today to the challenge, the civil litigation challenge. But I don't see those as privacy issues nearly as much as I do utilization, access issues, utilization and access. And I want to put a plug in. Look, you know, I used to pay $20 a month for AOL. That was in 1980, right? I loved it. I would pay it today. I get all this stuff for free. right? and I'm really happy. And occasionally, you know, if I get an ad for a plus-size blouse because I ordered, you know, a plus-size blouse before, I'm okay with that. That might be a little privacy violation, but I'm okay because I got to use email and I got to use Gmail. I mean, that's how the public looks at it. You know, I'll tolerate some of that invasion because I get some goodies out of this, and I'm not paying Google for what they give me. I'm not paying Meta for what they give me.
Well, that
I
works when
respect
it's
your
Google.
view, and I'll just say I think that it's not just about 5-year-olds getting access to tablets, because teenagers are in a mental health crisis that is partly fueled by this addictive behavior, and I think we have to see how these things are linked together. So we can agree to disagree on this one.
And the effects of lack of privacy differ according to where it comes from. And so this might seem like a strange jumping to a new topic, but Anya, I wanted to bring you in and join up those thoughts to China thoughts, because there isn't really a lot of privacy when it comes to how AI is rolled out and used in China, and that gets used for far more nefarious purposes than blouse advertising. And you talk to a lot of Chinese entrepreneurs, Anya. We heard the Chinese ambassador today say that AI is an area for potential positive cooperation. Like, how do you and the people you talk to see the development of AI in China?
Thank you for asking that. I find the conversation around national security and AI in Washington is very animated by what's China doing. Do we need to run faster because they're doing it, or do we need to restrict, and how do we do this? Here's what I see on the ground in China. Elsevier, which is an independent agency that kind of measures this stuff, says now 4 out of the 10 top companies in the world working on AI are Chinese. A lot of the cutting edge research papers on AI are coming out of China. You can debate whether they're all the highest quality, whether they're quite as good as the US, unclear. We clearly lead the world in foundational models, the large language models that we've all been hearing so much about, but they're getting better. Kent and I were joking last night, well, not really joking, but you know, Ernie, the new Baidu, large language model is actually pretty good, and every month it's getting better and better. When I go to Washington, there seems to be a sense, at least in some parts, that we can export control our way out of this problem. I don't think that's going to work. We put really harsh restrictions on semiconductors in place in October. Some of that was absolutely right. Some on chips, some on the equipment that makes the chips. We doubled down again with tougher restrictions on some of the NVIDIA chips just now, a couple weeks ago. Clearly, we have to do a little bit of that, but let's not have any illusions that that's really going to slow things down. So in a way, we got to find a way to move faster. And when I talk to Chinese entrepreneurs, they're energized. And let me just say 2 more things. There are these kind of memes out there. You know, well, the Chinese have shot their own entrepreneurs and now they can't do anything. They're not allowed to, and the Chinese are afraid of AI. They've already regulated, and it harms the Chinese Communist Party. I don't see that. I see a lot more the Chinese government having created clear lanes for their entrepreneurs. What's okay and what's not okay. And you know what's okay? Surveillance-related AI. Yeah. Visual recognition, object recognition, autonomy, and they're excellent at those things. So that's kind of how I see the space.
Yeah.
If I could just pick up, I think this notion of the global competition here is a real one. And ultimately, again, for the Aspen Security Conference, national security ultimately is underpinned by economic security, productivity, and we think these will be incredible tools for leadership of countries that do this right, implement AI in ways that are trusted by their populace, make their workers more productive. This is, you know, in globalization, we were losing American jobs overseas. This is an opportunity to make American workers even more productive than they've ever been before. So if we approach it with that lens, I think there's an awful lot of good investment we need to do to make sure we land a message that everybody can get behind.
I think it's time to bring you, the audience, into this discussion, but I wanted to start with a question to all of you rather than to obtain them from you individually. So a hands up question. Who among you think that we collectively as a society have done enough to make AI understandable and accessible and representative of all of us? Who thinks that we've done that? There we go. No hands. We have work to do.
Maybe not enough coffee.
Also, the woman in the white blouse, and there was a gentleman up the back here in a dark polo shirt or T-shirt.
Can you hear this? Okay. My name is Sharon Height, and I have 8 grandchildren. Okay, and I went to a very disturbing lecture at the Aspen Institute, and I'm sure some of you were there for it, where they explained how AI and young children, and children in particular, at 2 in the morning, and there's nothing you can do, are getting AI friends. They also explained that they really don't want Google to release Chat GP5 because everything is getting ahead of itself. At this point, since they have voice recognition, I could get a call and saying one of my 8 children needs to be ransomed, and it will sound like the child speaking. Yeah. There is too much that is not regulated that is really important to our everyday lives. I understand everything you're saying. I understand everything about how it's going to do this and do this and do that. However, if it takes so much away from the generations that know how to do everything that I can't do and are doing things that are really very, very harmful, and there's no control on that because they are petitioning not to do Chat GP5 because it goes like, it doesn't go like this to this, it goes like this to this. And you're not going to be able to control that if you're not ahead of all the things that you are doing. And I am extremely concerned about this, as you can tell from my speaking.
So you'd rather a more proactive approach to the regulation? Is that where it's headed?
I mean, how could you release the next thing and then it's going to be so far ahead that yes, the young children will do it, and they'll do everything with it, and we're not going to know because I'm not up at 2 in the morning when my grandchildren are all doing this. And I think this has to be addressed completely because I think it's a problem.
I bet you're not alone, Sharon. Any reactions up on the stage to that?
Well, just one sentence. There's a whole session on deep fakes tomorrow, so that specific issue.
Yeah, I think when we talk about the responsibility agenda, starting with the companies, the industry, government, this is exactly right. But I do think that the answer to the problem is in the technology. How do we build in safeguards, guardrails to minimize abuses? There are challenges with regard to proliferation of some of these tools, and how do we strike the right balance between open sourcing and keeping security? But I think this is a widely shared concern, and we need to make sure we get it right.
Can I just chime in and say, I think, I've heard the very rosy descriptions of what's possible, and I hear what you're saying. And I think this is one of the fundamental quandaries of this. Anytime you have such a powerful technology, it's a raw force, and you really have to be able to keep bright and dark in your head at the same time and realize you have to work towards both of them, mitigating one and achieving the other simultaneously. I think that's part of what we're all struggling with right now.
This won't make me very popular, but you'll never supply side your way out of this problem. This has to be regulated. You cannot count on the government to protect your children alone. That's just not going to work. It's never worked before. You can't count on the government to take every drug off the street. You can't count on the government to make sure that there are no risks out there for your kids. And so I get what you're saying, and I know that keeps people up at night. But we have to have a partnership between families and this technology. And the technology could, in fact, lead to a cure that would cure cancer, childhood cancer. So we've got to socially balance these things. And so I would just once again go back to, we have to have responsible usage of the products that are being created. And I would also say that one of the ways that we've done this in the past is through civil litigation, when you create the risk. So let's say you have a small startup company. It's not going to be Google, because Google has reputational risk. They're going to listen to you and want to fix your problem. Then there's somebody who's got just the great product that they're going to want to deploy. I mean, I think, I could go to some historical examples. They're going to want to deploy it. How do we control them? Where are they getting their money? What's the risk for the people who are borrowing or giving them the money to create these products? How do we create, monetary risk to people who create dangerous products. And that's not going to be done by regulation alone. It's going to be done in the courts of law in places that understand the rule of law.
Lawsuits are definitely one venue for that. The gentleman in the yellow lanyard.
Hi, I'd love Kent and all the others panelists' feedback on what lessons. I'm Daniel Lubetsky, the founder of KIND, and the Lubetsky Family Foundation starts with us. And I'd love to know Kent and other panelists' feedback on what lessons we can draw from Section 230 as it applies to today's reality. Because when I look back, of course, we wanted to encourage a lot of innovation, but neither self-regulation nor government regulation has prevented massive misinformation, disinformation, and abuse. And when I think about it, it's not just my grandmother coming up with silly conspiracy theories. There's people that have hundreds of millions of followers that say things that are, if you were in traditional media, you could be held accountable, even though there's high protections of freedom of speech. There is at least some protections and some liability, but Google can publish and disseminate stuff. Twitter can empower 100 million followers and no accountability whatsoever. But also, there's a huge conflict of interest because Google today monetizes false advertising. Like just a couple days ago, somebody used my likeness to sell pills for gummies to lose weight. And we had to talk to people, and they were responsive, but you have to play guacamole rather than Google and all the other social media and internet companies self-regulating, setting policies so that they prevent false advertising. It happens every single day that all of these people are misusing the likeness of others and making money off. And
the clock is definitely running down, and I want Kent to have an opportunity to respond, seeing as you were named, not personally, but the company.
No, thank you, Ryan, and thank you for the question. Look, we would argue that the internet, on balance, has been extraordinarily positive for the American economy, culture, and for people around the world. And part of that involves some challenging misuses and abuses, although the industry as a whole has gotten dramatically better. An example I was giving earlier is probably 8 years ago, 1 view in 100 on YouTube violated our policies. Today it's 1 view in 1,000. And that's in part because we're using these AI tools to do pattern recognition, identify problems, and nip them in the bud before they can proliferate. So there's an awful lot of good, and there are learnings from that experience. Now, it's odd that the advances in AI, which are primarily scientific, we tend to think of through the lens of social media. We could as well think of them through the lens of mRNA vaccines and other sort of scientific advances that we have seen. So on balance, we absolutely recognize the challenges. We have to stay on top of it. We have tens of thousands of people trying to do just that. We're hoping AI will turbocharge those efforts. But don't lose sight of all the benefits for distribution, access to information around the world, the fact that 1 billion people have come out of extreme poverty in the world, an achievement unprecedented in the history of mankind, in part because of the proliferation of technology and access to information. So it's a hard balance to strike, but again, if we do it together, we think we can get it right.
Having led the only amendment to 230, it's a real challenge. And partly because the courts have misinterpreted, I think, 230 and allowed nefarious things to happen, illegal things to happen, and then shielded those illegal things using 230. So I would argue part of this is court misinterpretation.
Can I end on one positive note? And then I really want Arati to have the last word because she's leading on all this. But we've heard a lot of doom and gloom. There are real worries here. There are also amazing positive things that are going to come out of this technology. And I just want to give a shout out to Ili Akhtari, who's been working on this at the Special Competitive Studies Project. He and many others have been pushing something that we haven't talked about here at all, which is a national AI research resource. One of the things that's been happening here is Google, Meta, OpenAI, all of these guys, it's our companies innovating and racing ahead. That's great. But academics can't keep up. They don't have the compute, and they don't have one big resource, one large language model that we can use for non-commercial things. And so I know Ili and others, a lot of people have been pushing for this. I know you've been doing a lot of work. And this is one of the many ways that we can harness AI for good. You get the last one.
I'll just finish I'll end where I started. This is a time when American leadership in AI is essential to the way the future is going to unfold and leadership. We are so lucky to have innovators in this country that are driving this technology, but it is not just market leadership, it's the choices that we're going to make to navigate all of the issues that we just discussed. So I hope everyone here will stay engaged, because it's going to take everybody to get there.
You have been an extremely engaged audience, and I know we probably could have kept this going for a lot longer, but I think some of us will be interested to take questions when we come off the stage, and others will need to get on to their next engagements. So we'll cut it off there. I'm sorry we didn't get to everybody, but thank you all for sticking out this discussion to the end of the day, and thank you to all of our panelists.
Thanks for going with me.
This on? As we come to the conclusion, I'm not going to try to summarize the day, but I hope you'll agree with me that it's been an intellectual feast. We haven't been around the world in 80 days, we've been around the world in 8 hours, from China to the US to the Middle East, and we've not only been on Earth, we've been to space twice, and deep into technology back in home, from innovations to chips to AI. This is just an illustration of what I meant this morning when we talked about the main purpose of the Aspen Security Forum, which is to give you new thoughts, new ideas, and a chance to learn. And the good news is we'll welcome you all back for more of the same tomorrow. So thank you all for coming.
And don't forget to join us for the Google breakfast tomorrow morning. Google's treating you to breakfast in the tent at 7:45. Thank you, Google.